This executioner is about to chop our guy's head clean off, when suddenly this absolute menace grabs the bare steel blade with his bloody hands. His former best friend summons a giant holy laser and blasts a hole straight through his chest. Our MC dies right on the spot until a giant demon wolf steps out of the shadow realm and offers him a second chance at revenge. Red lightning flashes, and he wakes up in his childhood bed looking at his dead sister alive and well, realizing he just regressed 10 years into the past. Welcome to the Kingdom of Pharaons, a fantasy world ruled entirely by mages where if you can't throw fireballs, you're basically an NPC. For years, the royal family has been locked in a brutal succession war, and tonight, the second prince's faction is gathering to plot the murder of the ninth prince, Heinz. The mages are stroking the prince's ego, telling him the throne is basically his, so the prince orders them to massacre ninth prince Heinz at his palace, leaving 0 witnesses behind. One of the heavy armored guards gets a weird feeling, and before he can finish that thought, he drops dead on the floor. Out of the shadows steps our protagonist, Van. Silver hair, red eyes, looking like he walked straight out of a Hitman tutorial. The prince freaks out, asking who let this guy in, so his high-level assassin bodyguard lunges down the stairs like a missile. The assassin notices Van's red eyes and starts gloating about how Van is a Galda, a trash race with 0 magic power. He boasts that sneak attacks won't work on a master mage like him, but Van doesn't care about his speech and punches him straight in the face with 0 magic energy. The bodyguard collapses, vomiting blood, because Van targeted the nasal bone at an exact angle, driving bone fragments directly into his brain. Van casually reminds him that magic armor doesn't matter when your human anatomy is still fragile. The senior mage in the room realizes this guy is bad news and begins chanting a high-tier lightning spell to vaporize him. Before he can even finish the second word, Van steps inside his guard and hits him with a move called Jawbreaker. He manually dislocates the mage's jaw suture mid-sentence. Since you can't chant spells when your jaw is hanging sideways, the mage panics and Van hurls him straight across the room into the wall. He stands over them looking completely unimpressed. The second prince falls on his rear end in complete disbelief. An A-rank swordsman and a master mage just got folded in 5 seconds by a guy with no magic. Van asks why he's so surprised, since there's no law saying you need magic to beat up mages. The prince pulls out a sword, asking if he's an assassin sent by Prince Heinz. Van corrects him he's not a hired assassin, he's doing this as a favor for a friend. The prince laughs like a maniac, calling the idea of royalty being friends with a Galda ridiculous. He starts screaming racial slurs at Van, calling his people non-magical livestock scum, and tries to bribe him, offering triple pay if he switches sides. Van doesn't even let him finish the sentence. Red splashes everywhere. Van steps out of the blood, softly whispering that his people aren't livestock. The next day, the kingdom announces that the second prince died from a sudden illness. With the competition buried, the succession war officially comes to an end. Inside the royal library, ninth Prince Heinz is casually reading a book when Van appears on his windowsill like Batman. Heinz turns around with a warm smile, thanking Van for handling his brother. He says he's definitely going to be the next king now, and Van congratulates him, asking how it feels to achieve his lifelong dream. Heinz looks back and says this isn't the end, it's where their dream actually begins. He promises again that once he takes the throne, he'll abolish all discriminatory policies against the Galda race so they won't be called livestock anymore. Van smiles, calling him a true friend and saying he trusts him. Heinz asks if Van will attend his coronation, but Van laughs, saying a magicless Galda in a place like that would get thrown out. Heinz jokes around, saying he wouldn't allow that as king, but Van tells him not to stir up trouble right after taking power. He knows changing people's minds takes time, and he's willing to wait patiently. Heinz thinks about it for a second, then suggests Van go back home to his family and rest since the battles are finally over. Van agrees that it's a great idea. Heinz tells him to enjoy time with his family, and Van looks out over the horizon, finally feeling at peace. Later that night, Van is wringing out a towel after taking a bath, revealing a physique covered head to toe in battle scars from 10 years of dirty work. He grabs a lantern and walks into his private training room, filled with stacks of books on magic theory and wooden training dummies. Looking at human anatomy charts, he realizes his long decade of fighting is finally over. Flashback to when he first met Heinz, Van explained that because he has no magic, mages can't detect his presence, which makes him the ultimate assassin. Heinz warned him that they'd be fighting the kingdom's top mages and magic warriors, asking how he could win without magic. Young Van answered that he would just learn magic theory better than anyone else on the planet and polish his physical techniques until he could counter every spell in existence. Hines smiled, saying that was typical of Van. Back in the present, Van looks at his stack of magic books, relieved that the long battle is over. He heads into the capital market, stopping at a fruit stall packed with fresh pineapples. He remembers his little sister Lena always loved pineapples and realizes it's a perfect gift for his return. He asks the vendor for one, handing over a coin, but when his hood slips and reveals his red eyes, the vendor flips out, telling him to get lost because they don't sell to Galda trash. Van silently pulls out 2 shiny silver coins, way overpaying, and asks if he's selling or not. Money talks, so the vendor shuts up. As Van walks away, the townspeople whisper disgustingly, warning each other not to get close or they'll catch the Galda curse and lose their magic. Van just keeps his head down, used to the hate. See, centuries ago, ancient kings decided the magicless Galda race were lower-class citizens. They forced them into hard labor, used them as meat shields in wars, and taxed them to the bone. Whenever the public got mad at the government, the monarchy would just order a massacre of the Galda to let citizens blow off steam. Thinking about how his people are used as political stress balls makes Van sick to his stomach. He wonders if Hines can really create a world where his village can live in peace. Suddenly, a little girl running down the street trips and takes a total nosedive onto the cobblestones. She starts crying her eyes out, so Van kneels down and asks if she's okay. The kid looks up, notices his red eyes, and instead of being scared, her eyes light up and she screams that his red eyes look super cool. She thanks him and runs off, leaving Van with a genuine smile on his face, remembering that everyone is just human underneath. He genuinely believes that one day, mages and the magicless can hold hands, just like he and Hines did. It's nighttime by the time he reaches the forest outside his home village. It's been 10 whole years, and he wonders if his mom and sister will be happy to see him. He recalls his last day home 10 years ago when his little sister Lena poked his cheek, telling him he better bring home a wife after work. His mom poured warm soup, telling him he could always come back home if life got too tough, and Lena promised to make his favorite mushroom soup whenever he returned. They gave him a group hug before he left, gifting him a red stone charm for good luck. Van steps out of the tree line onto the hill and his heart drops. The entire village is engulfed in massive roaring flames. The sky is bright red from the firestorm. Van panics, sprinting down the hill toward the burning houses. He screams out his name, asking if anyone is alive, but all he finds are dead villagers lying motionless on the grass. He rushes over to a body, noticing deep sword slashes that definitely didn't come from a simple fire. He looks up and freezes. 3 villagers are hanging dead from a tree post. Blood is splattered across the dirt, and panic completely takes over his mind. He thinks it's a bandit raid at first, but realizes bandits wouldn't go this far. He sprints toward his house, begging the universe to keep his mother and sister alive. Everything he fought for, every murder he committed for Hines, was just to build a safe home for them. He reaches the courtyard and stops dead in his tracks. Bound by her wrists, hanging motionless from a wooden beam, is his mother. Van stumbles forward, touching her cold skin, his eyes widening in total despair. He drops to his knees, screaming inside that this has to be a nightmare. Suddenly, a tiny voice coughs out, calling him Big Brother. Van turns around and sees his little sister Lena, covered in blood, crawling through the grass. He scoops her up into his arms, crying and asking what happened. Lena weakly reaches up, telling him he needs to run because bad people are looking for him. Van's brain scrambles, wondering if remnants of the Second Prince's faction did this for revenge. He tells her to save her strength and promises to carry her to safety, but looking at the sheer amount of blood she's lost, he knows it's already too late. Lena smiles through her tears, whispering that she got really good at cooking mushroom soup because she wanted him to try it when he came back. Van can't hold back his tears as she strokes his face with her bloody hand. She tells him not to blame himself, and her hand slides down his cheek, going completely limp. Lena stops breathing right in his lap. Before Van can even process the grief, SHL leak. A heavy steel sword drives straight through Van's back, bursting out of his chest. A squad of fully armored royal guards surrounds him, cheering that they finally took down Van, the leader of the Galda rebels. The Knight Commander pulls his blade out, surprised Van is still sitting upright after a lethal chest wound. Van turns his head, eyes glowing dark red, and asks the Knight one final question. The Knight scoffs, asking if Van let himself get stabbed on purpose because he had nothing left to live for. Van ignores the mocking and asks who ordered the slaughter of his innocent family. The knight smiles under his helmet, saying it was the sacred decision of His Highness, Prince Heinz. Van snaps, screaming that he's lying and that Heinz would never order something so evil. A calm, familiar voice speaks up from the flames. "Hey there, Van." The royal guards drop to their knees as Prince Heinz walks out of the smoke, flanked by elite mages. Heinz casually remarks that Van is late and guesses he was out buying souvenirs. Van stares at his friend in complete horror, asking why. Heinz's warm smile instantly disappears into a cold, sociopathic glare. He tells Van it's all his fault. Heinz explains that an assassin who can mask his presence and murder top mages with physical strength alone is too dangerous to exist. A non-magical race that produced such a monster is a threat to the peace of the kingdom. Therefore, both Van and his entire race must be erased from history. Van realizes with gut-wrenching horror that Heinz used him to kill his rivals and lied about ending discrimination the entire time. Heinz grins, saying he will technically keep his promise. Discrimination against Galda will disappear today because there won't be any Galda left alive. The knight commander raises his sword high to decapitate the dying Van. Clang. Van reaches back and grabs the sharp edge of the falling steel blade with his bare, bloody fingers. The knight trembles in shock as Van pushes the sword back with raw physical grip strength. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood, Van glares at Heinz like a demon straight out of hell, swearing he will murder him. Heinz doesn't even flinch. He calls Van a monster and raises his hand, summoning a massive circle of holy light. The guards back off as Heinz unleashes his ultimate spell, Lucis Sagittarius, Arrow of Light. Despite having a hole in his chest, Van leaps forward like a beast, initiating the Galda Shadow-style secret technique, Absolute Blossom. He drives his fist straight into the beam of destruction, clashing directly against Heinz's ultimate magic. The raw magical pressure tears Van's body apart, exploding the entire clearing in a blinding wave of light. When the dust settles, Van is standing frozen, his body completely blown open, shielding his little sister's corpse from the blast until his very last breath. Heinz looks at him with disgust, noting that even in death, Van refused to kneel to a mage. He turns his back on Van's lifeless body, admitting softly that Van was simply too strong to be left alive. Everything fades to pitch black. Van feels his soul drifting into empty space. Out of the red mist, a massive spectral wolf with fiery red eyes emerges over his body. The wolf growls that its own revenge isn't finished yet, and it can't let Van end like this. It offers Van one final chance to rewrite his fate and tells him to do better next time. A surge of violent red lightning tears through the void. Van shoots up, gasping for air. He looks down at his hands. They aren't bloody, they aren't scarred, and he isn't wearing his assassin gloves. He looks around and realizes he's sitting inside his childhood wooden bedroom. Suddenly, a small girl pokes her head through the doorway ladder. It's Lena, alive, healthy, without a single scratch on her face. Van stammers in complete shock, thinking he's dreaming, but Lena giggles, telling him to wash his face because Mom made a giant feast for his 15th birthday. His mom steps into the room holding a cooking spoon, laughing and telling him to pull himself together. Van stares at his smooth 15-year-old hands as tears hit his eyes. The demon wolf wasn't kidding, he really regressed 10 years into the past. It looks like paradise. Clear blue sky, warm sun, green open fields, his mom is serving lunch, his sister is smiling, and for a second, Van genuinely wonders if his entire past life was just a bad dream. A sudden gust of wind sweeps across the grass, carrying bright blue petals through the air. He reaches out without thinking, snaps his fingers, catching a single petal effortlessly between two fingertips. No, that was not a dream. The muscle memory of 10,000 lethal strikes is still burned into his nerves. He can still smell the burning wood of his home village. He still remembers the weight of his dying sister in his arms. And he can still feel the cold blade Prince Heinz ran through his chest. It really happened. He went back 10 years. Lena notices his face freeze and asks if something is wrong. He gives her a small, gentle smile and tells her it is nothing. Mom brings out the main dish, roasted poultry and hot soup. Today is Van's 15th birthday, and for the first time in a decade, he gets to eat with his family. Meanwhile, along the forest road, horses are being ridden hard. An armored knight apologizes to his squad leader, explaining that no top-rank magicians were available. The woman leading them, Helene, snaps at him. If civilians get slaughtered while they drag their feet, the blame falls on them. The knight points toward the settlement ahead, the Galda Autonomous District. Helene glares at him. The knight just grins and says those people are not citizens anyway, just subhuman livestock. Helene does not smile, she just tells them to move faster. Back at the picnic, Van lifts a wooden spoon filled with soup. It tastes so familiar it almost hurts. His mom laughs, pointing out she made the exact same recipe 2 days ago. Lena jumps in, proudly boasting that she helped chop the vegetables this time. Van deadpans that he could tell, considering all the pieces are cut unevenly. Lena fumes while his mom just watches them softly. Van looks down at his hands, realizing the weight of his situation. His mom asks if he is still stressed about making his life choice today, because in this kingdom, 15 is the age every Galda boy has to choose his path. Choice 1, work backbreaking manual labor in the district for pennies. Choice 2, work even harder labor outside the district where mages treat you like dirt. Or choice 3, become a mercenary. Galda have zero magic, but their physical bodies are naturally dense and strong. More importantly, because they have no mana signature, mages cannot sense them coming. That makes them perfect frontline scout fodder for the army. High casualty rate, low cost. In his previous timeline, Van chose option 3 to make money for his family. His mom begged him back then not to go, calling him her only son. He ignored her, went to war anyway, and ended up becoming an assassin for the royal family. That was how he met Prince Heinz on a blood-soaked battlefield 10 years ago, the charismatic blonde prince who promised him equality and then murdered his whole race. A heavy metallic gong shatters the quiet afternoon. The warning bell from the village center rings out again and again. Van stands up instantly, wide-eyed as a terrifying memory slams back into his head. He forgot about today. He shouts at his mom and sister to stay away from the town and runs straight toward the plaza. On his 15th birthday in the original timeline, radical fanatics invaded the town. The Purification Sect, a group of religious extremists who preach that anyone without magic is an unclean demon spawn. Even the church called them too crazy and kicked them out of the capital. So they fled out to the unprotected Galda border to do what fanatics always do: purge the weak. 10 years ago, on this exact afternoon, they broke into the district while the guards were away. They burned houses, slaughtered families, and turned the town into a bloodbath. Back then, 15-year-old Van could only crouch in a dark cellar with his family, praying nobody found them. He is not hiding today. He vaults over the stone archways into the main plaza, using the rooftops to block his shadow as he closes the distance. A cultist is standing over a weeping Galda woman, waving a flaming torch in her face. He screams about purifying her sins with holy fire. Van drops straight out of the sky behind him. Anti-mage rule number 1, strike fast, strike hard, and never give them time to open their mouths. He targets the base of the skull, driving his palm up through the cervical spine. The cultist collapses onto the stone before his brain even registers the hit. The rest of the squad turns around in complete silence. A 15-year-old kid is standing over their leader's corpse. The cultists look at each other, trying to process what just happened. Nobody moves for a full 2 seconds. One fanatic ignites a fire sword and lunges, but Van duck steps underneath the swing, grabs his wrist, and drives a knee straight into his ribs. Regular bare hands cannot break a mage's magic shield, so Van takes the cultist's own glowing sword and cuts him down with it. A third cultist starts chanting lightning magic. Van sprints through the spark gap, grabs him by the collar, and slams his head into the stone floor before the spell finishes forming. 3 left. Suddenly, a cultist steps out from an archway holding a woman with a dagger to her throat. He tells Van to get on his knees right now or he slits her neck. Van pauses, looking at the extra cultists he missed outside the plaza. Then he looks the guy dead in the eye and tells him that is an awful trade offer. If he surrenders, he gets killed anyway. So he tells the woman it was nice knowing her. The cultist hesitates, completely caught off guard by the response. Before the knife can move, Van gasps loudly and throws both hands in the air, yelling, "Wait, fine, I surrender." The hostage-taker grins, thinking the kid finally lost his nerve. Another cultist runs up and lands a flying kick straight to Van's chest. Van takes the hit intentionally, curling into a ball on the pavement. They swarm him, screaming insults about his red eyes. Boot after boot kicks into his back and arms while he covers his head. One cultist suggests torturing the kid to pay him back for their dead leader. The hostage-taker looks down at Van's eyes through his folded arms, and a cold sweat breaks out across his neck. Behind the kid's red eyes, he does not see a scared child. He sees a massive shadowy wolf with glowing crimson fangs staring back at him. He panics and screams at the others to kill him right now, raising his blade to thrust downward. A massive circle of blue light flares overhead as a cold voice chants a spell. Glacial ice erupts from the ground, wrapping around the cultist's legs in a second. The ice climbs up his torso, freezing his arms and weapons solid before he can drop the blade. Helene walks through the archway surrounded by fully armored Imperial knights, warning the cultists that moving will shatter their bones. She formally places the remaining fanatics under arrest in the name of the kingdom. Van sits up from the ground, genuinely surprised. In his original life, capital forces did not show up until hours after the town was already burned to ash. The frozen cultist screams at his men to kill the female mage, but nobody can move an inch. Helene glares at him with total indifference and tells him she already said it is over. She orders her knights to disarm the remaining cultists and tie them up. The guards sweep through the plaza, stripping the frozen fanatics of their weapons. Helene walks over to Van, who is still sitting on the ground looking up at her. She stares at the 3 dead cultists behind him. Then she looks at his red eyes and lets out a quiet chuckle. She offers him a hand and says she actually owes him a thank you. Van blinks, asking what she means. She points to the cult leader Van killed first. That guy was a high-tier fire mage who had enough output to burn this entire district to the ground before her knights could arrive. Because Van dropped him instantly from behind, the cult lost their heavy hitter before they could set the town on fire. Van realizes that by taking out the leader early, he changed the flow of events enough for the capital knights to arrive in time to save everyone. Helene asks him if there is any reward he wants for saving the town. Van shakes his head, telling her he does not need anything and thanks her for coming. Helene looks at his calm, disciplined posture and smiles, realizing this is no ordinary Galda kid. She asks him his name. He looks up and replies simply, Van. She introduces herself as Helene, an instructor at the royal capital. Then she leans down, looks him in the eyes and drops a wild proposal. Why don't you come to the Magic Academy? Van's eyes go wide. A magicless Galda boy being invited to the most elite mage school in the nation. So, the cultists are handled, the plaza is clear, and Van is standing here trying to figure out if this woman has lost her mind. The Royal Magic Academy is a boarding school built by 3 allied nations to hoard world-class talent. Helene explains that status does not matter. Commoner or foreigner, pass the exam and you are in. Van knows the name well. In his previous life, he heard it constantly. Half the legendary heroes and archmages who ran the kingdom were academy graduates, which brings him back to the obvious question. Why invite a magicless Galda kid? Helene glances at the guards hauling away prisoners and suggests they talk somewhere private. She grabs his wrist before he can answer and drags him out of the plaza while he stammers at her to slow down. She just laughs, telling him she has never been to his village before, so he gets to be the tour guide. They walk past the ruined stone gates into the quiet forest behind the district, stopping beside a secluded river, clearing with nobody around for miles. Helene turns around, a sharp smirk crossing her face as she notes that nobody would hear a thing if someone died out here. A massive ice circle flares around her hands, forming a glowing blue bow. Van's eyes go narrow. She draws the string back and fires an ice arrow straight at his chest. And Van vanishes. No spell glow, no teleportation sound, no mana trace whatsoever. Using pure physical footwork, he slips inside her swing arc, breaking her line of sight into her blind spot and appears right over her shoulder. He tells her to drop the charade. Helene lets the spell fade, chuckling because he called her bluff. He knew there was zero killing intent behind the shot. She looks back at him, genuinely impressed that a 15-year-old moves and speaks like a veteran of 20 wars. Van asks if this whole walk was just to test him. Helene admits she prefers confirming important facts with her own eyes. She now knows for a fact that he can fight mages using physical technique alone. Van deadpans, so what if he can? She steps closer and drops the real pitch. If he comes to the academy, he can single-handedly change the standing of the entire Galda race. Van pauses. She gives him a knowing look. He asks if she is talking about knighthood. She smiles. He already knows how the system works. Academy Knighthood is an official title granted to students who achieve extraordinary merits during their enrollment. Recipients, regardless of social rank, gain the legal right to establish a noble house under royal decree. And the land assigned to that new house is almost always the territory connected to the student's origins. Meaning, if Van secures knighthood, the Galda Autonomous District officially becomes his personal domain. That stops him cold. In his past life, he was too old and missed the entrance window entirely. But right now, he is 15. He looks down, calculating the math in his head. He tells her he has 3 questions before he agrees to anything. Helene grins, telling him to shoot. The academy entrance exam requires an official recommendation from a kingdom noble. Helene answers instantly. She will handle the paperwork herself. She grins like she just won a bet. Van gives her a look. She asks for question 2. Van sits on a fallen log, pointing out that a magicless student winning knighthood at a magic school sounds completely absurd. He asks what she actually thinks about his odds. Helene giggles, admitting it sounds crazy on paper, but she points out every past knighthood winner had one thing in common: they broke tradition and established a new principle of magic. Researching magic circles or crafting magical elixirs both count as new principles. So subduing mages without using a drop of mana is just as valid a principle as any other. If he can force the faculty to acknowledge that ability, the title is his. Van summarizes, "It is not impossible, it just depends on whether he delivers." Which brings him to question 3. He looks up, his tone dropping instantly. What is her actual goal? Using noble status as bait, what is she planning to make him do? Helene looks at him, asking if he really trusts her that little. Van tells her if he becomes a Galda lord, he needs to know what she gets out of it. Helene hesitates, then admits there is definitely a benefit for her, but she has no intention of telling him what it is. Van's eyes go sharp. The tension in the woods thickens until a loud voice shatters the moment completely. Lena comes sprinting through the trees, yelling for her big brother. Van panics instantly, trying to wave it off as nothing, but Lena fumes, saying she heard he was out here fighting bad guys. He tries the usual big brother move, smiling and saying he is fine, but Lena puffs her cheeks in absolute fury. She lunges forward, wrapping both arms around his waist in a tight hug. She yells that he always says he is fine right before doing something totally reckless. She buries her face into his shirt, crying about how terrified she and Mom were. Van stands there in silence, holding her while she cries in the middle of the woods. Helene watches the two of them softly. She bows her head slightly, telling Van he does not have to trust her word. But if he wins knighthood, he can protect his family under the law, and she swears that fact on the name of Helene Steinartz. She turns and walks down the sunlit path, leaving them alone. Van gently pats Lena's head, his decision made. The next few days pass in a complete whirlwind. His mom was horrified when she heard he fought cultists, but after watching the entire town bow and tearfully thank her son for saving their lives, she places a hand on his head with a gentle smile, telling him he really is his father's child. She tells him he did a good job. Later that night, Van sits them down at the kitchen table and breaks the news about the Royal Capital Academy. He explains the enrollment process, the knighthood system, and Helene's recommendation letter. Mom and Lena look terrified, pointing out he will be completely surrounded by hostile mages. Van looks back at them calmly. That is exactly why he has to go, to prove to the mages that the Galda race is not inferior to anyone. He spent days thinking about it. There is no other path to save everyone. In his past life, becoming an assassin only worked because he allied with Prince Heinz. In this life, he would rather die than team up with that monster again. He died once already. No matter how dangerous this route is, he has to move forward. He places his hands on the table and declares that he is going to wipe out anti-Galda discrimination from this entire kingdom. Mom and Lena stare at him in shock. The sunlight frames him against the window, his expression dead serious. His mom sighs, realizing there is zero chance of stopping him once he looks like that. Van softens, asking if she will forgive him for leaving. She wipes a tear, chuckling softly. She tells him that being impossibly stubborn clearly runs in the family. Van smiles softly and thanks her. Then his mom leans forward, her expression turning terrifyingly dark as she asks if he figured out how to pay for entrance fees and tuition. She reminds him very patiently that elite schools do not run on good intentions. Van's soul leaves his body. He forgot that going to school costs money. His mom sighs, rubbing her forehead and saying she will figure out a way to borrow the funds somehow. Lena pumps her fist, declaring she will take extra odd jobs to support her brother, sending Van into an immediate panic. He grabs his head, trying to think if there are any high-paying mercenary gigs nearby, and a massive pouch overflowing with shiny gold coins slams onto the table. Van stares in disbelief. His mom blinks, asking if he forgot that Helene handed over a massive government bounty for taking down the purification sect. Money problems solved instantly. A few days later, Van stands outside the house with his travel pack. His mom puts her hands on his shoulders, telling him people in the capital will look down on him for his red eyes, but he must never feel inferior. She tells him he is his mother's pride and joy. Van smiles brightly, promising to do his best. Lena jumps up, yelling that when he gets back, she will make an enormous pot of mushroom soup. Van pats her head, telling her he is holding her to that. He turns around, adjusting his coat straps. Mom and Lena wave from the yard as Van waves back over his shoulder, swearing to himself that this time he will keep every single promise. He walks over the grassy ridge as the wind carries blue petals past him. A week later, after days of travel, the capital skyline appears, an immense fantasy fortress built around a glowing world tree. Van pulls up his hood at the front gates, looking up at the massive archway of the Royal Magic Academy. The line at the main gates is already wrapping around the block. Noble kids are stepping up one by one, dropping famous family names to the guards. Alexis von Hohenberg presents his father's recommendation scroll and walks straight through. Elizabeth Kreutzner drops a Marchioness seal and gets escorted in like royalty. Then Van steps up in his dusty traveling cloak, and the guard's voice instantly drops 3 octaves. The crowd stops talking. The whispers start up immediately. Red eyes, filthy Galda, what is a subhuman doing here? Van keeps his hands in his pockets, calmly stating he is just here to register for the exam. The guard sneers, stepping into his space and asking if he even knows where he is standing. Van looks him dead in the eye and says it is the royal school, where anyone can test regardless of background. The guard snaps, bringing his spear shaft down right against Van's neck. Van looks at the steel point resting on his collarbone and lets out a quiet sigh. Taking these guys out would take about 3 seconds, but causing a scene means getting disqualified before he even gets inside. A senior guard grabs his partner's shoulder, telling him to stop making a scene in front of the applicants. Van relaxes a fraction, thinking maybe someone with actual brain cells showed up. Then the senior guard looks at Van and shakes his head, saying every year there are deluded peasants who think they belong here. Van deadpans. Never mind. The senior guard leans in, condescendingly explaining that while the school does not officially discriminate, you still need a noble's recommendation. Van reaches into his coat and pulls out a wooden scroll case. The guard pauses. Van holds up the scroll, complete with a dark wax seal stamped on the front. The guard leans in closer to inspect the wax, and his eyes go wide. Then he snaps, screaming that forging a noble seal is a capital crime and reaching out to snatch it from Van's hands. He grabs Van's wrist to drag him down. Van does not pull back. He shifts his weight half an inch, guiding the guard's own momentum forward, and the senior guard tumbles over his own feet, crashing onto his knees in the dirt. The crowd stares in complete silence. The younger guard looks at his partner on the floor, asking why he suddenly fell down. The senior guard stammers that the kid did something weird. A purple-haired test examiner steps out from the archway, asking what all the noise is about. The guards scramble to their feet, sweating bullets. They try to blame the Galda kid, but Van steps right past them. The examiner looks Van over, asking for his name. Van hands over the scroll, identifying himself as candidate Van Kruger, recommended by Helene Steinartz. The examiner looks at the purple wax seal, turning it over in his hands. The insignia of the Steinartz house is authentic. His entire attitude flips in a millisecond. He bows deeply to Van, apologizing for the guard's appalling lack of manners, and invites him inside. The guards stand there with their mouths open while the crowd murmurs in shock. Van walks past them, thinking to himself that Helene must be a much bigger deal than she let on. He steps into the massive inner courtyard, where centuries-old stone towers rise into the sky. The plaza is packed with high society candidates from across the continent. Van glances around and recognizes a face. Dietrich, the future master swordsman. He keeps looking. Shale of Flames, the future archmage. Lunaris, the holy maiden. He realizes all 3 of them were academy graduates in his first life. In his past timeline, they were famous kingdom heroes praised by the public, until the royal succession war broke out. Then, they sold out, becoming elite hitmen for corrupt royal princes, which meant 10 years ago, Van personally hunted and killed every single one of them. He looks at them standing here as teenagers, completely oblivious. In this life, he has to outcompete all of them in the open if he wants to change his country. A sharp voice cuts through his thoughts, a spiky-haired noble pointing a finger right at his face. The guy marches up, demanding to know how a red-eyed Galda dares to stand around looking so calm. Van deadpans that it is a free courtyard and he can stand wherever he wants. The noble's face turns purple. He starts screaming about subhumans disrespecting nobility, and Van internally groans. Same speech, different life. For a second, Van considers just bowing his head to avoid wasting time. Then he remembers his mother's words before he left home. Live with dignity. And he remembers Prince Heinz's speech from his past life. If you bow your head to contempt, equality will never come. Act with dignity. The noble screams at him to answer, reaching out and grabbing Van by the collar of his coat. Van looks at the hands on his coat and says quietly, "You struck first." The noble blinks. "What?" Van smiles softly. He executes the harmony technique, catching the guy's wrists, shifting his center of gravity, and driving him straight into the stone pavement. Instead of fighting force with force, you flow with their momentum and make them trip over their own weight. The noble lands hard on both knees. Van leans down, offering a sweet fake smile, asking if he is feeling dizzy and needs help standing up. He extends a hand like a courteous gentleman. The noble loses his mind, snapping his hand back and igniting green wind magic across his palms. Before he can launch the spell, a smooth, refined voice calls out from the balcony stairs. "That is enough." Everyone stops. Walking down the marble steps is Ninth Prince Heinz, bathed in sunlight. Heinz speaks gently, telling the noble that Galda are citizens of this kingdom too, and everyone should strive for harmony. The bully candidate immediately drops to a bow, stammering apologies to His Highness. Heinz smiles warmly, telling him there is no need for formality today since he is just another candidate taking the exam. Van stares at the blonde prince, his blood running cold as he realizes Heinz was an academy candidate too. The surrounding candidates immediately start whispering about how saintly and noble Prince Heinz is, taking the test alongside commoners, showing grace even to a Galda. What a wonderful prince. Van stands motionless while the crowd swoons around him. He remembers a private conversation from 10 years ago where Heinz casually mentioned attending the academy in his youth. He just forgot the exact year. Heinz turns toward Van, offering that same warm, angelic smile that fooled an entire continent. He tells Van that he seems nervous, admitting that he feels anxious too because the exam is notoriously difficult. He extends a hand toward Van, offering to do their best together as fellow candidates. That smile. Anyone else would look at that face and instantly open their heart. Because Heinz spent years perfecting the art of looking like a savior. But Van knows what sits behind those blue eyes. He knows the sociopath who ordered his village burned and executed his 10-year-old sister. Right now, Heinz is standing 2 feet away without a single guard. Van could snap his neck before anyone in this plaza could draw a sword. His right hand clenches into a fist inside his coat pocket, his knuckles turning white. Heinz notices the sudden shift in atmosphere, his eyes twitching slightly. Van turns his back on the prince's open hand, telling him coldly not to bother, because he has zero intention of making friends. He walks away without looking back. The surrounding nobles gasp at the disrespect. The bully from earlier sneers that Galda really are no different from ungrateful wild beasts. A loud voice echoes across the courtyard. Silence. The chief examiner steps onto the main stage, announcing that registration is closed and guiding everyone to the venue for the practical exam, the Shadowed Forest. Van looks up at the massive primeval canopy towering behind the castle walls. The trees glow with blue mana veins running up their bark. The chief examiner steps to the edge of the tree line, welcoming the applicants to the testing ground. He explains that the academy only trains elites who will lead the kingdom, not beginners who need their hands held. Therefore, this practical exam tests minimum combat competence. Deep inside the Shadowed Forest blooms a rare magic-infused plant called the Tears of Heaven. Your objective is simple. Enter the forest, retrieve a flower, and bring it back. However, the forest is infested with wild beast demons who feed on the dense mana. Directly attacking other candidates is forbidden, but forming groups is allowed. Although if you form a squad, you need enough flowers for every single member of your group to pass, meaning larger groups will have to venture much deeper into dangerous territory to find enough blooms. The time limit is sunset. The purple-haired examiner steps forward, holding up a golden hexagonal badge. This is a guardian badge. Crush it in extreme danger, and an examiner will instantly warp in to save you. Although requesting rescue means instant failure. The candidates immediately start grouping up, noble families forming 4-man squads and making defensive pacts. Van stands completely alone in the center of the clearing while everyone avoids him. He closes his eyes. Fine by him. Moving alone is 10 times faster anyway. He walks up to the chief examiner to collect his guardian badge. The chief examiner stares down at Van's red eyes in stone-cold silence. He hands over the gold badge without saying a word. Van turns and steps straight into the dark tree line alone. Behind him, the brown-haired noble bully watches Van's back with a nasty grin. 5 minutes into the forest, a low growl rumbles from the canopy. A medium-sized bear beast demon covered in glowing green mana veins drops onto the trail in front of Van. Beast demons combine raw wild instincts with physical stats far above human limits, making them tricky for standard mages. Van raises his hands into a guard stance, noting that during his decade as an assassin, he almost exclusively fought human mages. The bear charges, splitting the air with a heavy paw swing. Van steps inside the claw arc and drives an open palm directly into the bear's sternum. Anti-beast technique. Crushing strike. Instead of surface impact, it projects a delayed kinetic shockwave straight through thick hide and bone, destroying internal organs from the inside out. Hard to land on a dodging human, but perfect against a brainless charging monster. The bear collapses onto the grass, stone dead before it hits the dirt. Van wipes his gloves, recalling that back in his mercenary days, his unit ran into wild magic beasts all the time. A beast of this level is light work. He glances out of the corner of his eye toward a boulder 30 paces away. The noble bully and his friend are ducked behind the rock, sweating in absolute terror at what they just watched. The bully stammers that the kid must have used hidden poison, convincing himself that his rending air magic will still shred Van easily. His friend nervously reminds him that interfering with candidates is strictly forbidden. The bully scoffs, saying the rules are just lip service and the examiners have zero interest in letting a Galda pass, especially one who disrespects Prince Heinz. He grins crazily, stating that if Van dies in the forest, nobody will care or blame them. Meanwhile, deep under the academy dungeon, torchlight flickers down a dark stone hallway. The chief examiner walks behind a guard toward a massive iron vault door bound by heavy chains. He orders the guard to hand over the key. The guard asks if he is serious, but the chief examiner reassures him that the creature inside is bound by beast manipulation magic, and it will target only one specific intruder, the Galda boy who dared show his face at the academy. He explains that because Van has an official recommendation, they cannot legally reject him at the gate without damaging school reputation. So undesirable applicants simply meet with tragic accidents during the practical exam. The guard nervously asks what happens if other candidates get caught in the crossfire. The chief examiner smiles, pointing out that the Galda is traveling completely alone. No candidate would ever be dumb enough to stand anywhere near a Galda. He inserts the iron key into the ancient padlock and turns it. The chains fall away and red hellfire explodes from the dark chamber as he screams for the cursed beast to go slay the Galda. Deep inside the shadows, a pair of massive crimson eyes open as a monstrous silhouette awakens. The purple-haired examiner walks through the forest canopy, looking around with a frown. Something about the atmosphere in the forest feels completely off. He runs into the chief examiner coming back up the trail and asks where he went during the middle of the test. The chief examiner smiles, casually claiming he was just prepping the next stage of the exam. A nasty smirk crosses his face for half a second. The purple-haired examiner glares at his back, knowing damn well that grin means something dirty is happening. Meanwhile, deep in a sunlit grove, Van pushes past a cluster of glowing vines. On the moss below sits a cluster of bright blue petals glowing with mana. The tears of heaven flower. Exactly what he needs to pass. He reaches down to pick it, then pauses, looking over his shoulder. He tells the two guys hiding behind the trees that they can come out now. The spiky-haired noble bully steps into the clearing, sneering about how Galda really do have dog noses. Van deadpans that it is not dog senses, just experience. Cowards always sneak up from behind, though he admits internally that he used to be an assassin, so he probably should not talk. The noble's partner steps up beside him, boasting that they are going to prove Van does not belong at the academy. Van stretches his arms, telling them to cut the noble speeches. They got embarrassed in the courtyard, their petty pride hurt, and now they want revenge. So he will just have to beat it out of them. The two noble kids draw their weapons, mana flaring across their hands, a sorcerer blade magic swordsman and a Zerwin spellcaster. Standard combat styles in this kingdom fall into three main types: spellcasters who project long-range magic, sorcerer blades who channel mana into weapons, and mana fist martial artists who reinforce their physical bodies. Teaming up a long-range spellcaster with a melee swordsman is standard party composition to cover weaknesses. Van looks at their stances. Zero real killing experience, though they definitely have the guts to try. He evaluates his options. If a Galda boy dies in the forest, the school writes it off as an exam accident. But if a noble kid dies, their powerful family mobilizes private armies to hunt the killer. Besides, Van promised himself he would walk in the light this time around. No lethal assassin strikes. He will just break their spirit until they quit. The spiky-haired noble snaps, unleashing his Zerwin-rending sky spell. Invisible wind blades slice through the air, tearing through stone and foliage. Van tilts his head half an inch, letting the air pressure graze his collar. The noble grins, thinking he almost took the kid's head off. He boasts that House Waltrake's wind magic creates invisible blades that magicless trash cannot see. He tells Van to get on his knees and beg, but Van just looks at him and says that magic must be really handy in the summer. He asks if House Waltrake's main job is delivering gentle breezes to the royal court. The noble's face turns blood red, a vein popping on his forehead as he screams that he is going to kill him. He unleashes Zerwin Tempest, firing a full hurricane of compressed wind slashes across the clearing. Van glides through the air pressure, stepping lightly between the invisible blades like he is taking a casual stroll. The noble panics, realizing the kid is dodging every single attack with zero delay. Van's red eyes flare through the wind. He tells him that his bloodlust is leaking so hard, it points right to every attack. He mocks House Waltrake's gentle breezes one more time, sending the noble into an absolute rage. The guy fires a desperate, wild windstorm in every direction, tearing up the forest floor. And Van glides straight through the center of the storm. His bloodlust is practically screaming where he is aiming next. Van closes the gap in a millisecond, driving a heavy palm strike into the noble's stomach. The guy coughs up spit and drops flat onto his back. The second noble panics, swinging his glowing enchanted short sword at Van's throat. Van steps into his guard, a simple weapon enchantment spell. If you do not touch the glowing blade, it is just a regular piece of metal. A sword tip moves 2 to 3 times faster than a punch, so Van uses lightning footwork to step past the point and grab the guy's wrist instead of the blade. He twists the joint upward, forcing the noble to drop the weapon. Van turns into the rotation, driving an elbow into his chest and slamming him into the dirt beside his friend. The spiky-haired noble groans on the grass, holding his stomach. Van stands over them, asking if they still want to keep going, because beyond this point, he cannot guarantee holding back. The noble looks up at Van's glowing red eyes and breaks instantly. He stammers in terror, apologizing and begging Van not to hurt them. Van's head suddenly twitches to the side. He stops, looking deep into the forest behind them. He shouts at both nobles to get up and run right now. Trees shatter like toothpicks as a massive reddish shadow bursts through the tree line. The two noble kids look up, their faces draining of all color. A colossal beast charges into the clearing, throwing dirt and boulders across the clearing. The shockwave sends the two nobles tumbling across the grass. Van drops into a low defensive stance, assessing the threat. A high-rank monster in an entry-level exam forest. A Hellsboar demon fang beast, also known as the Cursed Fang. The nobles scream that it is impossible, asking why a high-rank monster is inside the testing area. The boar scrapes its hooves against the stone, its red eyes glowing as it locks onto them. Its full-speed charge packs the kinetic force of high-tier siege magic. Van shouts at the two nobles to stand up and run if they can move. The spiky-haired noble tries to push himself up and lets out a sharp scream. He collapses back onto the dirt. Van looks at his leg. The ankle is visibly swollen and purple from the monster's initial impact. Fractured bone. He cannot walk. Standing is all he can manage, let alone running from a charging beast. Van calculates the options. Carrying two people while dodging a siege tier charge means everyone dies. Plus, demon beasts hunt marked prey relentlessly. Crushing the guardian badge summons rescue, but how long until examiners actually arrive? The injured noble shoves his friend away, yelling at him to leave him behind and save himself. He tries to look brave, saying he is a magician of House Waltrake and can handle this. His friend refuses to move. He grabs his injured partner, shouting that running away and abandoning a comrade would disgrace House Eisenbach. They start having a dramatic noble bonding moment right in front of the monster. Van cuts in, telling them to crush the badge for help while he buys time until rescue arrives. The noble snaps back that failing the exam by requesting rescue would stain his family name forever. His friend agrees, pulling his dagger out. They yell that rather than stain their family honor, they will fight and die trying. Van slaps his forehead in absolute disbelief, muttering about their cheap pride. He turns around, glaring at them both and shouting that if they are going to fight, fight to win, because that is what real pride looks like. The noble freezes, staring at the Galda boy in shock. Van turns back to face the forest as the colossal Hellsboar roars and charges straight at them. Meanwhile, back at the examiner's camp, middle management is sitting on a tree stump feeling very pleased with himself. The purple-haired examiner walks up holding his clipboard, completely unaware of the illegal hit job going on in the forest. The chief examiner brushes it off with a fake smile, casually asking if any candidates have pressed their emergency badges yet. The proctor checks his log and says no. Everything has been totally quiet so far, and that answer is music to this corrupt old man's ears. Because before the test even started, he personally went through the candidate's personal luggage, grabbed Van's bag, and held it right under the snout of a chained high-rank Hellsboar so the monster could imprint on Van's scent. In his head, Van is already digested, and all that is left is to sit back and pretend it was a tragic accident. He starts chuckling to himself like a villain in a budget theater play, while the proctor just stares at him like he lost his mind. Back in the forest, the actual situation is a lot noisier than he thinks. The colossal fiery boar comes barreling through the trees like an oncoming train, and our guy immediately steps up to take command. Van tells the two noble bullies to prep their strongest spells while he opens up a gap. Spiky Hair starts throwing a tantrum asking who gave the Galda kid permission to boss them around, but the beast is already on top of them. Van doesn't waste a single breath arguing. He lunges forward, dropping his center of gravity, 0 mana signature, pure physical speed closing the distance in a microsecond. He hits the boar right on the snout with a combination of strike and crushing blow. The kinetic impact hits the monster's skull with enough force to kick up a massive dust cloud. The two noble kids stand there with their mouths wide open. Here is what Van is actually doing. Strike is a combat technique where you predict the exact point an attack originates and hit it before it gets momentum. For any four-legged animal, the first thing that moves when it charges is its head. Van stacked an internal organ-rupturing shockwave right onto that exact pivot point. Except there is a problem. The blow didn't go all the way through. Regressing 10 years means his 15-year-old body doesn't have the raw muscle density he used to have, so the impact wasn't enough to knock the beast out cold. Van shouts for the nobles to fire now. Spiky Hair snaps out of his shock and unleashes his wind magic, sending a barrage of atmospheric blades straight into the boar's hide. His sword partner leaps into the air with a battle cry, channeling magic into his blade for a downward strike. The sword slams into the boar's back and completely bounces off. The noble's arm goes numb. The monster's skin is literally as tough as reinforced steel, and his spell barely scratched the surface. Now the boar is just angry. Van screams for everyone to get down as the monster thrashes violently, tearing up the entire clearing. The impact sends heavy boulders flying through the air like shrapnel. Van skids across the grass, taking the brunt of the kinetic shock to keep the kids behind him from getting turned into paste. Both noble candidates are lying in the dirt, bruised, battered, and completely out of breath. Van exhales, checking them over. They are alive. Spiky Hair stammers out that he managed to deflect the boar slightly with wind magic, but admits they cannot take another hit like that. The Sorcerer Blade kid looks ready to give up entirely, pointing out that their best attacks didn't even dent the beast. Van stands back up, rolls his shoulders, and casually says they are going to do it one more time. Spiky Hair stares at him like he just started speaking another language. Van turns his head, his crimson eyes completely steady. He tells them that on the next run, they are finishing this boss fight. Spiky Hair starts screaming at him, asking if he is blind, because their magic literally cannot break through its hide. Van doesn't even flinch. He starts running coaching staff in the middle of a raid, telling Spiky Hair to mix sand and rocks into his wind magic. It won't be invisible anymore, but the physical weight will give it actual impact force. Then he looks at the sword kid, telling him to stop hacking like an amateur. If slashing fails, thrust the blade flat right between the ribs where the armor plates separate and concentrate all his magic into one single point. Spiky Hair drops his aggressive act, looking at Van with genuine confusion. He points out that Van isn't even badly hurt. If Van uses the two of them as bait, Van could easily escape on his own. He reminds Van that they literally tried to jump him 10 minutes ago, so why isn't Van taking his revenge? Van turns around, looking up at the sunlight filtering through the canopy. He explains that his goal isn't petty street fights. His goal is to win knighthood so his family and the Galda race are recognized as actual citizens of this kingdom. And if he wants to represent his people, he cannot start his journey by running away and abandoning kids from the same country. Spiky Hair sits there on the ground, remembering how he called Van subhuman earlier, and the shame hits him like a brick wall. The Hellsboar doesn't care about character development though. It locks its red eyes back on them and charges at full speed. Van turns around, eyes sharp, and shouts the command, "Fire." Spiky Hair doesn't hesitate this time. He steps up, chanting his new spell variant with everything he has got. Blade Dance. Black dust rending sky. He scoops up a massive cloud of sand, gravel, and heavy dirt, wrapping it inside a whirling vortex of wind magic and slamming it straight into the boar's face. The heavy grit shreds right past the mana field, blinding the monster's eyes and forcing it to slow down. Van smiles. The coaching worked perfectly. Its vision is completely blocked. Van glides low across the grass while the monster thrashes blindly in the dust cloud. Now it's his turn. He leaps straight onto the Hellsboar's back, locking his hands onto its shoulders. Quadruped anatomy has one major flaw that standard mages never learn in textbooks. A four-legged animal's shoulder blades are not attached directly to its spine like a human's are. That gives them speed in a straight line, but leaves their front body balance completely unstable against sudden rotational force. Van executes Harmony technique, rotation. Using the boar's own momentum against it, he twists its entire body sideways, slamming the multi-ton monster onto the ground with a massive shockwave. While the beast is pinned on its side, Van shouts the call-out, thrust right at the base of the front leg. That is where the heart sits. The Sorcerer Blade candidate leaps through the air with a battle cry, raising his glowing weapon above his head. He concentrates every drop of his remaining mana into the tip of his sword, aiming flat right between the rib plates. He drives the blade down with all his body weight, pushing past the bone barrier. Spiky Hair throws his fist in the air, yelling that they actually did it. Van's eyes narrow instantly. No, something is wrong. Inside the chest cavity, the blade passed through the rib gap, but it only grazed the outer muscle layer of the heart. The beast's massive heart twitches, pulsing with dark mana instead of stopping. The Hellsboar opens its jaws and unleashes a sound that rattles the entire forest. Destructive Roar. A special ability only high-rank Demon Fang beasts possess, a magic-infused sonic shockwave that detonates outward like an artillery shell. The sheer acoustic pressure shatters nearby trees and blows the noble candidates backward, leaving the Sword Kid bleeding from his palm and ears. The Sorcerer Blade Kid tries to stand up, but his internal organs are bruised from the vibration. He can't move a muscle while the boar turns its head right toward him. He stares into those glowing red eyes, realizing he is about to get crushed, and panics completely. Van dives right into the kill zone. Harmony technique? Spiral. He grabs the giant tusk, attempting to channel the charge momentum down into a spiral grid on the ground. The beast's rage is off the charts now. Van grinds his teeth as the force pushes him back. His 15-year-old body cannot redirect this much kinetic weight without tearing his own muscles apart. He starts asking himself if he has to unseal that power, the dark aura from his past life, just to survive this. He shouts for the Noble Kid to just run. The Noble Kid stumbles backward in terror, completely unable to help. The beast throws its head up, tossing Van straight into the air like a rag doll. Van hits the ground hard, skidding across the dirt as the boar prepares its final charge. The heavy impact leaves him coughing up blood, his body at its absolute physical limit. He gasps for air on the grass. Spiky Hair tries to crawl forward, screaming Van's name. Van raises a hand, shouting for him to stay back as the monster lines up its trampling run. The colossal boar closes the distance, tusks lowered to end it. Van drops his head. Shadow covers his eyes. He has no choice left. He opens his mouth, whispering the incantation to break his own mana limit. Sink. My heart. Release these chains. Dark crimson aura begins oozing out of his body like black smoke. Before he can trigger the dark transformation, a massive beam of holy light comes raining down from the sky. The laser blast slams directly into the Hellsboar, blasting the multi-ton monster backward and cratering the dirt. Van cuts off his dark energy in shock, looking back over his shoulder. He knows that magic signature. Out from the golden dust steps Prince Hines, wearing his pristine academy robes with a picture-perfect saintly expression. He casually says that was a close one. Both noble candidates drop to their knees in absolute awe, yelling out, "Prince Hines?" Spiky Hair stammers that it's way too dangerous here and begs the prince to evacuate to safety. Van sits on the ground, his eyes going pitch black with pure hatred. Hines hits them with the full royal PR speech, smiling gently and saying royalty's sacred duty is to protect those who strive to serve the kingdom. The two noble kids look like they just saw an actual angel descend from heaven, tears literally forming in their eyes. Van stares at Heinz, his internal monologue colder than ice. This is how Heinz always operated. He captures people's hearts with beautiful speeches, makes them worship him, and then sends them straight into the meat grinder. Heinz extends his hand toward Van and the nobles, putting on his fake hero persona, asking everyone to combine their strength to defeat this monster together. Van doesn't even let him finish the sentence. I refuse. The entire forest goes dead silent. The two noble kids look like their brains just short-circuited. Heinz's flawless smile twitches for half a second. Just now, what? Van stands up, dusting off his brown coat, looking down at the prince with absolute zero respect. I said I refuse! Van steps forward, his crimson eyes locking straight onto his former murderer. Your power isn't needed here! Spiky Hair starts panicking, screaming at Van that he is talking to a royal prince and needs to watch his mouth. Van turns around, throwing his hands out in a deadpan gesture. Yeah, we would have already defeated it if Yaoyu hadn't gotten in the way. The Sorcerer Blade Kid drops his jaw, while Spiky Hair literally turns into a rage caricature at the sheer disrespect. Heinz's fake polite mask is hanging on by a single thread now as he asks if Van really doesn't need his help. Behind them, the injured Hellsboar gets back on its feet, roaring and charging right at Van's back one last time. Van doesn't even bother looking back at Heinz. He turns toward the charging monster, dropping the hardest line of the entire exam. That's right. Just shut up and watch from there. Like royalty should. The ground vibrates as the fiery red boar turns around for another charge, throwing up heavy dirt and rock. Van gives the call out, keeping his tone calm and steady. The giant beast comes barreling straight down the clearing at full speed. The two noble kids are standing behind him, bruised, exhausted, and barely holding on to their weapons. Ralph grips his short sword with bloody hands, telling himself he just needs to land one clean hit. Van cuts him off immediately, telling him not to rush, because throwing his life away right now solves nothing. Falk gasps that he has got one last spell left in him too, and Van nods. That is more than enough. He tells both of them to hold their positions and wait specifically for his signal. In the back, Prince Heinz stands there watching with an amused little smirk, waiting to see how this peasant is going to fail. Van raises his voice, giving the command, and all three of them sprint forward together. Van leads the charge, staying low to the grass, 0 mana signature, closing the distance in a split second. He tells himself he panicked earlier, but this time he is going to beat this boss without unleashing his dark power. The boar swings its massive tusk upward with a heavy lifting strike, trying to catch Van off guard. Van flips over the tusk in midair, dodging the kinetic arc by a few inches. Having failed 3 straight charges, the monster gets cautious, switching its pattern to a hooked side thrust. Van grins. The opening is much smaller now, but it is enough for him to work with. The tusk cuts through the air right beside his head. Van weaves under the attack, using the monster's own body as a stepping stone. He drives a heavy kick straight into the bottom of its jaw, forcing its snout upward. Falk and Ralph stop dead in their tracks, completely stunned by what they are looking at. Prince Heinz's eyes narrow as he watches Van move. Heinz recognizes what is actually happening. That isn't just fast raw speed. Van is shifting his center of gravity without even pushing off the ground, completely eliminating all preparatory movements. It is a high-level footwork technique that only elite magic martial artists can execute after decades of training. Van keeps hammering the boar from every angle, flowing from one dodge into another without taking a single hit. He leaps high over its flaming back, landing right behind its head. Falk yells out that Van's speed is insane, but Heinz keeps analyzing the fight from the back. Heinz thinks to himself that a physical assault without mana is just a gentle massage to a high-ranked beast like this. In his mind, Van is still fighting a losing battle. Except, Van is smirking. This was the plan all along. His goal wasn't to kill it with physical hits. His goal was to annoy it so badly that it opens its jaws wide. Van catches the wind-up motion in the beast's throat. There it is, the preparatory movement for destructive roar. Van screams for the wind user to fire now. Falk doesn't waste a second, channeling every drop of his remaining magic into his spell, Zerwind Rending Sky. A brutal gust of wind packed with heavy sand and sharp gravel blasts straight into the boar's open mouth. The heavy grit shreds straight through the monster's throat and vocal cords, turning its sonic roar into a choking spray of blood and dust. Van drops from above, looking down at the defenseless beast. Well done. He positions his hands on both sides of the monster's head, focusing his physical force, crushing blow doppel twin. He slams both palms into the boar's skull at the exact same moment. The twin shockwaves hit from the left and right, penetrating straight through the thick bone plate into the center of its brain. Like two ripples on water merging together to create a massive wave, the converging impulse shatters the monster's internal head structure from within. The Hellsboar hits the dirt like a bag of rocks, its red flame defense completely dissolving into thin air. Van turns around with a relaxed smile, looking at Ralph. "You are up." Ralph lets out a battle cry, raising his enchanted short sword above his head with both hands. He swings the blade down with everything he has left. The sword cuts straight through the unprotected neck, finishing off the high-ranked beast once and for all. Ralph collapses onto his rear in the grass, breathing heavily, completely unable to believe they actually killed a Hellsboar. Van walks over to him through the clearing. Hines watches from the tree line, his eyes wide with genuine surprise. Van offers his bare hand to the noble on the ground. He asks if Ralph can move, offering a gentle pull. Ralph takes his hand and stands up, admitted he thought his internal organs were ruptured earlier. Van explains that destructive roar uses magic sound waves to mess with inner ear balance. It looks flashy, but next time, just covering your ears mitigates most of the damage. Ralph laughs weakly, saying he will file that away, though he hopes he never has to face another one of these things. Van turns back toward the grove. Now then. He pauses as he looks at the forest clearing. There are only 2 tiers of heaven flowers left growing in the dirt. Van remembers what the corrupt chief examiner said before the test about how large groups would run into flower shortages. He realizes there aren't enough flowers for everyone, and sunset is only a few minutes away. Falk and Ralph exchange a look, standing in front of the stems. Ralph crouches down and carefully picks both glowing blue flowers. He steps over to Prince Hines, bowing respectfully, and hands the first flower to the prince. Falk gets annoyed, asking why he is sucking up to someone who just stood around watching them fight. Ralph tells him it is basic noble etiquette to prioritize royalty. Then Ralph turns around and hands the second glowing flower straight to Van. Van stares at it in surprise, asking if he is sure. Falk turns his head away like a total tsundere, saying they just don't want to owe a Galda kid any favors. Falk scratches his cheek, adding that his name isn't Winduser. It is Falk. Ralph smiles, introducing himself as Ralph and telling Van to remember it. Van looks at both of them for a long beat. A genuine smile breaks on Van's face as he reaches out his hand, introducing himself properly as Van. Falk grumbles as he shakes Van's hand, saying if they fail the exam now, they won't ever see each other again anyway. Prince Hines steps forward with that sickeningly sweet smile, saying there is no need to worry about that. Hines kneels by the unbloomed plant stem, channeling his light magic into the leaves. Van watches closely as the divine energy surges. Light magic. The magic forces the dormant buds to rapidly bloom in a shower of glowing particles, and Hines hands the freshly opened flowers to Falk and Ralph like a generous deity. The 2 noble kids gasp in awe, thanking the prince profusely while Van stands in the shadow of the trees, completely unimpressed. Hines turns his head, giving Van a quick, icy glance beneath his warm smile. Van glares right back with cold crimson eyes. The sky turns deep orange as the sun begins to set over the canopy. Van turns toward the path, saying they need to move fast before time expires. Falk immediately yells at him for giving orders in front of royalty, but Hines laughs it off. As they walk down the trail, Hines casually opens his mouth. Van glances back over his shoulder. Hines asks Van why he was covering his footprints with dirt while he was walking earlier. Van keeps his voice flat, asking what about it. Hines steps up behind him, explaining that hiding the traces of your own footwork is a very specific technique known as the assassin's etiquette. Falk and Ralph freeze in their tracks, looking back at Van in total confusion. Hines' smile completely vanishes, replaced by a sharp, calculating stare. He asks if Van's muscle memory and zero-mana martial arts mean one thing. Van, could it be that you are an assassin? And just like that, the monster of Van's past life drops the ultimate question right as the exam ends. The orange sunset bleeds through the canopy as Prince Hines drops the heaviest accusation possible right at the end of the exam. Van stands completely still, keeping his expression unreadable. Hines stares him down with a razor-sharp glare, analyzing every micro-expression on Van's face. Inside Hines' head, the royal brain rot is running at full speed. He knows the king established control over conquered territories by taking foreign princesses as queens. Hines' mother was the 5th queen, but the first native noblewoman from their own kingdom, which means all his older half-siblings and their foreign royal mothers live in absolute terror that the king will pass them over and crown Hines instead. Hines assumes rival assassins are hiding around every single corner, and he thinks Van might be an agent sent by his family to end his life inside this forest. If Van is a plant from a rival prince, Hines is ready to strike him down right here. Van realizes his muscle memory messed up. He was so relaxed after killing the Hellsboar that his old assassin habits slipped out without thinking. He remembers he is technically a former assassin, but since explaining time travel sounds insane, he decides to pull out the ultimate weapon, playing completely dumb. Hines' eyes darken instantly as he asks if Van is seriously trying to play oblivious right now. Van gives him a cold smirk, saying if that's how the prince wants to interpret it, then fine by him. The air turns freezing cold as both of them prepare for a potential draw. Falk and Ralph stand in the back, sweating bullets without understanding why the vibe suddenly feels like a final boss encounter. Van takes a step forward. He closes the distance in a flash and casually slaps his hand down onto Prince Hines' shoulder. Van hits him with a deadpan grin, saying he was just kidding and telling the prince to stop making such a scary face. Falk and Ralph literally fade into the background from pure disbelief at the audacity of this guy touching royalty. Van claps his hands together like a kid apologizing for breaking a vase, saying his manners are bad because he grew up in the countryside, so cut him some slack. Hines stays completely still. He knows he deliberately left a physical opening just now, but Van didn't go for a strike. Van keeps sweating internally, telling himself to stay calm and control the conversation. Hines isn't backing off, asking once again where a peasant learned assassin footwork. He stares straight into Van's eyes, demanding an actual answer, so Van throws his sponsor straight under the bus. He says his recommender, Helene Steinartz, taught him to cover his tracks since hand-to-hand combat requires hiding your techniques. In his head, Van offers a quick apology to Helene for slander, but hey, it's convenient. Hines' eyes widen the second he hears the Steinartz name. Ralph speaks up, gasping that House Steinartz isn't just a random noble family. Van scratches his head, acting like he thought she was just some high and mighty lady, and Falk yells at him for being ignorant. Hines remembers Helene Steinartz, the Ice Flower Lady, ranked among the top 5 students at the entire academy in both scholarship and raw combat power. House Steinartz has served the kingdom for generations. There is zero chance a high noble house like that would help a rival prince orchestrate a royal assassination. Hines concludes that Helene probably just scouted Van to train him as a hand-to-hand guard for her own family. He gives a soft smile, admitting that if he found a martial arts talent like Van first, he might have sponsored him too. Van gives a flat thanks, relieved the lie landed. Hines turns his gaze toward the dirt. He realizes if there was a real assassination plot targeting him today, it wasn't Van, it was the high-rank Hellsboar demon beast released into a low-level test forest. He puts his hand over his chest with a dramatic bow, offering his heartfelt thanks to Van's party for saving his life. Falk and Ralph freak out, bowing backward and screaming that it's an absolute honor to serve His Highness. Van turns around, walking away while casually mentioning that he didn't fight that beast for the prince's sake anyway. Falk starts screaming at Van, pointing a finger and shouting that Van is going to get executed for treason if he keeps talking like that. Hines watches Van walk away, completely fascinated by a guy who refuses to bow down or ask for a reward. In Hines' eyes, Van is the most mysterious person he has ever met. Meanwhile, out at the forest exit, all the successful candidates are standing around waiting for the final tally. Noble kids are flexing their blue flowers to each other, acting like passing a basic test makes them gods. Other candidates are sobbing on the ground because they failed and have to go tell their strict noble dads the bad news. The corrupt chief examiner asks his proctor how many candidates are left inside the forest. The proctor checks the book and says 4, including Prince Hines, and the chief examiner starts sweating heavily. He knows he swapped the forest monsters so Prince Hines would easily win, but the Hellsboar he released to kill Van hasn't returned either. Suddenly, a student near the tree line points into the fog, yelling that someone is coming out. The chief examiner brightens up, assuming his royal golden boy is stepping out victorious. Out walks Van, looking totally fine, casually asking if everyone gathered at the gate just to greet him. The chief examiner's jaw literally hits the dirt in utter terror. Van walks through the threshold with the calmest look on his face, while the corrupt old man looks like he just saw a ghost rise from the dead. The purple-haired proctor greets Van warmly, asking if he is hurt, and the chief examiner stammers out asking why Van is still alive. Van tilts his head, dropping a deadpan question asking if it was bad for him to survive the exam. The examiner stumbles over his words, lying through his teeth that he is just impressed a magicless kid made it out alone. Van gives a thumbs up, pointing behind him and saying he definitely wasn't alone. Falk and Ralph come shuffling out of the fog, groaning as they drag a massive tied-up Hellsboar carcass behind them. The chief examiner screams in absolute horror, recognizing the exact high-ranked demon beast he personally unlocked from the vault. Falk drops the rope, explaining that this monster attacked them near the grove, so they drag the evidence back since it might have been an assassination attempt on royalty. The proctor stares at the head in utter disbelief, while the chief examiner's heart drops straight into his boots. A heavy silence falls over the entire crowd. The proctor turns his head, asking the chief examiner what he just mumbled under his breath, and the old man quickly recovers, praising them for beating the beast. Right on cue, Prince Hines steps out from the trees with a bubbly smile, calling it a magnificent battle. The chief examiner's eyes pop out of his head when he realizes the prince was in the forest with that monster. The proctor asks if His Highness fought the demon beast, and Hines waves it off, saying he just happened to be nearby. The chief examiner starts hyperventilating internally. If anyone finds out he released a high-rank beast demon that almost killed the 9th prince, he isn't just getting fired, he is getting executed. Hines steps up to him, tilting his head with a fake innocent look, asking why the examiner looks so pale and terrible. The old man bows frantically, praising the prince's greatness for surviving the encounter. He starts cheering "Long live the kingdom" at the top of his lungs, and Van and Falk stare at him like he belongs in an asylum. Hines turns to the crowd, raising his hand and giving full credit to Van's squad for slaying the beast. He points straight at Van, stating clearly that without this Galdaboy, everyone in that clearing might have died. The crowd of noble candidates gasps in shock, murmuring in disbelief that a Galda saved royalty. Ralph steps up, slinging an arm over Van's shoulder and telling the crowd that Van knows more about magic tactics than most mages. Falk grinds his teeth, but nods in agreement, admitting that they fought under Van's command the entire time. The chief examiner stands there paralyzed, unable to comprehend how a non-magical kid commanded noble heirs. Hines adds that since Van has the backing of House Steinarts, his skill makes complete sense. Van stays quiet, telling himself that even though Helene didn't actually teach him anything, he will gladly use her name to let the crowd accept that Galda can be capable. The purple-haired proctor walks up to Van, bowing his head deeply. He expresses his genuine gratitude to Van for protecting the prince as a subject of the kingdom. Van tells him to relax, because they didn't protect anyone the monster attacked, so they just hit it back. He hands his blue Tears of Heaven flower over to register his score. Falk, Ralph, and Prince Hines step up right behind him, holding their matching glowing stems. The proctor turns to the chief examiner, asking him to officially sign off on the passing candidates. The old man coughs nervously, holding his pen with trembling hands. He reads out the official passing list: Prince Heinz Ferrania, Falk Waltreich, Ralph Eisenbach, and he pauses, staring at Van with pure defeat before gritting his teeth and calls out the final name, Van Kruger. He officially announces that all 4 have passed the exam, and Falk and Ralph cheer in victory. Van looks up at the sunset with a calm expression. It's official. He is now an academy student. The proctor bows to Prince Hines, promising a full investigation into how a high-rank beast demon ended up in a low-level exam forest. Cut to the next day inside the massive cathedral hall of the Royal Magic Academy. The headmaster stands at the podium, delivering his grand speech to the newly admitted class. Falk, Ralph, and Hines stand in their immaculate blue uniforms, listening to the lecture on noble duty. Van stands right alongside them, wearing the official academy uniform, looking out over the crowd. In his past life, a magicless Galdaboy could never even dream of entering these gates. He tells himself this is step 1 to changing the entire world. He vows to keep walking this path until all discrimination against his people is erased from the kingdom. Up on the second-floor balcony, Helene Steinarts watches Van with a confident smile. She turns around, walking down the grand marble hallway toward a set of massive wooden doors. She pushes open the heavy doors, stepping into a high-ceilinged private chamber. Inside, the elite student council, the 5 brilliant crowns, are gathered around a massive round table. A pink-haired girl in twin tails, Karina Ludier, sword princess of 1,000 miles, smirks, mocking Helene for showing up late. A red-haired girl with sharp crimson eyes, Amelia Rodenwald, silver strategist, asks why they were summoned today. A cool guy in sunglasses, Arnulf Clavius, beauty, notes there is only one reason the 5 of them gather. At the head of the table sits 8th Prince Onus Ferrania, grinning arrogantly as he states the topic, dealing with the foreign substance. Helene keeps her face deadpan as she hears the term. Onus points out that an unprecedented event just happened at their prestigious academy. For the first time since its founding, the Royal Magic Academy accepted a non-magical Galda student. Karina laughs mockingly, saying the school will start admitting wild monsters next, while Onus calls a non-magic user entering their ranks a grave insult to nobility. Onus leans forward, his green eyes narrowing with pure elitist disgust. He states that the person who personally recommended this Galda peasant sits right at this table. He demands a full explanation for this outrage, locking his eyes straight onto Helene Steinart's. And just as Van secures his spot, the highest political council in the academy officially declares war on his existence. The Royal Magic Academy gathers the elite heirs of the kingdom, which means ego clashes and illegal campus duels happen constantly. To keep order among these entitled noble kids, a student-led governing council was formed years ago. The 5 Brilliant Crowns. 5 students standing at the absolute top of the school hierarchy. At the round table, 8th Prince Onus slams his hand down, asking what House Steinart's was thinking sponsoring a non-magical Galda peasant. Helene Steinart stays deadpan, simply stating she acknowledged Van's strength. Pink-haired Karina mocks the idea, claiming non-magical Galdas are cursed by God and possess zero real power. Red-haired Amelia agrees, stepping into the debate. She points out that the Academy trains the kingdom's sword and shield, so a magicless commoner has no place here. Onus smirks, shouting that God doesn't exist for people without mana, calling it basic common sense. Helene chuckles softly, calling common sense a convenient excuse. She notes it's just a stock phrase lazy people use to justify outdated discrimination without thinking. Onus glares at her, his ego thoroughly bruised. The cool guy with sunglasses, Arnulf, speaks up from his chair, proposing a simple solution. Why not just test this Van Kruger directly to see if his power is real? Onus grins, calling it a great idea and asking if Helene accepts the wager. He adds that if Van fails the test, Helene's credibility and position as sponsor will be destroyed. Helene crosses her arms, telling them she doesn't care who they send. She warns them that if they don't want to embarrass themselves on campus, they better not underestimate Van. Karina stands up with a sadistic grin, asking if she gets to be the one to crush the new kid. Onus tells her to go all out. As Karina leaves the chamber, Helene looks over her shoulder. She asks Karina if the new Galda boy caught her interest. Karina glares back, saying she just wants to snap Helene's favorite pet and humiliate her arrogance along with him. Cut to 1 week later inside the main academy building. Students are walking through the marble corridors, gossiping about classes and upcoming exam rankings. Van walks down the hallway in his sharp blue student uniform, noting internally that his first week has been surprisingly quiet. Well, except for a few classist comments here and there, but nothing he couldn't handle. Inside a massive lecture hall, a snobby old professor stands at the podium. He adjusts his glasses, glaring directly at Van with pure condescension. He calls out Van's name, asking him to stand up and explain the 4-element theory in magic. Van sits in his desk without saying a word. Ralph and Falk whisper in the back, panicking because that question is way beyond elementary-level theory. The professor snickers, mockingly saying he shouldn't expect much since Galdas can barely read anyway. Van stands up calmly, breaking down the theory word for word. It is a formula used to stabilize the 4 basic factors: flow, density, resonance, and fixation. It prevents stagnation and backflow of mana, serving as the foundational blueprint for all modern magic incantations. Van smirks with a polite closed-eye smile, asking if the professor wants a more detailed graduate-level breakdown. The professor stammers, telling him to sit down immediately. Since that academic flex, the open harassment in class has completely stopped. Ralph slaps Van on the back in the hallway with a huge smile. He tells Van to drop the serious face and head over to the cafeteria for lunch. Van grins, thanking Ralph and Falk for helping him settle into campus life. Ralph gets confused, asking what Van is talking about. Van just waves it off, telling him to lead the way to the food court. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoes down the corridor. "Hold it right there, first year!" Van turns his head around flatly. A freckled purple-haired upperclassman steps out, glaring at Van for daring to walk right past her without bowing. Ralph bows nervously, apologizing, while Van just gives a dry, "My bad." In a split second, the upperclassman draws a steel practice blade, pressing the cold tip directly against Van's throat. Ralph screams in horror, asking what she is doing. She smirks maliciously, telling Van that commoners kneel before nobles, and since he is a Galda, proper etiquette is pressing his forehead into the floor. Van looks at the blade on his neck, keeping his voice dead calm, stating there is no reason to go that far since they are all just students here. She presses the steel harder, asking if he understands his place as subhuman livestock. Ralph steps forward, shouting that taking out a weapon on a freshman is going way too far. She tells them to obey their status if they want a peaceful school life. Van tilts his head back slightly. Basic respect between upperclassmen is fine, but when someone tries to force him with power, he feels like doing the exact opposite. He grabs the blade with his bare fingers. The senior panics, trying to pull her sword back before he disarms her. Van twists the blade, pushing the kinetic force right back toward her. Her stance breaks, and by reflex, she grips the handle tighter to compensate. Her own body weight comes slamming down on the thin steel blade as Van applies the blade break technique. The metal reaches its stress limit and shatters into pieces with a loud snap. The senior stares at her broken hilt in complete shock. Van tosses the broken metal onto the floor, deadpanning that handing an assassin a cheap zinc practice sword without magic enrichment is basically asking to get it snapped. She stammers, backing away, making excuses that real blades aren't allowed on campus unless you are one of the 5 brilliant crowns. Van's eyes narrow instantly. 5 brilliant crowns? The senior turns around, backing toward the shadows. A sweet, terrifying voice echoes from the balcony above. I see, so you do have some fangs. Ralph looks up, gasping out the name, Lady Karina. Van looks up at the balcony, his heart dropping into his stomach. Standing up there with a pink twin-tail hairstyle and a red real katana is the sword princess herself, Karina Luthier. Ralph stammers out her terrifying reputation, Blood Edge Karina, the demon swordswoman who reaped thousands of lives on the battlefield. Van stares at her in absolute shock, asking himself what a monster like her is doing inside a student academy. Flashback memories from Van's past life flood his mind. Burning castles, slaughtered knights, and blood-soaked battlefields. In his past timeline, a militant faction of the Purification sect called the Circle of White Annihilation led massive bloody rebellions across the kingdom. And the most feared warrior among them was Karina of the Blood Edge, a demon swordswoman who mastered every lethal blade style and killed countless legendary heroes. The kingdom lost thousands of knights trying to suppress her rebellion. She was an absolute nightmare who swung a crimson blade without a shred of human mercy. Van remembers seeing her once on the battlefield 10 years ago. He realizes with absolute clarity that this pink-haired girl standing in front of him is the kingdom's ultimate future enemy. Karina steps down the stairs, smirking as she adds another crime to Van's list. Van stays quiet, keeping his eyes locked on her. She rests her hand on her hip, mocking him for glaring at an upperclassman without bowing. Van gives a sarcastic bow, saying he is sorry, but honestly, she didn't look like an upperclassman at all. Karina's eye twitches in pure rage. Ralph grabs Van's sleeve, screaming for him to stop because she enrolled at age 13 and is a genuine monster. Van asks what the 5 crowns are, and Ralph panics, explaining they are the top 5 strongest students governing the entire school. He begs Van to apologize to Karina senpai immediately. Van deadpans a weak wow without a single drop of real emotion. Karina smirks, thanking Ralph for the intro. Van calculates the political situation in his head. Karina's high noble family must have covered up her status after she turned rebel in the future. His assassin brain starts running scenario simulations. If he kills her right now in this hallway, he can stop the future rebellion before it even begins. That would prevent the entire succession war and destroy Prince Heinz's shot at the throne 10 years early. He stops himself, realizing doing it in an open hallway is suicidal. Karina's smile turns cold. She notes that thinking about something else while standing in front of her is the ultimate insult. Van takes a half step back, shifting his weight. Karina grips the hilt of her red katana, reminding him that as a 5 Crown member, she has special permission to carry a lethal weapon on campus. Van's eyes go sharp as he recognizes her stance. Saber surprise draw. Her signature Iaijutsu quick draw technique that slashes victims before they even see the blade move. Ralph screams for Van to bow and beg for forgiveness. Van shoves Ralph behind him, telling him to stand back. Van drops his hips, raising his fingers into an anti-mage counter stance, stating there is something he needs to test. Karina looks down at him, calling him a fool. The entire corridor turns into a blur of motion. The freckled upperclassman watches from the side with a smirk. Ralph covers his face, expecting Van to get sliced in half. In a fraction of a second, Karina's blade flashes through the air. Van barely dodges back, but the sheer wind pressure slashes his uniform shoulder, drawing a spray of blood. Van skids back on his knee, holding his shoulder as Ralph screams his name. Karina suddenly stops her follow-up attack, slowly sliding her katana back into its sheath. She announces she will pause his punishment for today and settle this another time. She smirks down at Van, saying it would be a total waste to finish an interesting guy in an instant. Van sits on his knee, holding his collar, watching her walk away. As Karina and the freckled senior walk down the empty marble hallway, the senior asks why Lady Karina spared a filthy Galda. Karina suddenly stumbles, slumping hard against the wall with a gasp of pain. The senior panics, dropping to her knees, asking what happened. Karina opens her collar with trembling hands, revealing a massive, pitch-black internal shockwave mark right over her heart. The senior screams in absolute horror. Before Karina even landed her slash, Van traded blows in a split second and struck her heart with a point-blank internal organ shockwave. So Karina is standing in the hallway clutching her chest, and her attendant is frantically scrolling through martial arts text trying to figure out what just happened. Because on paper, Karina is one of the 5 crowns. She is supposed to be untouchable. Her friend asks if it was at least a mutual tie, a double KO. Karina looks up, and the answer is an immediate no. In her mind, she replays the entire exchange frame by frame. She stepped in aiming straight for his neck, expecting him to dodge or block like everyone else does. Instead, our guy stepped directly into her attack vector without a single second of hesitation, forcing her to lean back reflexively just to keep her own head attached, which threw off her sword's trajectory completely, leaving her wide open for a bare-knuckle shockwave straight to the chest. She recognizes it immediately. That is the combined strike principle, an elite martial arts technique that turns defense and offense into one continuous motion. Her friend, missing the context entirely, tries to cope by saying, "Hey, you're the one still standing, so technically you won." Karina lets her have the cope, but internally, she knows the truth. That pressure strike was excruciating, but it wasn't lethal. Van intentionally altered his strike at the last millisecond to subdue her without causing permanent damage. If this had been real combat, she would be a corpse on the floor right now. She pulls herself up, pride bruised way worse than her chest, and swears that next time she is bringing a blade sharp enough to break his fangs. Classic rival behavior. Meanwhile, down the hall, Van is walking back with Ralph and Falk like he didn't just casually check an S-rank swordswoman. Ralph slaps an arm around his shoulder, practically begging for an explanation because their nerves are completely fried. Van is playing it all back in his head. Karina talked big and drew a real weapon, but her mana wasn't laced with killing intent. She held back her signature magic entirely. So Van turns to Ralph and casually says, "You know, under all that aggression, she's actually pretty nice." Ralph and Falk stop dead in their tracks, looking at him like he just lost his last 2 brain cells. Ralph literally grabs him and starts dragging him toward the nurse's office, convinced he took a sword pommel to the skull. Cut to the next morning. Van slides open the classroom door, and the atmosphere instantly turns ice cold. Every student in the room is staring at him from behind their desks. He walks over to his seat, pretending not to notice, while the whispers start up. "Did you hear? He picked a fight with one of the 5 crowns. A purge is coming. That Galda is dead." Before the gossip can build momentum, Falk walks over and tells him not to listen to those weather-vane side characters. Ralph jumps in too, offering to have his own father mediate with House Ludier so Van doesn't get expelled or assassinated. Van leans back with a small smile. "You guys really are busybodies. Hard to believe this is the same guy who tried to jump me in the forest." They immediately get defensive, but Van's tone shifts. He appreciates the backup, but he is settling things with Karina himself. Because in his past life, Karina became the Blood Edge, a monster who slaughtered thousands in a war that consumed the kingdom. If he wants to stop that tragedy from happening again, he has to deal with her now, while she is still human. Right on cue, the classroom door opens, and a voice cuts through the room. "Van Kruger, may I have a moment?" Standing in the doorway is a long, dark-haired beauty with emerald green eyes. The entire room goes dead silent. You could drop a pin and it would sound like a flashbang. Van doesn't even stand up. He just looks over his shoulder and goes, "What is it? Class starts soon." Ralph looks like he is about to have a heart attack right there on the floor. This is Helene Steinartz, the Ice Flower Lady, one of the 5 brilliant crowns and basically campus royalty. She asks him to follow her and Van stands up without a second thought. The rest of the class can only gape as the non-magical commoner walks out side by side with an elite noble. She leads him to a quiet outdoor pavilion surrounded by blue magic butterflies. Very peaceful, very cinematic. Then she sits down, smiles, and drops the news as one of the 5 crowns. She was officially assigned to test Van's abilities. Van gives her a deadpan look. "You probably should have mentioned that before I got jumped in a hallway." Helene laughs it off sheepishly, admitting she didn't expect Karina to move so fast. Van brings up Karina's name and Helene's smile fades. She explains that Karina isn't just any noble, she is set to inherit House Luthier, the absolute peak of martial nobility. Van rests his chin on his hand. Her skill was real, sure, but something about her felt off. She didn't look like a blessed genius, Van says. It looked like someone who threw away everything in her life except her sword. Helene's eyes widen slightly. Van hit the nail right on the head. She reveals Karina's past. Karina wasn't born legitimate, she was an unwanted child from a side branch, until she turned 10 years old. During a casual practice match, she picked up a wooden sword and completely dismantled her 17-year-old brother, the chosen heir. The family immediately replaced the brother with Karina, but they didn't love her. They treated her like a living weapon, surrounding her with jealousy, hatred, and total isolation. Van asks how Helene knows so much about family drama from a rival house. Helene looks down, her voice dropping into a quieter register. Years ago, before the academy, she saw little Karina at a high society evening gala. While all the other noble children were playing, Karina stood alone in the dark near the balcony, staring at her father's back with eyes that looked completely empty. Van asks why she didn't just walk over and talk to her. Helene sighs. In noble society, reaching out to an abused child from another major house is seen as political interference. She was trapped by high society rules, and that failure stayed with her. She watched Karina grow darker every year, unable to intervene. Van looks at her directly. What would you do if she completely lost her way? I'd want to stop her, Helene says softly. I looked away from her back then. I don't want to look away again. Van leans back in his chair, putting the pieces together. In his past life, Helene was an elite archmage, but she never became a legendary hero. Her name was wiped from history. Now he understands why. When Karina eventually snapped and became the Blood Edge, Helene tried to stop her alone, and died on Karina's blade in total obscurity. Helene snaps out of her thoughts and warns Van not to get soft just because he knows her backstory. Karina's talent is lethal. Van just grins. Hearing that story actually made me way more motivated. Helene blinks, confused, as Van looks her straight in the eye. That regret you've been carrying? I'm going to smash it to pieces. Because in his past timeline, nobody could stop the Blood Edge. But this time, Van is here. He will break Karina's obsession and rewrite both their fates. Helene stares at him, completely caught off guard by the sheer confidence coming from a 15-year-old. She smiles, a genuine one this time. Those are nice words. Maybe that's what I wanted to hear all along. Then she asks if he actually has a tactical counter against Karina's swordplay. Van's smile turns dangerously competitive. Of course I do. Which is why you're helping me practice after class. Cut to later that afternoon in the woods near campus. Falk and Ralph are creeping through the bushes like absolute creeps. Ralph is whispering about how Van sneaked off with the Ice Flower Lady right after the bell rang, and Falk is trying to justify peeping as protecting their friend. They push past a tree line and freeze. The temperature in the clearing drops 30 degrees in a single second. A localized blizzard erupts out of nowhere, blowing Falk and Ralph flat onto their backs. Floating in the air above them is Helene, eyes glowing with blue magic power and a wild, terrifying combat smile. Where do you think you're looking? She calls out, launching her high-tier spell, Ice Garden's Thousand Thorns. A literal avalanche of razor-sharp ice spears rains straight down on the clearing. Falk and Ralph scream like side characters in a horror movie. Before the ice can impale them, Van steps right into the kill zone, raising an open palm lanced with physical force, and shatters the entire ice storm with a single bare-handed shockwave. Falk and Ralph sit in the crater, completely speechless, covered in glowing ice dust. Van glances back over his shoulder with a smirk and beckons with his finger. Perfect timing, boys. You're up next. Jump in and try to hit me. Heavy footsteps echo down the stone corridor. 8th Prince Onus walks up to Karina, asking when she plans to deal with that Galda commoner. Karina doesn't even look at him. She just says very soon, because her requested delivery from House Luthier has finally arrived. Right on cue, her purple-haired attendant comes shuffling down the hallway, lugging a massive wooden chest wrapped in heavy iron chains, sweating under the sheer weight of it. Karina tells her to take it straight to her room and handle it with care. Onus takes one look at the iron-bound wood and his eyes go wide. He recognizes those seals from family rumors. He asks if bringing out something like that isn't complete overkill for a non-magical Galda. Karina just stares back with cold eyes. A bare blade isn't enough for him. Onus smirks. If she wants to make a public statement, there is no better stage than what comes next. Cut to the Central Academy courtyard. A formal proclamation is pinned to the notice board. Karina Luthier, member of the Five Crowns, officially challenges first-year student Van Kruger to a duel for disturbing public order. The venue is the White Ring Arena, a massive stone coliseum built specifically for high-stakes trials and official student duels. Down on the sand, Van is stretching his arms like he just woke up from a 5-minute nap. The bleachers around him are completely packed with students, faculty, and nobles. Ralph looks around at the crowd, wiping sweat off his forehead because the atmosphere in the stadium feels like a funeral. He asks why everyone is acting so tense, and Helene, sitting right beside them, lays it out plain and simple. Nobody up there thinks this is a duel. To the noble class, a fight between a 5 crown and a Galda is just a public execution. Falk grins from his seat. Common sense might say that, but he knows Van better than anyone in those stands. Helene glances up toward the top balcony, noticing that someone else seems to share that exact thought. Standing on the high pillar is Ninth Prince Hines, looking down at the arena with calm blue eyes. Down in the VIP box, Onus notices his younger brother watching. He scowls, wondering why Hines bothered to show his face at a low-level disciplinary match. The two princes lock eyes across the open stadium. Hines offers a polite, closed-eye smile, which only makes Onus grit his teeth in frustration. The arena gates drop with a heavy impact. The audience goes completely quiet as cold wind sweeps across the floor tiles. Karina steps out from the shadows, dragging heavy iron chains behind her. Scraping against the stone is a massive, ancient coffin bound in iron bands. Helene stands up in disbelief. She actually brought that out for a student match. The dark-stained wood comes to a halt, right in the center of the ring. Van's eyes widen slightly when he sees the size of it. Karina whips the thick chain over her shoulder with a single motion, slamming the massive wooden coffin vertically into the stone floor right beside her. Van tries to lighten the mood. "My coffin, huh? Pretty thoughtful of you." Karina deadpans right back. "Drop the jokes. This box is far too good for someone like him." She taps the iron lock, and the front of the coffin bursts open, radiating bright pink magic as rows of glowing sword hilts spill out. Helene explains from the bleachers, it's the sword coffin, a legendary portable armory passed down by House Luthier's sword saints. Karina reaches straight into the pink light, drawing out a massive longsword, promising to make him regret that a Galda ever set foot in the academy. Van smirks right back, telling her not to be the one crying when he breaks her precious heirloom to pieces. "So, how do we get the signal to start?" Karina's eyes narrow. "It already started." She blurs across the arena floor before the sentence even finishes. Karina drops from above, bringing the heavy longsword down in a clean vertical arc. Van initiates Phantom Step, sliding beneath her line of sight without his feet ever leaving the ground. He glides directly inside her guard like a ghost. He drives a bare-handed strike straight at her chin, forcing her to block with her sword guard at the last second. Karina's eyes widen in sheer shock at his acceleration. Steel meets bare fist as the impact shockwave cracks the floor tiles beneath them. The crowd loses their minds. Did a Galda just use instant movement magic? Falk shouts at them to shut up. That's pure physical footwork. Helene names the technique, Phantom Step. Here is how it actually works. When a normal person sprints, they push off the ground, creating a telegraphed winding up motion. Van shifts his center of gravity forward using pelvic rotation force, sliding across the floor without a single preparatory signal. Ralph and Falk look at each other, completely lost despite the textbook breakdown. Helene adds that from Karina's perspective, it feels like fighting someone who can teleport. She remembers seeing the exact same terrifying footwork back in the Galda forest. Falk cheers, assuming Van holds the advantage now that he closed the distance. At that range, a longsword is too long to swing properly. The trajectory of Karina's blade shifts instantly in midair. She slides her offhand up the steel, catching the blade mid-shaft to stop Van's follow-up strike dead cold. Her eyes stay completely steady. She slashes at point-blank range, carving a sharp silver arc through the air. Blood sprays as the tip nicks Van's forearm through his blue uniform. Van leaps backward, resetting his stance on the stone floor. Karina smiles mockingly. Did he really think staying close would save him from a sword? Van wipes the blood off his sleeve, his crimson eyes locking onto hers with a wicked smirk. Now we're talking. Ralph recognizes the form from high-level combat texts, half-swording. Longswords have an unsharpened section near the hilt called the ricasso. By gripping it with one hand, a swordsperson turns a massive longsword into a nimble dagger for close-quarters grappling. Falk notes that it's a practical battlefield technique, not something a noble lady usually practices. Helene shakes her head. Against any other opponent, it's brilliant. Against Van, it's a terrible mistake. Karina lunges forward with a point-blank thrust. Van steps directly inside the strike again, driving an open-palm shockwave straight into her sword ricasso. The kinetic impact explodes against her guard, sending a massive shockwave across the entire arena floor. Karina's teeth chatter as the vibration travels straight up her arms, throwing her off balance. Van doesn't pause for a single second, driving a relentless barrage of physical strikes straight into her defensive posture. Up in the VIP box, Prince Onus watches her get pushed back step by step. He explains that attacks without magic power produce 0 mana signatures, making them impossible for magic sensors to predict. So what? Onus scoffs. Pure physical force can't break through a high-tier noble's magic barrier anyway. Karina flares her dark pink mana, wrapping her entire body in a dense, glowing magic aura. She grits her teeth. There is no way raw physical hits can breach a mana defense. Suddenly, her vision distorts completely. The internal shockwave ignores her outer magic shield, traveling directly through her skull to scramble her brainstem. She staggers back, clutching her head in sudden, blinding pain. Van stands over her, smirking down with pure disrespect. Who knows? Maybe your magic concentration is sloppy? Karina glares up through her pink bangs, her eyes burning with pure, murderous rage. So Karina is standing there, holding her head like she just caught a catastrophic migraine, and Van gives her the driest smirk on the planet, asking if her mana control is getting sloppy. Here is the trick. Van didn't even need to touch her skin. He used Kudo, a wind pressure palm strike that sends a concentrated kinetic shockwave straight into the inner ear, completely scrambling her balance. The entire arena erupts into confused whispers. Side characters in the stands are rubbing their eyes because a 5 crown is literally staggering backward against a non-magical commoner. Up in the VIP box, 8th Prince Onus loses his mind, screaming at her to stop embarrassing the nobility. Meanwhile, Karina is bent over, grinding her teeth in pure humiliation. Van lowers into his frame, looking down at her like a final boss. "Shall we end this soon?" Her attendant screams from the sidelines as Van explodes forward across the stone floor tiles. Karina looks up, her purple eyes flashing with pure, unadulterated rage, a manic grin spreading across her face. A massive pink magic circle ignites above the arena, lancing a column of raw energy straight into the sky. Himmelster's Heavenfall Blade. She brings the heavy broadsword down with divine force, shattering the floor into a literal crater as Van barely leaps clear. Debris flies into the bleachers and the crowd panics, thinking someone just dropped an artillery shell into the ring. Van checks his arms as he lands in a crouch. Just swinging a magic-infused sword created a shockwave that rattled his ribs without even connecting. The broadsword in Karina's hand completely shatters from the pressure, proving why generations of luthier sword saints needed a whole coffin full of backup blades. The iron chains on the wooden box rattle violently as the magic crest inside flares back to life. Karina reaches into the pink light and pulls out a fresh blade like it's nothing. As you can see, normal steel can't handle my output. That's the downside. Van just sighs, so she's been holding back this whole time. Onus smirks from his seat, confident again. Anyone taking a direct hit from that move gets reduced to literal dust. Van sits back on his heel, looking at the broken metal on the floor. You really should treat your weapons better. Karina's eyes cold lock onto his chest. I will, right after I end this with the next strike. She raises the new blade high above her head, pink lightning crackling across the air. The students in the front row start backing away in actual terror, realizing she isn't trying to discipline him anymore, she is trying to turn him into a stain on the wall. Ralph grabs the stone railing, panicking because if that lands, Van is dead. Falk tries to keep his composure, shouting at him to calm down. Falk rationalizes that as long as Van uses Phantom Step to dodge, he can stay outside her hitbox. Helene cuts him off from the seat behind them. We'll see. His strikes are landing, sure, but he doesn't have the raw power to put Karina down in one hit. Meanwhile, her Heavenfall blade can delete him instantly, which means Karina can deliberately tank Van's physical strikes just to drop Heavenfall blade point blank. At that distance, the shockwave alone will kill a guy with 0 magic armor. Ralph sweats profusely. Then what is he going to do? Karina looks down her nose at Van, offering him one last exit. Accept the status befitting your birth. Do that, and I'll spare your life. Van stands up straight, dusting off his uniform. You're really obsessed, aren't you, with that statuses of yours? Karina lifts her chin proudly. Naturally. Magical power is determined by bloodline. That is the fundamental order of this kingdom. Van lets out a dry, hollow chuckle. Ha! A textbook, noble answer. He steps directly into her pressure zone, his red eyes locking onto her soul. But tell me, do you really think acting like a noble makes you a real one? Karina's face twitches, her proud smile instantly vanishing. What did you say? Van drops the emotional damage nuclear bomb right in front of the entire arena. I know the truth. You're half commoner, aren't you? That's why you're trying so hard to act like the ultimate noble swordswoman, just so your dear father will finally acknowledge you exist, right? Karina's vision goes pitch black as her deepest, most painful memory gets dragged into the light, standing alone in a cold hallway while her family treated her like an illegitimate dirty secret. A terrifying, blood-red magic aura explodes around her as she unloads a scream of absolute, unhinged fury. Ralph and Falk stumble back in their seats, completely clueless about what Van just exposed. Helene leans forward, her green eyes wide with sudden realization. She gets it now. Van is intentionally provoking her, forcing her past her pride so she drops her noble restraint and hits him with everything she has. Ralph screams in confusion. Why would anyone in their right mind intentionally enrage an S-rank swordswoman? Falk's eyes go wide as it clicks in his head. He's planning to use that move. In Karina's mind, the dark memory echoes. She was always the foreign substance, the unwanted half-commoner forced into a world that hated her. She stares down at Van, remembering how she looked at him from her balcony when he first entered the academy. She felt genuine sympathy for him because he was an outsider, just like her. That's why she volunteered for this test. She actually planned to go easy on him and let him pass without taking a life. But you don't appreciate that kinness! If you dare insult ME, then comb! She winds up her broken broadsword, channeling her absolute maximum magic into the blade. I'll kill you as you wish! Van charges straight into her kill zone without dropping his pace. Yeah, here I come. He launches off the cracked floor tiles right as she swings. Heavenfall blade descends like a pink meteor, threatening to cut the entire arena in half. Karina's eyes shrink to tiny dots as she sees what Van is doing. Van reaches up with 2 bare hands and catches the descending ultimate move right between his open palms. The bleachers erupt into absolute chaos. Impossible! You can't stop a falling broadsword with bare hands! Here is the physics breakdown. Catching a sword mid-swing is suicide. What Van actually did was match his hands to the exact relative speed of her descending blade, applying friction breaking the precise millisecond his skin made contact, dispersing and absorbing the kinetic energy straight into the air before the swing could complete. This is Stillgriff, Zero-style grasp. The exact same barehanded kinetic redirection he used to shatter Helene's ice spears. Heavenfall Blade is an insane move, but its absurd downward momentum is the exact thing Van used to neutralize it. Van twists his hips, ripping the broadsword straight out of her grip and throwing it behind him like literal trash. Karina gasps, her guard completely broken. Van pulls back his right hand, driving an open palm straight into her sternum. Crushing blow. An internal shockwave detonates inside her torso, blowing her backward across the stone ring. Karina crashes hard into the base of her sword coffin, stone debris raining down on her shoulders. The dust clears, leaving the entire stadium in stunned, uncomfortable silence. Karina drops to one knee, clutching her ribs as blood leaks from the corner of her mouth. The noble students are pale as ghosts. The sword princess of House Ludier was just brought to her knees by a non-magical Galda. Onus slams his fist against the balcony, his jaw clenched in pure rage, while Karina's attendant looks like she's about to cry. Falk and Ralph stand up on their seats, screaming at Van to press the attack and finish the match right now. Van doesn't move an inch. He just stands there, hands loose at his sides, watching her calmly. Karina looks up through her messy pink bangs, coughing. Why aren't you finishing me off? She forces herself back onto her feet, shaking with rage. Don't tell me you're showing mercy to a noble? Van looks at her with deadpan disrespect. No, I just have no interest in bullying some half-baked noble lady. Karina freezes. Van extends an open hand toward her. You haven't shown me everything yet, have you? Come on, show me the real Karina. Karina wipes the blood from her lip, a dark, genuine smile breaking across her face. Such presumptuous words. A deep crimson magic circle ignites deep inside the dark wooden coffin. Onus's eyes go wide. She drew that. This is my first time seeing the real thing. Ralph and Falk start sweating as the air pressure in the arena triples. Are you serious? That weapon is... Helen names it from her seat. House Ludier's ultimate heirloom. Sternkreis, the Star Ring Sword. Karina draws a ultra-thin, hyper-flexible spring sword forged from special magic metal, snapping it through the air like a lethal steel whip. Van's crimson eyes narrow. He remembers this weapon from his previous life. The Massacre Sword. Bloodchain. The weapon that slaughtered thousands in the future war. Karina smiles with terrifying intent, holding the flexible blade at her side. Then I'll show you what I sacrificed just to stand here. Van adjusts his stance, his expression completely serious now. Yeah, I'll witness every bit of it. Karina raises the flexible spring sword, pink magic aura swirling around her like a storm. This is my full power. If you think you can withstand it, then try. She snaps her wrist, and the steel whip accelerates into a localized pink hurricane. Falk and Ralph clutch their heads in the bleachers, screaming, "What the hell is that? Is that even swordsmanship?" Helene breaks down the technique from her seat. National magic art, Circle Requiem, an ultimate domain art passed down through House Ludier that drives the flexible blade tip to supersonic speeds. Van stands right at the edge of the kill zone, his crimson eyes completely steady. Helene explains that the dance of the circle spares nothing. Fire, lightning, physical armor, it shreds everything inside its range equally. Karina's voice echoes through the red light. Soon this domain will expand to cover the whole arena. If you want to admit defeat and run, I'll allow it. But if you stay, there won't even be bones left. Van smirks. No need to bother expanding it. He takes a step directly into the red storm. I'll come to you instead. A supersonic whip slash slams into the floor right in front of his boots, shattering the stone. Van's internal radar clicks. It's fast. He closes his eyes for a fraction of a second, tuning out the noise, and opens them. But not completely invisible. The entire red hurricane slows down around him like he just hit a pause button. Here is what's actually happening. Tachypsychia. A natural survival mechanism where the brain's processing speed massively spikes under extreme danger. It's bullet time perception. Normal people only experience it during fatal car crashes by sheer accident. Van trained his mind to manual trigger bullet time whenever he wants. Let's go! He glides forward into the domain, moving between the red slash lines like a ghost. He raises his open hands, slaps his bare wrists against the steel whip, and redirects the momentum. 8th Prince Onus stands up in shock. He deflected it. He's parrying only the sword tip? Van breaks down the physics. A spring sword's center of gravity is always concentrated at the very tip of the blade. Don't get confused by the wavy trajectory. All you have to do is hit the exact tip down and the entire whip collapses. Karina's eyes shrink in shock as he keeps closing the distance. I see... You're a monster too! Van takes a shallow cut across his arm, pushing right through it. No, I've just worked harder than most! Same as YOU! Karina's jaw drops. WHATDID YOU S-way. Van calls her out directly. A spring sword chooses its wielder. If you lack complete mastery, the whip will slice your own arms off. Noble bloodline alone isn't enough to control a weapon like that. Just how many years did you pour into mastering that single blade? Karina freezes mid-swing, those words hitting her right in her soul. Her mind drifts backward into her childhood memories. She never even stopped to count the years. She remembers sitting in the sunny garden as a little girl. Once, just once, her father held her hands and showed her how to grip a sword. It was probably just a random whim to him, but to little Karina, that was the only moment she ever felt a real bond with her father. And after that day, it never happened again. Her father was busy with state affairs and had zero time for an illegitimate bastard daughter. So little Karina made a silent vow behind the mansion walls she would perfect her swordplay. If she became stronger than anyone else, surely her father, surely her family would finally acknowledge her existence. She spent every single day in hellish isolation, swinging wooden swords until her hands bled onto the dirt. And then, she became too strong. At age 10, she beat the chosen family heir in a public match. The scornful stares disappeared overnight. But things didn't get better. Instead of love, she was met with constant fear, jealousy, and hatred from her own relatives. When she looked at her father, the warmth in his eyes was completely gone, replaced by cold calculation. He made her the official heir just to keep peace in the house and console his wife, turning his back on Karina completely. That was the moment she realized she had nothing left in this world except her sword. She sat on the cold family throne, deciding that if no one loved her, her power would leave them no choice but to bow down. Strength was the only language her house understood. Back in the arena, present Karina unloads a desperate scream. And YOU. Whack cold YOU possibly now about fat. She lashes the spring sword with everything she has, carving sharp bloody lines across Van's cheek and shoulders. Blood sprays across the air, but Van's boots don't stop moving forward. Falk and Ralph scream from the stands. He's advancing through a storm of red slashes. Karina's composure completely breaks, panic taking over her face. Why go that far? Everyone else fled from my sword. Van's crimson eyes burn through the blood dripping down his face. In his past life, he saw this exact same story play out. People who poured their entire lives into honing their strength, only to be exploited by corrupt royals and left with nothing in the ashes. That's suffering. I know it better than anyone. He takes another step inside her reach, shouting through the roar of wind. There's someone crying alone at the center of this storm. How could I just leave them? Karina yells back, her voice breaking. I'm not crying. Van cuts her off. No, you are crying. Your sword is screaming in your place. Is this still not enough? Why won't you acknowledge me? That's what your blade is shouting. Karina's eyes widen in total shock. She grits her teeth, her voice trembling. You, which at cooled yo you now about a me? This is all I have, to become stronger than anyone with this sword, to make the whole house bow down. The red whip hurricane swirls around them, red lightning snapping across the floor tiles. Van steps directly up to her, bleeding across his chest, but his eyes are warm. Right. I don't know everything, but listen, Karina, your worth isn't decided by anyone else. The sweat and tears you shed unseen, the weight of every swing you made as if carving away your soul, no one can deny that value. Van smiles softly through the cuts on his face. Even if no one acknowledges it, to me at least, you're the finest magic swordswoman. Karina's whip blade stops dead in midair. Her eyes go wide as those words land straight on her heart. In her mind, her father's forgotten voice echoes from that sunny garden years ago. Listen well, Karina. Even when cutting down enemies, never swing your sword in anger or hatred. Be noble. Even in battle, always carry pride in your heart. This is the sword of House Ludier. Her fingers loosen around the handle of Sternkreis. The localized red hurricane instantly dissipates into a gentle breeze across the ruined ring. A single tear slips past Karina's eyelashes, falling onto the stone. She finally gets it now. Pride wasn't something you perform for someone else's approval, it was something you hold inside your heart to stay true to yourself. Sternkreis clatters to the stone floor. She had thrown away her father's true lesson trying to chase his empty praise. The dust clears in the arena, leaving the two of them standing face to face in the sunlight. Karina looks at Van, her eyes completely clear for the first time. Thank you, Van Kruger. You helped me remember the sword I truly wanted to wield. She turns around and reaches into her sword coffin, pulling out a standard, unadorned, straight longsword. She takes a clean, balanced stance, holding the blade before her face. This time, I'll put my everything into this technique. Can you receive it? Van grins, lowering into his frame. Gladly. The entire arena falls dead quiet as the two fighters face off across the cracked tiles. Ralph and Falk hold their breath in the bleachers, unable to look away. Karina explodes forward with a sharp battle cry. She raises the sword high, bringing it down in a single, clean vertical overhead slash. No complex magic circles, no whip trajectories, just a basic overhead strike refined to absolute flawless perfection, the only technique her father personally taught her. Van smiles brightly. Stepping right into the path of the falling blade, light flashes as both fighters pass each other in a single frame. They freeze in a back-to-back stance, wind sweeping across their uniforms. A tiny fracture line spreads across Karina's blade before the metal snaps, dropping to the floor. Van stands completely unhurt. Karina drops to her knees with a soft, peaceful sigh. Total defeat. She turns her head back over her shoulder, a beautiful, genuine smile on her face. And thank you, Van. Van turns around, reaching his open hand down to her. Same to you. His face lights up with a warm grin under the clear sky. That was a magnificent sword, Karina. The entire audience sits in stunned silence, completely unable to process what just happened. Side characters whisper in disbelief. A 5 crown was just defeated by a first-year Galda commoner? Up in the bleachers, Helene smiles gently and begins clapping her hands softly. A student next to her starts clapping too. The applause ripples outward until the entire Colosseum erupts into a roaring ovation. Van grips Karina's hand and pulls her up onto her feet as the crowd cheers for the new legend of the Academy. The day after the biggest arena fight in Academy history, Van is walking around campus like he did not just absorb 20 razor-sharp magic blades to the chest yesterday. Falk and Ralph are trailing right behind him like fanboys after a concert, still completely unable to process that a non-magical first-year commoner just humbled one of the 5 brilliant crowns. Van tries to play it down like it was just a casual sparring match, but Falk grabs him by the shoulder and then immediately freezes, because standing directly under a tree across the courtyard is Karina herself, fully healed and staring absolute holes into Van's soul. She looks extremely annoyed, which is basically her default setting at this point. The boys immediately start panicking, assuming she came back for round 2 without a referee. They tell Van to run, but she steps directly into his path before anyone can move. Van, being entirely immune to social pressure, gives her a casual wave and calls her upperclassman. She immediately scolds him for taking too long to greet her and having terrible manners. Van asks if she is here to hand out another punishment, looking like he would rather be back in combat. And then Karina points a finger at his face and drops a bomb. She is making him her squire. 3 brains simultaneously shut down in real time. A quick recap on how this academy works: a squire isn't just a guy holding a shield on a horse. It is a formal mentor system where upperclassmen adopt juniors they take a personal interest in. Karina strikes a dramatic pose and announces that in the name of the 5 crowns, she will personally supervise and correct his behavior from now on. Van reads between the lines instantly. She wants to put him under 24/7 surveillance. Falk leans over to Ralph and whispers that this is actually an insane win for them. If the Sword Princess claims him as her squire, literally no arrogant noble in the school can lay a finger on Van without fighting her first. Van hears this and pauses. On paper, having top-tier corporate protection sounds like a solid tactical move. He takes a second to weigh the pros and cons. Meanwhile, Karina gets entirely too carried away with the power trip, commanding him to kneel down right on the pavement and swear his eternal loyalty. Van politely bows his head, gives her a formal thank you for the consideration, and then says he respectfully declines before hit and running at absolute maximum speed. Karina's brain takes 2 full seconds to register that her new squire is currently sprinting away from her. She completely loses her composure and chases after him down the hallway like a speedrunner losing a world record. Falk and Ralph just stand there watching the most feared swordswoman in the school yell at a teenager. Van hits a sharp corner with Karina hot on his heels, realizing his quiet academy life is officially dead. Meanwhile, up in the high-level student council room, someone slams a fist onto a gold chair. Prince Onus is throwing a full-blown royal temper tantrum because a non-magical commoner just defeated a crown. The atmosphere in the room is heavy. Sitting across the table, Amelia Rodenwald takes a sip of tea like she is watching a minor inconvenience on television. Onus rants that he originally thought Helene sponsoring Van was just a flex to show off her political influence. Pushing a Galda into the academy was annoying but manageable. But now that Van actually won a high-profile duel, the narrative has shifted completely. A guy with 0 magic beating a top-tier noble threatens the fundamental lie their entire society is built on, that magic equals superiority. He calls it a direct attack on the entire nobility. Amelia listens calmly while Arnulf stands in the background, staring out the window. He remembers Van's fight and ponders silently. He wonders where a 15-year-old kid could possibly learn those lethal anti-mage techniques. File that detail away because Arnulf is actually paying attention to the real problem. Amelia sets her teacup down with a quiet clink and tells Onus his concern is unfounded. She claims Van's techniques pose 0 actual threat to true nobility. Duels are just controlled one-on-one matches with rules, but what nobles actually provide is army-destroying war magic. She argues that when a horde of magical beasts charges down a front line, a guy with 0 mana can accomplish nothing. At best, he is a glorified assassin who cannot replace the true pillars of the nation. Onus immediately cools down and agrees with her logic. He asks if she can make that point loud and clear to the entire student body so everyone remembers their place. Amelia gives a dark smile and says the perfect opportunity is coming up very soon. She brings up the upcoming Legion training. For context, Legion training is a mandatory practical exercise where students form military squads and get deployed to hunt live magical beasts. Amelia points out that upperclassmen have full authority to pick their own units, so she will draft Van into her company and humiliate him on the field. Onus grins, fully enjoying the plot. Right on cue, a smooth, fake pleasant voice echoes from the doorway. Ninth Prince Hines walks into the council room like he owns the place. Onus looks up, immediately irritated by his younger brother's presence. Amelia turns around and delivers a polite but cold reminder. This room is exclusive to the 5 Brilliant Crowns, and even royalty needs permission to step inside. Hines bows with that exact fake saintly smile that got Van killed in the future, apologizing smoothly. Then he asks if he and his entourage can join Amelia's unit during the Legion training. Amelia is taken aback by a prince asking to serve under her command. Hines claims he overheard her speech about noble duty and was so moved by her conviction that he wants to learn from her. She buys the flattery completely and accepts, bowing in respect. She promises to use this chance to put Van in his place right in front of the prince. Hines turns his eyes toward the window with a look that confirms he is planning something significantly worse than a lesson. Meanwhile, back outside, Karina has actually caught up to Van and is currently trying to headlock him into submission. Van is fighting for his life, realizing political assassination attempts were significantly easier to deal with than this girl. A few days later, Van is sitting in a sunlit garden having tea with Helene, Falk, and Ralph. Falk asks Van if he knows how Legion training actually works, and Van admits he has no idea. Falk explains that it is not just a field trip, students get assigned actual kingdom soldiers to command in formation. Van takes a bite of a cookie and digests this. So basically, it is a trial run for future military commanders. Helene sets her cup down and takes over the explanation, revealing their deployment location, the Lament Wetlands. She explains that areas overflowing with natural mana turn into magical wastelands where monster populations explode. If those monster populations hit critical mass, they trigger a stampede that sweeps through civilian towns, which is why nobles periodically go in to cull them. Van goes quiet when he hears the location. Helene notices his sudden pause and asks if something is wrong, but Van brushes it off politely. Helene continues breaking down the command structure. First years act as squad leaders commanding small fire teams of infantry. Upperclassmen command full companies made of multiple squads, and every 5 Crown built their reputation by dominating this exact exercise in their first year. Falk adds that since company commanders hold all the authority, which upperclassmen you get assigned to changes everything. Helene nods, confirming that company commanders personally draft the lowerclassmen they want. Van sips his tea, assuming that as an unranked Galda, he is going to get picked last and stuck with whatever commander nobody else wanted. Helene smiles warmly and tells him it is actually the exact opposite. Van almost chokes on his tea as she explains that a huge number of upperclassmen are actively trying to recruit him. Ralph jumps in, pointing out that beating the Sword Princess made Van an overnight legend among the student body. Between that fight and him single-handedly carrying the entrance exam, everyone wants to see how his zero magic style actually operates in a real war zone. He looks at his reflection in the tea and stops moving. In his previous life, a Galda being respected by nobles was literally unthinkable. They were hunted, hidden, or executed. He looks up at the sky, realizing for the first time that his actions are actually shifting the trajectory of this world piece by piece. That specific kind of delay where you realize the reality you fought for is actually starting to happen, that is where he is right now. But then his assassin instincts flare up. He feels eyes locked onto the back of his neck. Van subtly glances up toward the main academy tower without moving his head. Up on the high balcony, Prince Onus is standing behind the window, flinching in disbelief that Van picked up his gaze from hundreds of yards away without detection magic. Onus turns away with a disgusted sneer, telling himself to let the commoner enjoy his little game while it lasts. Back at the table, Helene snaps Van back to reality, reassuring him that he does not need to worry about draft politics. As a 5 crown, she gets priority drafting rights, so she is taking Van, Falk, and Ralph into her personal company. Falk and Ralph cheer like they just won the lottery, relieved they will be under a friendly commander. And right on cue, a loud voice cuts through the peaceful garden air. Karina slams her foot down right next to their table with her arms crossed and a furious pout. Van's face instantly drops into deep regret before she even speaks. She points at Van and demands that since he is her squire, he belongs under her command for the wetlands deployment. Helene just laughs gently and says she does not mind sharing, while Van yells at them to stop trading him around like fantasy football picks. Fast forward a few days later to assignment morning. The main hall is completely packed with hundreds of anxious students crowding around the official posting boards. Falk and Ralph push through the crowd to check the official rosters on the wall. Van scans Helene's company list, but his name is completely missing. He checks Karina's company list next. Not there either. Ralph points over to a different board further down the hall. Hanging at the top of the 5th company board is the name of the commander, Amelia Rodenwald, and right underneath her squad roster, written in bold ink, is Van Kruger. Ralph's eyes go wide in panic as he reads the name placed right beside Van's on the squad list. Heinz Ferrania. Before Van can even process that he just got drafted into his worst enemy's unit, a heavy hand drops onto his shoulder from behind. Van turns around to find Prince Heinz and Amelia standing right behind him, Heinz wearing that immaculate snake-like smile as he whispers, "What a coincidence, Van." Ninth Prince Heinz stands right behind Van with that same saintly sociopathic smile, offering a handshake like they are old childhood buddies reunited at a school festival. Van stares down at the extended hand, his shadow casting dark across his eyes as he gives the bare minimum response. Heinz just chuckles smoothly, entirely unbothered by the cold shoulder because he knows he just trapped our guy on the assignment board. Amelia Rodenwald steps up right beside the prince, looking down her nose at Van. She introduces herself as one of the 5 brilliant crowns and his official 5th company commander. Van places a hand over his chest and apologizes politely for the late greeting. Amelia says she doesn't mind the lack of formality, but follows it up immediately by telling him to know his place as a Galda and follow orders without questioning them. Van goes completely silent. Helene steps into the conversation from the side, calling out Amelia's name. She asks her directly if she doesn't think those words were a bit too harsh for a first-year student. Amelia doesn't flinch. She turns to Helene and claims this isn't cruelty, it is kindness. Her argument is simple. If the powerlessness step onto a real battlefield, they get themselves killed and drag the whole unit down with them. She explains that every soldier has an assigned role, and the role of a Galda without magic power is strictly limited to being scouts and frontline sentries. Van looks into her eyes and realizes something annoying. She doesn't have malice or hatred in her gaze. She genuinely, wholeheartedly believes she is being logical. People operating on blind ideological conviction are always the most troublesome to deal with. Van speaks up, agreeing that fulfilling your role on the battlefield is important. He tells her that proving what a non-magical Galda can fulfill is the exact reason he entered this academy in the first place. He recalls Helene's words from his first day, that magic isn't the only force in the world, and subduing mages without mana is a valid path to knighthood. He looks Amelia straight in the eye and tells her to watch with her own eyes whether he is dead weight or not. Amelia holds his gaze for a long second. She says she will at least acknowledge his spirit, turning on her heel and walking away. Heinz gives a charming wave, announcing he will be tagging along in the unit as well. He tells Van not to worry about Amelia's harsh words and promises his unique abilities will be useful, playing the benevolent prince to perfection. Down the corridor, Helene and Karina discuss the roster tampering. Helene realizes Prince Heinz pulled strings with the faculty behind her back to bypass her priority draft rights. She apologizes to Van, admitting she didn't expect the royal family to interfere this blatantly with student assignments. Van stands in the courtyard, realizing the situation is spiraling fast. The mission was already high risk, but now he has a hostile company commander and a royal assassin watching his back. He remembers the rumors from his previous life about this exact culling operation in the Lament wetlands. Back then, the kingdom army ran into an undocumented new species of magical beast. The unit took catastrophic casualties, the monsters triggered a massive stampede, and the resulting devastation laid the groundwork for the future civil war. Falk and Ralph notice Van staring off into space and ask if he is doing okay. Van snaps back, realizing that if that new monster species appears again, his friends will be wiped out. He originally planned to rely on Helene's or Karina's heavy magic units to clear the anomaly fast, but now that he is isolated in the Fifth Company, that plan is dead. He looks over at Karina, who gives him a smug, dramatic wave. She genuinely thinks she was doing him a favor trying to draft him. Van shakes his head slightly. Amelia and Hines are obviously scheming to make him look pathetic on the battlefield, but they have no idea what is actually lurking out in those wetlands. The real threat isn't student politics. Deployment morning arrives. The main academy courtyard is packed with mounted commanders and armored infantry formations. Amelia sits atop an armored warhorse at the head of the vanguard, shouting orders to her company. She demands that every noble demonstrate their pride and resolve as soldiers of the realm. The infantry formations slam their spears onto the cobblestones in unison, shouting their response. Hines rides smoothly near the front in pristine white armor. He smiles warmly at the surrounding troops like he is waving at a parade. The commoner soldiers behind him are practically tearing up with pride, talking about how serving under a prince will bring honor to their home villages. Meanwhile, further down the column, Van is mounted on his horse looking back at his assigned squad. The energy back here is completely different. His assigned squad is a crew of battle-scarred, bitter veteran roughnecks who look like they got dragged out of a tavern at 3 in the morning. They are openly mocking him, complaining that a Galda kid with no magic and no weapon is leading them. They aren't even bothering to whisper. They are loudly asking if the high command considers them expendable trash. Van sighs, pulls up his horse, and addresses them directly. He reintroduces himself as Van Kruger, their official squad leader. He tells them they probably have a lot of complaints, but from this moment on, no talking. Their only job is to focus on the mission as soldiers of the kingdom. The scarred lead veteran just scowls at him with total disrespect. Van observes them silently. Low morale, bitter roughnecks who have completely given up on military protocol. From the front of the column, Amelia looks back at Van's unit with a cold expression. She calls the sight deplorable, but considers it a natural outcome. She reflects on how the drafting system works. Soldiers are given freedom to choose which squad leader they want to serve under, because their leader determines if they survive. Naturally, no sane soldier would entrust their life to a non-magical Galda. As a result, all the ambitious elite soldiers competed to join high-ranking noble units, leaving only the washed-up career outcasts with zero hope for promotion to get pushed into Van's squad. She believes the quality of troops a commander attracts is the ultimate measure of their caliber. She looks ahead, thinking to herself that this squad selection proves Van's absolute limits as a leader, and Van rides in silence, fully aware of every single judgment being cast on him. Amelia raises her hand from her horse and shouts the command. All units advance into the forest. The soldiers roar back, and the massive column begins its march toward the wetland border. Van rides calmly near the rear, his squad trailing behind him in absolute silence. They push deep into the dense canopy where sunlight barely breaks through the thick leaves. The trail gets narrower and steeper, forcing the troops into a tight single-file line between rocky ravines. After hours of marching, Amelia holds up a hand and orders a brief rest stop. Up front, Hines dismounts smoothly and hands out water to his men, playing the caring prince while they bow in gratitude. Other noble squad leaders instruct their infantry to check their gear in pairs and tighten loose straps. Meanwhile, Van's squad collapses onto the grass in a miserable pile, cursing openly about how much walking they had to do while their captain sat comfortably on a horse. Van turns his head and stares down at them with dark eyes. The lead-scarred roughneck notices the stare, sits up, and glares back with total hostility. He asks if the captain has something to say. Van calmly says no, but the veteran snaps, telling him he looks like he has plenty to say and demanding he spit it out. The veteran stands up, yelling at the top of his lungs about what kind of joke this unit is supposed to be. He points at his rusted armor and dull blade, screaming that their equipment is completely worn out. He points at Van, shouting that their captain is an unarmed kid with no magic, going into demon territory. He yells at the rest of the resting soldiers, asking if the academy is just planning to use them as meat shields for the nobles. Van drops his head slightly, his voice completely calm. He says he won't blame them for feeling that way. He admits that for common soldiers, who leads them is a literal matter of life and death. But then he smoothly dismounts his horse, landing lightly on the dirt, and tells the veteran he is mistaken. Van brings his hands together in front of his chest, his crimson eyes glowing with dark intensity. He says since words won't convince them, he will just demonstrate it first. The veteran's face contorts in anger, asking what he means. Van tells the entire squad that if they have complaints, they can step up right now. He steps directly into the center of their circle, looking down at the 5 grown men, and tells them all to come at him at once. The lead veteran completely loses his temper, shouting at him not to mess with them, calling him a Galda bastard. He draws his massive longsword with full lethal force and swings a heavy downward strike directly at Van's head. Van's eyes flash crimson. He doesn't step back. He executes Stilgriff. He steps inside the arc, matching the blade's exact descending velocity with his open palms, absorbs the kinetic impact barehanded, and snatches the weapon right out of the veteran's grip midair. In the same fluid rotation, Van delivers a point-blank kick straight to the man's sternum, sending him flying backward through the air. The veteran crashes into the dirt with a brutal thud, gasping for air. The rest of the Roughneck squad freezes in absolute paralyzed horror. Van holds the stolen longsword loosely in one hand, looking down at the remaining 4 soldiers with cold eyes, asking if anyone else wants a turn. The soldiers back away on their hands and knees, completely terrified of the teenager standing over them. Van takes a slow breath, letting the tension settle. He turns toward a massive boulder sitting near the edge of the clearing. He looks at the stolen sword, mentioning that they complained about their equipment being worn out. He steps forward, channels internal shockwave force through the steel blade, and slashes horizontally. The massive stone boulder gets sliced completely in half, the top section sliding off with a deafening crash as dust fills the air. The lead veteran stares at the severed boulder with his jaw resting on the ground. Even the nearby noble soldiers from other units peek out from behind trees, completely pale. Van turns back around, completely unbothered by what he just did. He resting the heavy longsword over his shoulder, saying the weapon is a bit old, but the structural strength is plenty sufficient. He tells his squad that he isn't unarmed because he can't use weapons. He studied every single weapon system in existence before choosing his barehanded style. He looks down at the lead veteran lying in the dirt and tells him not to worry. He will figure out how to utilize every single one of them on the field, and he won't let them die for nothing. Then his tone drops into absolute ice. If they don't like that deal, they are free to walk off into the wetlands and become monster food on their own terms. The entire squad stares up at him in stunned silence. The message landed with zero ambiguity. Van turns his back on them, thinking to himself that this should hold their discipline for now. From high up on her horse, Amelia watches the whole encounter from a distance. She narrows her eyes, thinking to herself that Van is being completely foolish. She reflects on her military doctrine: a unit must be led by inspiration and noble heart. Soldiers bound only by fear might obey during basic drills, but the second they fall into an extreme life-or-death scenario, those chains instantly shatter. She is convinced that when real monsters attack, those terrified roughnecks will stab Van in the back without hesitation. She turns her horse away, convinced that Van's unit is already doomed before they even reach the swamp. Night falls over the dense forest. The expeditionary force halts its advance, setting up a massive fortified camp right on the edge of the Swamp of Lament. Torches light up the perimeter as armed guards patrol the tent rows. Inside the main command tent, Amelia studies tactical maps by lamplight, while Heinz sits nearby reading an ancient spellbook. Out on the far edge of the camp, Van's roughneck squad sits huddled around a small campfire in total silence. One of the soldiers chews on a piece of dry hardtack, looking around the dark clearing, asking where their captain went. Another soldier shrugs, mentioning that Van isn't in his tent either, scoffing that maybe the kid got scared and ran home. The lead veteran chuckles bitterly, staring into the fire. He says even if Van ran, he wouldn't blame him. They are discarded outcasts of the army, and Van is a Galda captain, so in a pathetic way, they actually match. A calm voice suddenly speaks out from the pitch-black tree line behind them. "Oh? So you're outcasts?" The veteran nearly jumps out of his boots in shock. Van casually steps into the firelight, carrying a massive wooden stick over his shoulder, dropping a heavy pile of freshly hunted wild rabbits and rare edible mushrooms right onto the grass. The 5 battle-hardened roughnecks stare down at the mountain of fresh food, then look up at their teenage captain with complete, utter confusion. A pot of hot mushroom stew simmers over the open campfire alongside skewers of fresh grilled game. The 5 roughneck soldiers stare at the boiling food, their stomachs audibly growling in unison. Van hands a steaming wooden bowl straight to the scarred squad leader, telling him to eat up because dry rations won't keep their strength up for tomorrow. Then he tosses a handful of green herbs into the guy's lap, telling him to crush them and rub the sap inside his boots for foot blisters. The squad leader flinches, shouting about what Van is playing at and asking if he is trying to bribe them with food. Van looks at him with zero irritation in his eyes. He sits down on a log and says quietly that he used to be the exact same as them. He tells them about marching until his feet were bleeding inside his boots, forced to eat bread as hard as stone, and getting sick from tainted water before even reaching the battlefield. The 5 veterans go completely dead quiet around the fire. They look down at the herbs in their hands, realizing this kid isn't reading out of a textbook. They exchange shocked looks. How does a 15-year-old student know the exact unglamorous reality of frontline infantry life? Then they remember he is a Galda, and it all makes sense. The squad leader grinds his teeth, asking if Van is giving them charity because he pities them. Van looks him straight in the eyes and says no. This isn't pity. It is an investment. He tells them honestly that he will use them to accomplish his goals and earn merit, but promises he will never treat them as disposable pawns, and vows to bring every single one of them back alive. He offers the bowl of stew again, telling them to become his pieces for their own survival, promising he won't make them regret it. The squad leader stares at the stew, a faint, bitter smile breaking across his face. He asks if calling them his pieces is supposed to be funny, and Van just sips his drink quietly. The leader takes the bowl, grins, and admits it is the first time he has ever heard a Galda talk that big. He takes a massive gulp, looks over at his men, and asks if they are really going to trust this captain. He wipes his mouth, admitting the stew is incredible, and says at least this kid is strong, good at cooking, and infinitely more trustworthy than any noble they ever served. Van watches them eat, reflecting silently on his past life. He knows common soldiers are completely different from highborn nobles. They don't throw their lives away for abstract ideas like national glory or noble pride. Their only real goal is returning home alive to the families waiting for them. So he doesn't preach empty ideals, he offers real competence, practical benefits, and survival. That alone is how you earn a soldier's loyalty. And looking at their faces, the investment has already paid off. Next morning at sunrise, the main army tents are being packed down. Amelia steps out of her command post, turning her head as she hears disciplined footsteps. Van's roughneck squad marches up in perfect military formation, armor tightened, weapons secured, reporting for duty with crisp posture. Van gives them a nod, telling them to stay put and maintain perimeter watch until further orders. The 5 veterans salute in unison with a loud response that echoes across the clearing. Amelia stares at the scene, her eyes wide in complete disbelief that he turned those bitter outcasts into a disciplined unit in a single night. Prince Heinz walks up beside her on horseback, smiling smoothly, noting that Van seems to possess the qualities of a true general. He remarks that perhaps being a Galda allows him to connect with common soldiers in a way nobles never could. Amelia narrows her eyes, stating that leadership is only proven under real fire. She gathers all squad leaders around a large wooden strategy table set up under the trees. She points her rod at the map, explaining that beyond the forest lies their target, the Swamp of Lament. She describes the terrain waist-high grasslands interspersed with small woods, completely overrun by monsters. Then she reveals the deployment plan. As the advanced vanguard, their job is to scout the enemy scale. She places unit markers on the map, announcing they will form a tight wedge formation and charge directly through the swamp at full speed. Heinz nods, calling it a classic force reconnaissance maneuver. For context, force recon means deliberately charging into enemy territory to draw their fire, measuring their army size by how hard they hit back. It works, but it is extremely high risk for the vanguard. Amelia points out that the ground is firm enough for horses, so breaking through should be simple if they avoid the deep mud streams. She looks around the table and asks if anyone has questions. Van raises his hand from the back, asking why they are using high-risk force recon instead of sending stealth scouts first. Amelia explains patiently that the swamp is too vast for small scout teams to gather accurate numbers, so slamming in with full military force is the fastest way to draw out the horde. The noble squad leaders murmur in agreement, praising her strategy as bold and rational. Amelia tells them praise is unnecessary and reminds them that as future officers they should speak their minds if they see flaws. She invites further discussion, expecting absolute compliance. The noble kids shrink back, intimidated by her authority. Van steps directly up to the edge of the map table. He looks her in the eye and says that instead of force recon, they need to send in a small scouting detachment. He repeats his stance clearly. A full charge is the wrong call. He points at the map terrain, explaining that the open grassland offers zero cover. If a massive company charges in together, the monsters will spot them long before they find the enemy base. Amelia cuts in, saying that is the entire point of force recon, drawing the enemy out. Van counters immediately, warning her that if the enemy's opening ambush is stronger than expected, the entire company could be wiped out in the first wave. Amelia's eyes go sharp with anger, asking if he honestly thinks her company would fall behind swamp monsters. Van stays entirely composed, stating that as a commander responsible for lives, assuming the worst-case scenario is basic protocol. Amelia rests her chin on her hand, holding back her temper, asking what alternative he is proposing. Van offers a tactical alternative. His squad will move ahead alone as a small stealth unit to trigger and identify any hidden traps. If the main force advances only after confirming the ambush type, the risk of total wipeout drops drastically. Amelia acknowledges his courage for volunteering, calling it the proper attitude for a candidate officer. Van waits for her decision, hoping reason wins out, but Amelia rejects it completely, calling his tactic cowardly and inefficient. Van tries to interrupt, but she talks over him. She argues that cautious scouting delays the main army, giving the monster horde time to prepare and encircle them. She insists that hitting the enemy before they can organize is military rule number 1. She raises her hand, declaring that a full-power frontal assault is the only proper way to command. Van stares at her in frustration. On paper, under normal conditions, her textbook strategy is correct. The problem is that this isn't a normal operation, and Van knows for a fact that her plan fails catastrophically. He tries one last time, reminding her that they are a temporary student unit with zero experience handling unknown high-tier threats. Amelia demands concrete evidence. What unknown threat? Monster count? Terrain? Traps? She tells him to present real intel or stop talking. Van grinds his teeth internally. He can't give evidence without revealing he regressed from a future timeline. In his past life, the military sealed all official records of the Lament Wetlands disaster to cover up their humiliation. Prince Heinz over there probably knows the truth, but he is intentionally letting Amelia charge into the trap to get Van killed. Amelia leans in close, telling him that voicing unproven fears isn't caution, it is cowardice that destroys soldier morale. Van opens his mouth to push further, but Amelia snaps, shouting for him to shut his mouth. She warns him that any further objections will be punished as official military disobedience, commanding him to step back. Van stands frozen for a second before reluctantly stepping back from the table. Amelia addresses the rest of the officers, shouting the command for immediate force reconnaissance deployment. She announces she will personally lead the vanguard from the front line, and the noble squad leaders cheer in agreement. Then she turns her head toward Van, delivering his punishment for arguing. His unit is reassigned to the absolute rear guard. She calls it the safest place on the field, suitable for a cautious commander. Van steps away, clenching his fists. Open insubordination gets him expelled or imprisoned, leaving his village unprotected. The other noble squad leaders whisper as they leave, mocking Van for speaking big only to end up with zero combat merit at the back. Van grinds his teeth, his mind racing. There has to be something he can do from the rear guard to mitigate the coming disaster. Minutes later, the 5th Company charges into the tall grass of the Lament Wetlands on horseback. Amelia rides at the absolute point of the wedge formation, her red cape billowing in the wind. Up ahead, a pack of low-tier Noxfang swamp beasts bursts out of the grass with green poison dripping from their teeth. They are small, quadrupedal monsters that rely on numerical swarms. A junior officer asks if they should hold formation, but Amelia shouts to sweep them aside without slowing down. A massive green magic crest ignites over her cavalry lance. She activates Sturmlance Storm Spear Charge, driving her mount forward at supersonic speed. The localized wind explosion obliterates the entire pack of beasts in a single pass, sending body parts flying across the grass. The remaining monsters get vaporized by the sheer kinetic pressure wave. The noble squad leaders behind her cheer, amazed by House Rodovalt's mounted battle magic. Mounted archers ignite fire circles, shouting Sagitta Ignea Flame Arrow. Volleys of flaming arrows rain down into the brush, roasting fleeing beasts alive. The commoner soldiers join the charge, shouting that this deployment is going to be an easy victory. Far behind the main charge, explosions and smoke light up the horizon as Van's rear guard watches from a distance. The scarred squad leader asks if they shouldn't hurry up and join the push, but Van tells him to stay calm. Van points down at a patch of strange, tall purple weeds growing near the waterline, ordering his men to pull them up. The veterans blink in confusion, pointing out that swamp weeds won't even burn as firewood. Van tells them he will explain later and commands them to harvest as much as they can carry silently. The squad leader hesitates for a second, then nods and instructs the men to start pulling plants. Up at the front lines, Amelia skewers another beast, shouting for the vanguard to press deeper into the swamp. The cavalry charges across the open field when a noble squad leader spots a dark shadow lurking in the distant mist. A massive, ominous silhouette looms high above the tall grass ahead. The noble squad leader grins, thinking he just found a high-value target to earn personal merit. He draws his sword, spurring his warhorse forward, shouting that he will take the first strike. Dark purple lightning suddenly detonates from the sky. A catastrophic burst of dark mana vaporizes the charging noble and his horse in a fraction of a second, leaving only ash. The rest of the vanguard skids to a halt in absolute terror as horses panic and throw their riders into the mud. A soldier stares at the empty space where his squad leader stood a second ago, his mind completely breaking down. Amelia gasps in horror as the sky turns pitch black above them. Descending from the clouds is a colossal mutated lightning wasp, the legendary undocumented threat of the Lament wetlands crackling with lethal purple electricity. The sky above the swamp turns pitch black as a disaster-class lightning demon insect hovers over the vanguard. Purple electricity crackles across its golden shell like a living thunderstorm. Hines looks up, identifying the creature instantly. For context, these insect demons normally live only in the northern mountain ranges, classified as natural disasters that require national-scale armies to suppress. Finding one in a local swamp makes zero logical sense. A noble soldier screams as the monster's antennae light up. A pillar of purple lightning slams directly onto his position. The strike completely vaporizes his armor, leaving him charred on the ground. Amelia clenches her jaw, realizing standard magic defense shields can't block strikes of this density. The surrounding soldiers completely lose their minds, screaming that this monster is unkillable. A panic breaks out across the vanguard line. Hines steps forward on his mount, his voice cutting through the chaos with absolute calm. He commands everyone to dismount, get low in the grass, and break the monster's line of sight before reforming. The soldiers instantly follow the prince's orders like a lifeline. Amelia thanks him for stabilizing the line, but asks if he has any idea how to counterattack. Hines admits that at this distance, even his high-tier spells can't pierce the monster's armored shell. Amelia notes that long-range artillery is the creature's specialty. She makes a sudden call. She will charge alone on horseback to force a close-range fight. Hines warns her that charging headfirst into lightning is suicide, but Amelia insists her warhorse can absorb a hit. She tells him to use her charge as an opening to reform the main unit. The soldiers cheer her brave sacrifice. Amelia spurs her horse into a full sprint, calculating the monster's lightning recharge time at roughly 5 seconds. If she moves at maximum velocity, it can only fire one shot before she reaches melee range. She readies her heavy lance, grinning through the wind. She channels wind mana into her weapon, preparing her storm spear charge, and suddenly thick black vines burst from the mud, wrapping tightly around her horse's legs mid-stride. It is an ambush trap by binding vine tree demons. At the exact same time, a pack of swamp beasts rushes out of the tall grass, throwing their bodies under her horse. Her warhorse stumbles, its momentum completely halted in the mud. The horse lets out a pained cry as the vines drag it down. Amelia panics, trying to free her lance, and the wasp's purple lightning bolt strikes her directly from above. The electric shockwave tears through her armor, burning her skin as she screams in agony. She crashes into the dirt, realizing in terror that the swamp beasts are intentionally using sacrificial tactics to hold her down for the wasp. Monsters operating on high-level tactical coordination is completely unheard of. Above her, the insect demon's antennae ignite again, locking onto her immobile body for the execute. The soldiers watch in horror as their company commander gets pinned down. They scream out to Hines, asking what they should do. A loud voice suddenly commands everyone to run into the thick smoke on the left. It is Van. His roughneck squad is burning bundles of smoke grass, creating a massive wall of pitch-black smoke. For context, smoke grass releases heavy metallic particles that ground out point-attack targeting magic, rendering lightning strikes useless inside the cloud. Hines reads the tactical advantage instantly, commanding all troops to follow Van's instructions immediately. The panicked soldiers sprint into the heavy smoke screen. The roughnecks carry the wounded on their backs, retreating under total cover. Van rides past Hines toward the kill zone, shouting that he will retrieve Amelia while Hines leads the main unit back into the forest. Hines watches Van charge solo into the monster swarm. He smiles dark and sinisterly, agreeing smoothly before turning his horse back. Moments later, inside a secluded tree line near the swamp border, the surviving company sets up a temporary medical camp under the dark canopy. Amelia sits against a tree trunk, her destroyed chest armor removed as a medic wraps tight bandages around her burned torso. Van walks into the clearing, announcing his return from scouting. Hines looks up, asking for a situation report. Van reveals that countless beast swarms have encircled their forest position completely. The noble soldiers panic, asking if they can break through the perimeter. Van explains that leaving the forest means stepping into open swampland where the wasp will sniper them with lightning. Hines agrees, noting that staying in the forest isn't easy either, since nocturnal beast demons will attack once total darkness hits. He points to the lying wounded, stating their condition is worsening and they need high-tier church healers fast. Van notes that, thanks to his quick retreat route, all the wounded are at least still breathing. He looks down, stating they have to find a way to save everyone. Hines nods, stating the only solution is killing the lightning demon insect leading the swarm. Van pauses, his eyes going wide as he catches himself talking casually with his worst enemy. Hines smiles warmly, asking if something is wrong. Van backs off slightly, warning himself not to get carried away by Hines's fake saintly personality. He remembers his past life. He used to think Hines was his ultimate partner, only to learn the real prince was a sociopath who murdered his entire family. Amelia's voice cuts through the quiet, declaring that she will defeat the monster personally. She stands up, holding her heavy lance despite her severe burns. She drops to one knee directly in front of Van, confessing that this disaster was caused entirely by her arrogant judgment. She bows her head low to the ground, offering a sincere, humble apology to Van for ignoring his warning. The noble soldiers watch in absolute shock as a crown bows her head to a commoner Galda. Amelia looks up, asking to borrow Van's horse so she can fulfill her final duty as commander. Van asks what her plan is. She reveals she will charge alone into the monster encirclement as a suicide decoy, allowing Van and Hines to escape with the wounded. Hines calls the idea reckless, asking if she intends to die here. Amelia insists this is how a noble takes responsibility for her command failure, handing the soldiers over to Hines and then looking at Van, entrusting the commoners to him. Van looks at her for a long moment, saying he doesn't mind lending his horse, but tells her that dying alone in a tragic sacrifice is a boring plan he refuses to allow. Amelia blinks in confusion, asking what he means. Van grins, declaring that every single soldier goes back alive and reveals he just came up with a strategy to slay the wasp. Van repeats his declaration they will slay the lightning demon insect and bring every single person back alive. Amelia stares at him like he just started speaking another language. The noble soldiers whisper in disbelief, returning alive from a disaster-class encirclement sounds completely delusional. The entire camp falls into tense silence. Hines smiles smoothly, calling the idea very interesting and asking to hear the plan. Van sits down in the center of the circle, clearing his throat. He explains the timeline. The operation begins immediately after sunset. That is the exact window when nocturnal monsters leave cover to begin their night hunt. Amelia asks why they shouldn't attack before sunset while daylight remains. Van explains that daytime monsters are cautious and read human movements easily, but right at sunset, as they transition into hunting mode, their defense guard drops to its lowest point. Amelia nods, telling him to continue. Step 1. A single decoy wielder will step out into open ground and release massive magic power to draw the entire swamp swarm. When the wasp fires its lightning bolt at the decoy, the flash will pinpoint its exact location in the dark. Step 2. Amelia will exploit its 5-second lightning recharge window to execute a supersonic strike. Amelia points out a flaw. If weak swamp beasts block her path like before, 5 seconds will pass instantly and she will get zapped again. Van agrees, telling her that is why she must change her execution this time. Instead of saving her magic for the boss, she must trigger her full power storm spear charge at the start of her run to blast through the fodder beasts in a straight line. Amelia hesitates, pointing out that storm spear charge drains her maximum mana pool in a single blast. If she uses it to clear fodder, her spear won't have enough power left to pierce the wasp's hard shell at the end of the run. Van looks her in the eye and drops a wild solution. He will ride double on her warhorse right behind her. While Van dismounts to stall the wasp in point-blank hand-to-hand combat, Amelia will take 3 seconds to recharge her mana, finishing the monster with a second full-power spear strike. A noble soldier jumps up, screaming that the plan is insane. A non-magical Galda fighting a disaster-class demon insect head-on will get Amelia killed. A roar cuts through the clearing as Van's roughneck squad leader screams at the top of his lungs. The scarred veteran steps up beside Van, telling the noble kids to shut their mouth and stop spouting nonsense. The noble soldier asks if the roughnecks really believe in such a suicidal strategy. The roughneck leader looks down at Van, recalling his promise from last night. He turns to the nobles, shouting that their captain promised they won't die for nothing, so his squad is staking their lives on Van's word. The noble soldiers stand completely speechless. The roughneck squad stands tall behind Van with proud, confident grins. Amelia looks at the commoners in absolute awe, unable to fathom how Van earned this level of ride-or-die loyalty in less than 24 hours. She recalls his duel against Karina in the arena. She looks at Van's calm crimson eyes, realizing that in an impossible crisis, this man might actually be capable of pulling off a miracle. She takes a deep breath and nods her head. She tells Van she understands and vows to entrust her back to him completely. Van gives her a confident smile. Amelia points out one final fatal problem with the strategy. Someone has to step out as the magic decoy and take the wasp's initial lightning bolt head-on. Without divine tier magic shields, taking that lightning strike means instant death or permanent paralysis. She asks if anyone is crazy enough to volunteer. Silence falls over the camp as nobody steps forward. Heinz stands up smoothly with his signature saintly smile, announcing that he will take the decoy role. The soldiers gasp in horror, begging the Ninth Prince to reconsider such a suicidal risk. Heinz delivers a textbook speech about how royalty must stand at the very front lines to protect the people. Amelia protests, saying as commander she can't let a royal prince take responsibility for her failure. Heinz gently places a hand on her bandaged shoulder, telling her that her only responsibility is driving her spear through the monster's core. He smiles charmingly, asking if supporting her charge isn't the proper duty of a royal platoon leader. Then he turns his eyes toward Van, promising to draw the entirety of the monster's swarm onto himself. He looks Van in the eye, telling him that slaying the monster is now up to him and Amelia. Van grins back with sharp eyes, telling Heinz he would have done it even if he didn't say so. He addresses the company, laying out the final phase. Once the wasp falls, the rear guard will charge in to escort the wounded through the broken perimeter. He raises his voice, declaring the ultimate goal of this operation: everyone returns home alive, and no single soldier gets left behind. The commoner soldiers feel a surge of genuine hope, their fear melting away. Amelia activates a broad-range magic transmission circle beneath her feet, her eyes burning with newfound conviction. Her voice echoes in the minds of every soldier across the forest, announcing that this is their final operation. She commands them to give everything they have and fulfill their duty as soldiers of the kingdom. Night officially settles over the Lament wetlands as the sun dips below the horizon. Out in the pitch-black open swamp, a single silhouette walks out past the tree line alone. It is Prince Heinz, rolling his shoulders casually, murmuring that he can't let Van be the only one showing off. His eyes go sharp with terrifying power as he ignites his true mana pool. A colossal, continent-tier holy magic circle expands across the entire swamp floor, illuminating the dark sky in blinding gold light. The sheer pressure of his holy magic shakes the forest, drawing the roar of 10,000 swamp monsters at once. High above in the storm clouds, the giant lightning demon insect turns its glowing red eyes down toward Heinz as the entire horde charges straight at the prince. The plan is in full motion, and Heinz is currently standing in the open like a giant golden target. The regional monster horde reacts exactly how Van predicted, surging out of the dark trees toward the prince. The guards panic, slinging burning torches directly into the tall swamp grass. The fire spins mid-air, sticking into the muddy soil and lighting up the perimeter. And the moment the shadows clear, everyone realizes just how deep in the mud they actually are. It is an absolute wall of beasts, running in numbers that make the guards lose their minds. 10,000 monsters charging down a single defensive line. The veteran commander screams for order, reminding the line that their only job is to protect Heinz until the boss beast reveals itself. Steel meets monster hide in an absolute bloodbath. Spears drive straight through snapping jaws, while guards take brutal claws across their breastplates. They hold the line by sheer grit, while Heinz stands right behind them with his eyes wide open. He is not running. He is waiting. And right on cue, the sky turns a dark, unnatural purple. Two glowing red eyes ignite above the tree canopy as dark purple lightning begins crackling across the air. Heinz catches it immediately. The raid boss has arrived. He throws up his ultimate divine barrier, expanding a massive magic circle beneath his feet. A massive beam of purple lightning slams straight down from the clouds, hammering directly into Heinz's holy shield. The kinetic impact drives him down to his knees, his physical body taking a beating under the sheer pressure. It looks brutal, but across the swamp, that gigantic lightning bolt just lit up the boss's exact coordinates like a giant neon sign. Van sees it instantly. He tells Amelia they have their target, and she gives the order to move. Amelia digs her spurs in, charging her warhorse through the dark grass with Van riding double on the back. They are flying through the terrain, but visibility in the deep swamp is still absolute garbage. Back at the defense line, Heinz wipes the blood from his lip and smirks. He channels the rest of his holy mana into a flare spell, launching a blinding white sun directly into the night sky. The entire swamp lights up in daytime brightness. Amelia catches the opening, spotting the shortest path directly through the beast horde. Van stares up at the light flare, his brain completely short-circuiting. He watches Heinz taking hits for the team, looking every bit like a selfless hero. And Van cannot stop asking himself one question: why? That total disregard for his own safety, that absolute devotion to playing the saint, it matches the exact image of Heinz that Van trusted in his previous life right before Heinz put a hole through his chest. Van violently shakes his head, cutting off his own thoughts. Nostalgia is how you get killed. Right now, there is only the objective. The timer is running. 4 seconds left before the wasp recharges its lightning attack. Amelia winds up her lance. Her wind mana erupts into the Doug Storm Pine charging, clearing a path straight through the swamp beasts. The wasp comes into sight right ahead. They are well within striking distance before the next beam can fire. 3 seconds left. And then the author decides things are going too smoothly. The mud right in front of the horse explodes upward as a massive, towering mud golem spawns out of nowhere, a pseudo-life form created by dense swamp mana. The mud body is soft, but it acts like non-Newtonian fluid, absorbing kinetic energy and completely stopping cavalry charges dead in their tracks. Amelia panics. The swamp soil is already killing her horse's momentum. Hitting that thing will crush their speed completely. She thinks about swerving around it, but dodging means losing the 3-second window. Before she can make a call, Van yells for her not to slow down and launches himself straight off the back of the horse. 2 seconds left. Van converts the forward momentum of a full-speed warhorse into a human launch sequence. He is moving like a literal ballista bolt through the air, aimed directly at the golem's chest. A natural golem's core sits right at its center of gravity. His normal physical strength cannot crush it instantly, but adding horse cavalry velocity to his zero-mana body, he extends his leg mid-air, driving a precision kick straight into the center of mass. The shockwave detonates through the mud body, shattering the core and blowing the entire golem into flying chunks. 1 second left. Amelia can only watch in complete shock as a guy with 0 mana kicks a 5-ton rock monster into pieces. Van flips over through the air on the downslope and lands right back on the saddle behind her without missing a beat. He tells her he figured she would catch him. She tells him to give her a heads up next time. 0 seconds left. The window has closed. The lightning wasp hovers directly above them in the clearing, purple energy crackling across its carapace. The core in its chest flares up, fully recharged and ready to fire point blank. Amelia screams that the attack is coming. Van looks up at the monster with 0 fear in his eyes. He launches off the horse a second time, leaping straight into the air toward the raid boss's face. Van flies through the air, closing the distance to the creature's head in less than a second. The wasp angles its mouth cannon straight downward, preparing to incinerate Amelia and her horse on the ground. Van places his body directly in its line of sight, forcing the beast to look at him. Amelia yells his name from below, assuming he is taking the hit to save her. Our guy is not a martyr. He does not block the beam, he drives a flying kick into the monster's lower jaw, forcing its head upward mid-cast. The purple lightning beam discharges harmlessly into the empty swamp grass next to them. That was the anti-beast demon killing technique, stark battering rammel, aligning the calf, thigh, and glute muscles into a single straight kinetic line. The strike hits like a truck, but the insect's armor carapace is insanely thick. The shell barely shows a crack. The wasp shifts its aggro completely to Van, unleashing a supersonic barrage of razor-sharp legs. It is fast. Fast enough that a normal soldier would be sushi in half a second, but Van spent an entire arena match dodging Karina's whip sword. This insect's speed does not even register as a threat. He uses the incoming insect legs as literal stepping stones in midair, hopping from claw to claw. He glides down the joint, riding the kinetic force straight toward the head. Every secondary leg thrust misses him by inches, while he maneuvers without a single trace of mana. He reaches point-blank range right in front of its face, and unloads a relentless, bare-handed flurry of internal shockwave strikes directly into its skull. The impact forces the massive bug backward through the sky, and Van drops smoothly back into the grass below. The wasp shrieks in complete fury, dark purple electricity sparking all over its body. Van crouches in the grass, evaluating the state of the target. His physical hits are not enough to shatter the main head shell, but that was never the goal. The goal was to keep the boss locked in place so it cannot recharge. The wasp lashes out with a low leg sweep, and Van ducks effortlessly under the strike. In the background, Amelia is pulling back her lance, winding up the entire company's worth of wind mana for one massive strike. She watches Van dance around an apex monster completely bare-handed, and it hits her right in her core beliefs. She remembers her childhood, collapsed on the training ground floor under heavy rain. Exhausted, broken, unable to stand up after pushing her magic past its limits. Her father stood over her, reminding her that the high magic born into nobles exists for one purpose, to protect the weak who have nothing. He told her that even if her arms break, a Rodenwald never drops their spear. That is the pride of their bloodline. He commanded her to stand, and she forced herself back up with tears in her eyes, swearing to live by that rule forever. She spent her entire life believing that nobles were guardians and commoners were helpless victims who needed saving. And right now, a non-magical Galda, the lowest class in the entire kingdom, is putting his life on the line to open a path for her. She looks at Van and asks herself if everything she believed was wrong. Was her pride just arrogance? Was she measuring a person's entire worth by how much mana they were born with? She bites her lip, gritting her teeth as green light floods her armor. Heinz gave his mana, and Van gave his body. This is the last chance they created for her, and she refuses to waste it. On the ground, the wasp's attacks become wildly aggressive, pressing Van back into the dirt. Van holds his ground, checking if the boss's defense is finally open. He steps inside the attack vector to deliver a follow-up palm strike, and the wasp pulls a move that no monster in the manual is supposed to know. Its scorpion-like tail whips around from a complete blind spot, driving a jagged bone spike straight through Van's back and out his front chest armor. Amelia screams his name in utter horror. The insect's tail segments move independently like a whip, accelerating past the normal reaction speed of close combat fighters. The wasp hoists Van high into the air, dangling his bleeding body directly in front of its chest like a human shield. Amelia brings her warhorse to a skidding halt, her lance completely charged with green storm energy. The monster holds Van right in the line of fire, mocking her from behind his body. She is completely frozen. Firing the spear now means putting a hole straight through Van. The insect buzzes triumphantly, knowing it has completely locked down her win condition. Amelia's brain breaks down the horror of what she is looking at. This thing used horde synergy to draw the army out, set up a mud golem trap, feigned an attack with its front legs, and then took a human hostage the second it took real damage. This is not a wild beast running on instinct. This monster is executing high-level military tactics. The wasp's chest core starts crackling with purple energy again. If that lightning fires, Amelia has 0 ways to defend. Her hands tremble on the shaft of her spear. If she releases the spell, Van dies. If she holds it, everyone dies. And dangling from the spike, blood dripping from his chin, Van speaks in a completely calm voice. He tells her it is fine. He tells her to fire the spear straight through his location. That is how they win this. Amelia screams that she cannot do that, but Van turns his head back, glaring at her with glowing crimson eyes. He shouts at her to stop hesitating and do her duty as a commander. Amelia looks into those red eyes and freezes. There is no fear in him, no suicidal panic. It is the absolute terrifying confidence of a man who has already calculated the outcome and knows he is not going to die today. Her trembling hands go completely still on the lance. She remembers every impossible thing this man has pulled off since the moment she met him. A massive, violent wind magic circle ignites beneath her horse, tearing up the surrounding mud. She lowers her lance, deciding to put her absolute, unshakable trust in Van Kruger. She leans into the charge at full speed, unleashing everything her house stands for into a single point. Storm Spear chargin'! A gigantic drill-like hurricane of green energy erupts from her lance point, flying straight toward Van and the lightning wasp. Amelia's spear charge is rushing in like a green hurricane, and the wasp is currently holding Van right in front of its chest as a human meat shield. The bug thinks it just set up an unlosable hostage situation, while Van is dangling from its tail spike, gritting his teeth. Our guy grabs the bone spike embedded in his own stomach, his eyes glowing bright crimson. He executes the combined trajectory technique, turn. He wrenches his entire upper body sideways with sheer physical force. The wasp's tail has a multi-joint structure designed to swing freely across every angle. So Van applies a rotational load way past the physical limit directly to the tip segment. It forces a concept known as gimbal lock. When three rotating axes overlap on the exact same plane, three-dimensional movement completely freezes, and mechanical control becomes physically impossible. Our guy literally pulled out a mechanical engineering textbook mid-fight to break a monster's tail. The bug shrieks as its whole body locks up. Van uses the frozen tail as a lever, spinning the wasp's entire body around in midair so its back is facing the incoming charge. He screams for Amelia to pierce it, and her Stir Storm Spear charge slams directly into the unarmored shell on the creature's back. The lance point drills straight through the carapace, and Amelia roars, driving the heavy steel shaft all the way home. The spear tip impales the internal magic core, holding all that compressed lightning. The stored lightning magic goes critical, detonating from the inside out in a massive energy shockwave. The explosion levels the surrounding swamp, clearing out the entire smoke cloud in a single burst. Amelia pulls up her horse, breathing heavily and frantically looking through the crater for Van. She is sweating bullets, praying she did not just vaporize her own teammate. The severed tail segment drops into the mud, and Van lands on his feet, clutching his bleeding chest wound. Amelia dismounts and sprints over, dropping to her knees and begging him to stay conscious. Van lies back on the rocks and chuckles, telling her she made that way too flashy, and he genuinely thought he was going to die. Amelia sighs in massive relief, unable to believe he is still breathing. She sits down next to him and asks what actually happened up there. Her spear is strong, but it should not have caused a regional explosion like a tactical missile. Van lies back and breaks down his whole thought process. He points at the shattered carapace pieces scattered across the dirt. Back when he was punching the bug's face earlier, he was not trying to deal damage. He was using low-power crushing strike to send vibration shockwaves through its armor. He was reading the kinetic reflection echo inside the bug's body like a bat using sonar. He found a specific spot right under the wing veins that absorbed vibration, identifying it as the main lightning core. When he locked the tail, he rotated that exact vibration-absorbing spot directly into her lance tip. When her spear pierced the core, all the stored lightning magic detonated simultaneously. Amelia stares at him like he is a monster, asking if he calculated all of that mid-air while being impaled. Van smirks and says it was mostly a gamble anyway. Amelia facepalms so hard you can hear it. She starts yelling at him, telling him he is an idiot who is actively shortening her lifespan and that he needs to explain his insane plans before executing them. Van looks at her with a calm smile and says he knew she would pull it off. Amelia stops mid-sentence, her eyes wide. She closes her eyes, a soft, genuine smile creeping onto her face. She tells him he really is something else. Van winces, forcing his bloody body upright onto the rocks. He admits that resting is not an option right now. They are still sitting right in the middle of a hostile swamp with beasts everywhere. Amelia points out that her mana is completely drained and he is bleeding out, so joining Heinz's rear guard is their top priority. She walks toward her horse, suggesting a retreat route around the western ridge. Van stays behind for a second, looking back at the dead wasp's remains. Something is not adding up. Magic Thunder insects are native exclusively to the northern mountain ranges. Why is one sitting in a southern swamp? And if it just strayed here naturally, its tactical coordination with the swamp beasts was way too organized. He walks over to a severed leg segment, reaching down into the flesh. He pulls something out of the monster's main nerve node. In his hand sits a glowing, jagged red crystal pulsing with dark energy. A magic crystal, an insanely rare magic amplifier that takes centuries to naturally form in high-density dangerous lands, worth far more than its weight in pure gold. Finding one inside a monster's nerve node means only one thing. Someone artificially implanted it to manually control the beast's brain like a drone. This was not an accidental monster outbreak. Someone deliberately sent an apex predator to wipe out the Academy unit, and the primary target was almost certainly Ninth Prince Heinz. Amelia calls out to him, saying she mapped out an escape route. Her plan is to let Heinz's force draw the main beast aggro while they sneak through the outer flank. Van pockets the crystal and agrees to move, knowing survival comes before written reports. They start walking toward the tree line, and a creepy, distorted voice echoes out from the dark fog, saying how surprised it is that mere students beat its beloved thunder insect. Van's eyes go wide as he spots the glowing red emblem on the intruder's forehead. Amelia draws her lance, recognizing the symbol instantly as a remnant of the religious cult Purification sect. The hooded cultist steps out of the dark smoke, chuckling that calling them remnants is offensive when the kingdom only caught a lizard's tail. He raises a clawed hand, claiming to be part of the true main faction, the Guardians of the Pure Blood. Van steps up beside Amelia as an overwhelming pressure washes over the clearing. It is a sensation only veteran warriors recognize, a primitive, instinctual warning called the smell of death. Thick, dark, purple aura floods out from the cultist like a physical wave. Van remembers the grand demon war generals he fought in his past life, beings that required everything he had just to survive. And the malice radiating off this hooded freak is equal to or even worse than those demons. Amelia immediately steps in front of Van with her weapon raised, telling him to fall back because this guy is not a normal opponent. The cultist raises his hands, 10 dark magic threads extending from his fingernails like a twisted puppeteer. He calls his 10 fingers guideposts to the underworld. He chants a summon spell, pulling 10 blade shell beetles out of the swamp ground, steel-hard medium beasts, each capable of wiping out an entire veteran squad. A massive circle of iron bugs surrounds Van and Amelia. Controlling 2 beasts at once is the absolute limit for elite mages, but this guy is casually running 10. Amelia sweats in terror at the sheer magic power required, while Van realizes the magic crystal inside the wasp was just an antenna amplifying this puppet master's range. The cultist commands his bugs to carve them up, and the swarm charges. Amelia roars, stepping up to take the front line. She swings her lance, blocking massive scythe legs, but the raw kinetic weight pushes her back into the mud. Van shouts her name, trying to step into flank, but his vision blurs and he stumbles mid-step. His impalement wound reopens violently, blood spurting straight through his bandages. His body is completely out of gas. Amelia looks back in terror, calling out to him. That split-second distraction is all the bugs need. A heavy scythe leg smashes straight down onto her guard. Her armor cracks under the impact, the purple kinetic force breaking through her defense. She gets launched violently across the clearing, tumbling through the dirt. She hits the ground face down, motionless and bleeding. The cultist smirks under his hood, looking at Van and calling him a filthy, magicless ape. He orders all 10 iron bugs to encircle Van, promising to return his non-magical blood back to the swamp mud. Van trembles, his legs giving out completely from severe blood loss as the beetles hover over him. He looks down at his open wound, knowing he has 0 physical strength left. He realizes he has no choice but to use that dangerous, unsealed power. The real world freezes. Time stops around the charging bugs as Van's consciousness gets dragged into a burning red mindscape. Everything goes pitch black except for a sea of crimson fire. A booming, monstrous voice echoes from a dark sun above, calling him pathetic for throwing away a second life so easily. A colossal, spectral, red-eyed wolf composed of dark flames looms over him in the void. The crushing spiritual pressure forces Van to his knees inside his own mind. The wolf reveals the truth. It is the ancient entity that pulled Van's dead body from the shores of time and granted his regression. Van stares in shock, realizing he is looking at the source of his second life. The wolf reminds him that it is no merciful god and will not give him third chances. It offers to lend him its demonic power to destroy the bugs, but names a very specific price: Amelia's life. Van stammers, unable to process the offer. The wolf commands Van to walk over to the unconscious Amelia, slit her throat, and offer her blood as a sacrifice. It promises that her sacrifice will instantly dust the bugs. Van's eyes go ice cold, and he tells the entity to stop joking because Amelia is his comrade. The red wolf laughs mockingly, treating the word comrade like a punchline. It points out that Emilia is a magic-born noble, a member of the exact kingdom that treated the non-magical Galda like livestock and ruined his family. It calls this the ultimate chance for revenge. Van stays silent, his crimson eyes burning with dark intensity. The wolf adds that both of them will die here anyway if he hesitates. It argues that letting her die so he can survive to protect his squad is the only rational, tactical choice. Van looks the giant cosmic demon dead in the eyes and gives a two-word answer: I refuse. The wolf reacts in surprise, while Van remembers Emilia riding double on his horse, placing her entire life in his hands without hesitation. He remembers her swallowing her massive noble pride in camp, kneeling before him to apologize for her tactical mistakes. He remembers her throwing herself in front of the bug swarm just now to shield his injured body. He does not care if she is magic-born, she earned her place as his comrade. Van grits his teeth, his voice shaking with pure rage as he states that he knows better than anyone on this continent how it feels to be betrayed by someone you trusted. He vows that he will never become a betrayer himself, and that giving him a second chance at life was more than enough. He screams at the ancient cosmic entity to sit down and watch quietly while he handles his own fight. A 15-year-old kid standing tall across an abyss, completely talking down to a godlike demon. The red wolf smiles a terrifying, razor-sharp grin, finding his defiance genuinely interesting. It surges forward, telling Van to prove what his broken body can accomplish. The wolf plunges its red flame straight into Van's chest, forcing the mindscape to shatter. Time resumes in the real world as the 10 blade shell beetles collapse onto Van's location in a violent swarm. The cultist watches from a distance as the bugs bury the kid under a mountain of razor limbs. He turns his back casually, saying he wasted enough time on trash. He steps away to resume his mission against Prince Hines, but suddenly pauses. A thick, dark red river of viscous blood and dark aura leaks out from beneath the bug pile. The cultist turns his head back in shock, asking what the hell he is looking at. All 10 steel-shelled blade shell beetles lie completely shredded into pieces, their body parts strewn across blood-soaked ground. Van stands in the center of the carnage holding a severed bug head, dark crimson aura swirling around his body like a vortex. Our guy looks up with glowing crimson eyes, blood on his face, giving the cultist a look that says his execution has just been officially scheduled. The cultist stands amidst the shredded bug bodies, staring at Van in utter disbelief. A blade beetle's shell is as hard as forged steel, and this kid just targeted the rotational joints and twisted them clean off with his bare hands. He whispers that it should be physically impossible. Even with perfect structural knowledge, a human without magic enhancement cannot output that kind of raw kinetic force. Van stands in the dark smoke, his eyes glowing like two burning red coals. The cultist scoffed, brushing off his initial panic. He figures a trick like that drains everything a human has, and commands his remaining bugs to lunge in and devour him. Van drops his shoulders, red-black aura flaring around his body like a pressure valve blowing open. The bugs dive from every angle, claws extended, and Van vanishes from the spot entirely. His hand slams into a bug's head before the creature can even register movement. He rips the beast in half with a single brutal twist. The cultist gasps as Van mid-air slashes through 2 more bugs in a single motion. Here is what is actually happening inside our guy's head right now. The moment time resumed, Van was chanting specific phrases under his breath. Sink, my heart. Break, these chains. Become only the law of the moment when the enemy exists. For a guy with zero magic, those words are not a spell. They are cognitive keywords for self-hypnosis, artificially shutting off his brain's neocortex, the part responsible for conscious thought. All sensory input bypasses thought processing entirely, routing straight to the brainstem and basal ganglia, which control survival instincts and motor reflexes. The time lag caused by thinking becomes literal zero. He is moving before his brain even realizes there is an enemy. At the same time, his brain secretes massive amounts of natural narcotics, blocking the sensation of tearing muscle fibers and disabling the safety limiters the human body normally applies unconsciously. He is running his physical body at 100% maximum output every single microsecond. Secret technique. Cell's selflessness. Discarding human reason, he becomes a pure, unthinking slaughtering machine. Doing this with an incomplete 15-year-old body shaves away cellular lifespan at a terrifying rate. It is an absolute forbidden technique. Van lands in the dirt, his body bent completely backward as his muscles scream from the exertion. He forces himself upright, skin discolored and tears of pure blood streaming down his face. The cultist backs up, realizing the kid's capillaries are bursting from sheer internal pressure. A magicless human should not be capable of this. Then an ancient prophecy memory hits the cultist like a lightning strike. The wolf defeated in the battle of the Age of Gods hides in tainted blood and waits for the time of return. The spectral red wolf looms over Van's bloody silhouette, its crimson aura engulfing the clearing. The cultist gritted his teeth, finally admitting the truth. This is no ordinary Galda. This kid threatens the kingdom's pure bloodline and is the exact taint that his cult was formed to purge. He notes that a power shaving away life like that cannot last long. Left alone, Van will destroy himself, but out of respect for that terrifying obsession, the cultist decides to respond with total lethality. He pulls a dagger and slashes his own forearm wide open. Dark red blood spurts onto the muddy ground, sizzling like acid. A massive, swamp-wide blood magic circle expands beneath his feet as he chants for the forest to feed on his blood. Swamp wolves, rock golems, and giant centipedes explode out from the brush, their eyes turning blood red. Massive bear beasts and treants get whipped into an absolute frenzy by the blood catalyst. The cultist grins like a psychopath, commanding every monster lurking in the swamp to become blades that purge the taint. He throws down a challenge. Will his high-tier magic run out first, or will Van become monster chow? He invites Van to play a game with their lives on the line. Van raises his hand, eyes completely blank and white, stepping into a low stance despite his body falling apart. A massive, thunderous stampede of beasts charges down the narrow path straight at him. Meanwhile, on the outer perimeter, the main army guards pull up their horses, wondering if the beast horde just retreated. They ask if the company captains managed to clear the zone. Ninth Prince Heinz looks toward the dark tree line, his expression dead serious. He tells them the monsters did not retreat. They are all being funneled into a single location. Heinz narrows his eyes, trying to figure out what kind of force could draw an entire region's fauna to one spot. He worries for Van's safety right as a deafening, earth-shattering roar shakes the entire forest ground. Van moves like a red cyclone, tearing through bears, snakes, and bug beasts in a complete sea of blood. His crimson eye is locked on one target, totally unblinking and devoid of fear. He dodges a razor claw by a hair's breadth as a giant bug drives a heavy leg straight down onto his position. His impalement wound reopens violently, blood spurting straight through his shirt as he turns mid-stride. His face is pale, spattered with monster blood running on pure autonomic reflex. He thrusts his bare fist straight into a beast's chest, shattering its internal core in a red shockwave. He slides across the wet stone, dark aura swirling around his limbs, but his physical frame is at its absolute limit. The cultist watches from behind his horde, mocking Van's obsession and reminding him that he is still just magicless flesh. Blocking pain does not stop physical collapse. Van's head drops low, his posture sagging, his screaming muscle fibers tear apart, and his broken bones finally refuse to support his weight. A giant bug lunges down for the kill as Van lets out a pained scream, falling forward. He slams face down into the mud, unmoving as a pool of blood expands beneath him. The cultist looks over his army of beasts at the limp body, asking if it is finally over. He remarks that the kid collapsed unexpectedly fast. He points a clawed finger, ordering a blade beetle to cut off Van's head. The giant bug swoops down from the sky, scythe arms cocked back. It drops straight onto Van's neck for a quick execution strike. The razor blade is literally inches from slicing his throat, and Van's crimson eye snaps wide open in a flash. His leg detonates off the mud like a pressurized spring. The feigned death reflex. A cornered wild animal intentionally drops all signs of life to lower a predator's guard before springing an ambush. The cultist gasps in utter shock as Van flies straight at his face like a human missile. Van's fist is shrouded in dense red-black aura, his face twisted in pure feral rage. Direct hit. He punches the cultist square in the throat with terrifying kinetic force. The cultist is launched backward through the air, coughing up blood as his spell breaks. Van tumbles backward from the kinetic recoil, spinning through the sky. He lands heavily on his knees, clutching his fist as the dark aura completely evaporates. His eye twitches, his vision fading to absolute pitch black. His body has officially hit zero. In the distance, the cultist staggers back to his feet, a dark purple magic shield flickering around his body. He wipes blood from his throat, admitting that without passive magic barrier protection, that strike would have killed him instantly. He looks down at the now fully collapsed van, realizing just how dangerous this kid actually is. Our guy lies face down in the wet mud, totally unconscious, his heart barely beating. The cultist realizes he looked down on a magicless ape, but this kid is a natural predator for mages. He must be eliminated right here, right now. He climbs onto a giant bug, swooping over Van's body and calling him a tainted monkey who needs to disappear forever. The bug raises its massive scythe claw for a final decapitation stroke, and a sharp cyan magic slash cuts the bug's scythe arm clean off. The cultist gasps in shock. The ground rumbles as the Royal Academy main force, led by Prince Heinz, smashes through the tree line on armored warhorses. Heinz charges at the front, holy light flaring from his hand. The royal guards roar at the top of their lungs, weapons drawn. They scream to push forward and save Lady Amelia and Captain Van. Swamp wolves get frozen mid-stride in sharp blue ice. Helene Steinartz rides past on her warhorse, channeling glacial ice magic. "I stopped its movement. I'll leave the rest to you." Karina Ludier vaults off her horse into the air, drawing her blade with a fierce glare. "I was going to do it anyway!" Karina unleashes a supersonic pink sword hurricane, dicing 3 giant beasts into pieces before she even touches the ground. The cultist looks at the incoming wave of steel and magic, realizing the Academy's main army has arrived. He mutters that with this much interference, his interest in continuing is completely gone. He decides capturing Prince Heinz can wait for another opportunity. However, looking at the unconscious Van, he snaps his fingers, ordering one last bug to take the kid's head so he does not become a threat later. The remaining bug lunges downward at Van's exposed neck. Helene and Karina shout in panic as they try to reach him. The cultist whispers that it is over, and the bug's claws swoop down inches from Van's head. Boom. A sudden, violent, dark lightning shockwave slams down directly on top of the bug, pulverizing it into purple dust. The smoke clears over Van's unmoving body. Arnulf Clavius stands on top of the crushed bug shell, casually adjusting his dark round glasses. "Let's begin pest extermination." The cultist recognizes him instantly as the heir of the elite Clavis family. He smiles under his hood, noting that the Academy has more talented monsters than he expected, and that destroying them all today would be a waste. A dark purple magic rift opens behind him, and he steps inside, promising Van he will take his head another time. Arnulf stands quietly as the portal seals shut, keeping his guard up over Van. A desperate scream echoes across the dark battlefield. "Van!" Karina sprints through the mud, dropping violently to her knees right beside Van's bleeding body. Falk and Ralph sprint up right behind her with Helene. Karina scoops Van's limp head into her arms, tears welling up in her eyes as she screams for him to stay with them and open his eyes. Helene gasps in utter horror at the state of his body, while Falk turns around and screams at the medical team to hurry the hell up. Karina looks down at Van's pale, blood-stained face, tears streaming freely down her cheeks as she stammers that this has to be a lie. She cries out frantically, reminding him that he promised to stay alive and become her knight, shouting that she will never allow him to die alone in a place like this. Van lies completely motionless in her arms, a single drop of water falling down his pale, cold cheek. A massive green healing circle covers the entire medical tent, but the energy is barely reacting. The healers are sweating bullets, while Karina and Helene watch with pale faces. Heinz stands in the back, silently watching the lead doctor lower his hands. The doctor explains that healing magic requires a baseline life force to ignite a recovery response, and Van currently has 0 spark left in his body. Karina's eyes go wide in complete terror. She grabs the doctor by his collar, screaming at him to stop making excuses and save Van right now. Heinz steps forward, telling the medical team to keep pushing until the very end because Van is the greatest contributor to this battle. Outside the camp, Arnulf stands alone under the night sky, watching the green light dome from the forest ridge. He narrows his eyes, thinking about Van's discolored skin and burst capillaries. That exact physical condition is something he has seen once before in his past. A flashback flashes through his mind, a female shadow assassin surrounded by red aura, shredding stone golems bare-handed. She glides through the air in a whirlwind of dark red energy, wiping out an entire armored unit in seconds. A younger Arnulf watched the massacre from behind a tree, terrified by that non-magical speed. Suddenly, inside the tent, Van gasps violently, his back arching off the bed. The healer jumps back in shock as color rushes back into the kid's face. Karina lets out a massive sigh of relief, yelling at the doctors to keep the treatment going. Outside, Arnulf looks toward the tent, asking himself if Van Kruger has also stepped beyond the laws of human reason. Morning breaks over the Lament wetlands, sunlight burning away the lingering swamp fog. Inside the military command tent, the formal investigation begins. An investigator takes notes on his scroll as Amelia details the attack by the Purification Sect Beast Controller. Amelia states clearly that if the main force had been delayed by even 5 minutes, her advance unit would have been wiped out. The investigator writes down every word without interrupting. Amelia looks over at Van and Hines, stating that the only reason anyone survived was Prince Hines acting as a decoy and Squad Captain Van Kruger displaying extraordinary tactical bravery. She explains that Van used himself as live bait to expose the Wasp's hidden weak point, and she simply landed the final strike. A noble guard mutters that a non-magical Galda pulling off a stunt like that sounds completely fake. Amelia turns her head, glaring at the guard with eyes sharp enough to cut glass. She asks him if he is calling her testimony suspicious. The guard immediately backs down, sweating nervously. Amelia bows her head deeply to the investigator, stating that as the company commander, putting her squad in danger was entirely her fault. She states she is ready to accept any official demotion or punishment. She drops onto both knees right on the tent floor. She bows her head to the ground, taking full responsibility. Van watches her from his bed, surprised to see a high noble bow like that for her men. The investigator notes her confession on the record, but points out that despite a disaster-class ambush, she brought her entire unit back without losing a single human life. He closes his scroll, stating that protecting every soldier under her command is an achievement worthy of praise, not punishment. Amelia looks up in shock, her eyes wide as she thanks him. She sits back on her heels, letting out a massive sigh of relief beside Van's bed. The investigator leaves the tent, telling everyone to rest while the site inspection continues. Hines smiles warmly, pointing out that catching a trace of the Purification Sect while losing 0 men is a massive win. Uncovering an active cult plot alone justifies the expedition. Amelia shakes her head modestly, saying she would be dead if Van and Hines had not stepped up. Van gives a small, genuine smile, saying the same applies to him. Suddenly, a terrifying, dark, reddish aura ignites right behind them. Amelia turns around, thanking Karina for her rescue, but Karina points a trembling finger at the bed. Karina explodes with cartoon fangs, screaming why Amelia has been tightly holding Van's hand under the blanket this entire time. Amelia holds their intertwined fingers up proudly, declaring Van her one and only comrade in arms. Karina yells that being comrades does not explain holding hands during a military briefing. Helene laughs behind her hand in the doorway, while Ralph notes that the investigator completely ignored the hand-holding. Amelia places her hand over her heart, passionately describing how they crossed the line of death together. Karina screams that Amelia is not even listening to her. Karina tries to yank Van's other arm, but Van gives a deadpan face, explaining that Amelia wrapped her wind magic around his fingers so he physically cannot let go. Amelia looks deeply into Van's eyes, declaring their bond eternal as each other's shield and spear. Karina draws her saber with a dark grin, promising to cut that bond into piece. Van panics, begging her not to draw steel inside a medical tent. Van screams for help internally as we cut to the camp cleanup outside. The roughneck soldiers approach Van, offering to carry his heavy gear. The lead veteran grabs Van's pack, telling him to rest his injured body. Van smiles softly, watching his squad walk off, but his internal monologue turns ice cold. He sits alone on a rock overlooking the swamp, knowing that by all physical laws, he was supposed to die last night. He opens his gloved palm, looking at the red magic crystal he took from the Wasp. It has completely crumbled into fine red dust. When the healers gave up on him, his body automatically drained the dense mana inside the crystal to repair his cells. He narrows his eyes, wondering if the red-eyed wolf inside him triggered that absorption to keep its host alive. A tall shadow falls over him. Van turns his head, spotting Arnulf standing quietly in the trees. Van stands up, bowing politely to thank the senior who saved his life from the bug. Without a single word of warning, Arnulf lunges forward, driving an open palm strike straight at Van's throat. The air splits as leaves fly across the vision line. Van's eyes narrow as he smoothly catches Arnulf's wrist mid-air. Van holds the joint firm, telling him that is a pretty rough greeting. Arnulf looks down at their locked hands, noting that Van matched his exact descending speed to absorb the kinetic force. Arnulf adjusts his dark glasses, calling out the technique by name, Stillgriff. He asks Van how a first year knows the extinct Garuda shadow style. Van's eyes go wide in shock as he steps back into a defensive stance. Arnulf turns his back casually, telling Van to visit his room once they return to the academy. He walks away through the forest, leaving Van standing alone in the grass. Van sweats in deep concern, wondering how an upper-class noble knows the secret name of his non-magical assassin martial art. The Royal Academy Great Hall is packed with hundreds of students in blue uniforms for the official award ceremony. The ancient headmaster steps up to the podium, reading from a golden scroll and calling Amelia Rodenwald forward. Amelia steps up beside Heinz and Van, placing her hand over her heart. The headmaster commends her for leading the vanguard charge against an undocumented threat. He calls her fighting spirit a true model for kingdom nobility, and pins the special merit medal onto her chest as the student body erupts in applause. Next, he calls Ninth Prince Heinz, praising his selfless decoy play that drew the wasp's lightning away from the vanguard. He presents Heinz with the Special Merit Award. Heinz accepts it with a saintly smile, thanking the headmaster for his generous words. The audience roars with applause for the popular prince. Then the hall goes dead silent, whispers rippling through the crowd. The headmaster reads the final name on the scroll. Van Kruger. Van steps forward cleanly. The headmaster declares that despite possessing zero magic, Van exposed the raid boss's weak point through intelligence and physical skill. He smiles warmly, stating that having a unique talent like Van appearing in Academy history is something the institution is proud of. He awards Van the Special Merit Medal. Van bows respectfully, while nobles in the crowd whisper in shock about a Galda being called the Academy's pride. After the ceremony, Amelia, Heinz, and Van walk through the sunlit courtyard garden. Amelia looks down at her medal, admitting she still feels guilty. She feels her initial arrogance put the squad in danger, making her unworthy of an award. Heinz smiles gently, telling her that without her storm spear, victory was impossible. Heinz chuckles, saying he only acted as a passive target. Van crosses his arms, telling Heinz to stop downplaying his role, since without his magic flair, everyone would be swamp mud right now. Heinz looks at Van, saying that hearing praise from him makes him happier than receiving the medal. Van looks away, muttering that he was just stating objective facts. Van holds his medal, wondering why the school leadership gave a high honor to a Galda. Heinz drops his relaxed tone, explaining that the academy leadership had its own political motives. A cult attack on a student exercise is a massive scandal that destroys the school's public reputation. Van catches on immediately. They created public heroes to frame the disaster as a brilliant academy victory. Giving a medal to a non-magical Galda generated ideal PR. Heinz leans in with a warm grin, praising Van for seeing the political chessboard so clearly. Van glances sideways, his instincts instantly going on high alert. Heinz stands tall, his blue eyes locking onto Van as he asks if Van will come work under him after graduation. Van freezes. Heinz states calmly that he has a dream to take the royal throne. He places a hand on Van's shoulder, stating he needs a power that does not fit conventional molds. Heinz smiles saintly, offering to change the entire country together. He asks if it sounds like a good deal, while Van's eyes widen in sheer horror. Flashback images flood Van's brain, his burning village, his mother hanged, Lena dying in his arms, and Heinz's cold, saintly smile from his previous life. The weight of his past death hits Van like a hammer. His hands tremble violently as Heinz asks if he is okay. Van's special merit medal slips from his numb fingers, crashing onto the stone tiles. Van clutches his head, his killer instinct flaring as he prepares to break Heinz's neck right there in the garden. Slam. Amelia suddenly steps between them, shoving Heinz back and yelling that she cannot ignore what he just said. Amelia stands tall like a shield. Van wipes the cold sweat from his face, realizing her interruption saved him from committing treason. Van recovers his composure, realizing Amelia is right. A ninth prince openly declaring he will take the throne is an admission that he plans to purge his older brothers. Amelia puts her hands on her hips, loudly announcing that Van has already decided to join her territory after graduation. Van's face goes completely derp, looking at her in utter confusion. Amelia blushes, stammering, while Van explodes in rage, yelling at her to stop deciding his career path on her own. A voice calls out from the path as Helene and Karina walk up in uniform. Helene congratulates them on the medal ceremony. Karina nudges Van playfully, calling him her knight and suggesting he join the 5 Crowns next year. Van shifts his tone to serious, noting that despite the ceremony, the school leadership seems tense. Helene nods, confirming the palace is treating the swamp incident as a top-tier security leak. Karina points out that a prince almost died, so heads will roll. Helene reveals that suspicions are high that an internal mole leaked the military training routes to the purification sect. An internal investigation is underway across the entire campus. Van narrows his eyes, thinking about the cult mole operating inside the academy. Helene smiles gently, telling Van that political stress aside, today is a day to celebrate. She places a hand on his shoulder, stating that both of them have taken a massive step toward their shared goal. Van looks down at his medal, realizing she is right. Winning this merit medal brings him closer than ever to his real goal. A vision of the suit of armor appears in his mind, Academy knighthood. He grips the medal tight, vowing to become a kingdom noble and gain the authority needed to save the Galda district with his own hands. Helene smiles warmly, agreeing with his resolve. A split panel shows Van and Helene sharing a quiet moment of mutual respect. In the background, Karina glares at them with dark chibi rage lines, repeating the phrase, "your 2 goals," under her breath. Karina grabs Helene's shoulders in comedic panic, demanding a full explanation while Van's sweat drops in the corner. Night falls over the Royal Academy training grounds. Van walks down a torchlit stone corridor into the underground arena. In the center of the vast stone ring, Arnulf Clavius stands shirtless, showcasing an insanely ripped, scar-covered upper body as he strikes martial stances. Van looks at him, remembering the intelligence on House Clavis. Amelia previously explained that Arnold became the head of the prestigious Clavis family at only 17 years old. He is an elite magic warrior respected by instructors, but disliked by peers, because no one can read his true thoughts. Van watches him, wondering why a top noble knows the extinct Garuda shadow style. Arnulf stands on a massive magic circle carved into the stone floor, dark purple aura flaring around his bare arms. He adjusts his dark glasses with 2 fingers. Arnulf looks down at Van, noting that he actually showed up. Van gives a polite smile, saying he could not ignore a summons from the senior who saved his life. Arnulf tells him to drop the fake politeness, stating he did not call him here to collect favors or demand senior respect. Van drops his smile, asking directly what Arnulf wants. Arnulf looks straight through his dark glasses, his voice dead serious. "Van, I want you." Van's eyes bulge out, his jaw dropping in complete horror. Arnulf continues calmly, ignoring Van's reaction, and explains that the Academy has launched a secret internal investigation into the cult mole. Because of his family standing, the headmaster assigned the student investigation directly to Arnulf. Arnulf points a finger straight at Van's chest. "Van Kruger, I appoint you as my assistant." So Van is standing in the ruins at night, scratching his neck and trying to make sense of this whole undercover setup. He asks Arnulf straight up why a student was given a high-level covert investigation job, and Arnulf hits him with the ultimate flex. He's the head of House Clavis. Van gives him the classic face. "Okay, fair enough, you're high rank, but there is still one massive question hanging in the air. Why pick Van as his assistant?" Arnulf's response is short, sweet, and brutally direct. "Because you are a Galda." Van blinks, trying to translate musclehead logic. He figures it is because the purification cult hates Galdas, making Van the absolute last person anyone would suspect of being their spy. Plus, 0 mana means total stealth, and Van actually knows how to beat people up without casting spells. Van stares at him in silence, realizing that behind those dark glasses, the logic actually checks out. He folds his arms, thinking this guy is completely awful at explaining things, but the plan itself makes sense on paper. Still, Van has one more thing he needs cleared up before he signs his life away. He remembers back during Legion training, right after the swamp battle ended, when Arnulf randomly walked up to him in the forest. He asks if that approach was really about this undercover mission. Because the timeline does not add up, Arnulf only received this royal investigation assignment after the battle was over. So why did he reach out back then? Arnulf turns his head, admitting there was something specific he wanted to ask Van back in that forest. But he dodges the question immediately, saying it can wait until after this mission is finished. Van catches the dodge instantly. But Arnulf turns the tables, pointing out that Van is hiding plenty of dark secrets of his own. They set a firm deal right there, complete the investigation first, then answer each other's questions with 0 lies. Van takes a second to weigh the reality of undercover work. Investigating your own peers, suspecting the people you march beside, nobody likes taking that job. But pulling off an achievement this big gets him significantly closer to earning Academy knighthood, which means legal protection for his home district. More importantly, if they leave the purification cult alone, their shadow schemes will eventually trigger a full-scale civil war. He knows from his previous life that the king's sudden death and that exact civil war were what sparked the bloody succession war, putting 9th Prince Heinz on the throne. If another civil war breaks out and Heinz becomes king again, the same living hell repeats for everyone he loves. Van looks up, decision made. He will take the job. But when this is over, you talk. Arnulf gives his word without flinching. Cut to the next morning in the bright academy classroom. Falk and Ralph lean over Van's desk, asking if he wants to check out some elective seminars. In this academy, a seminar is a specialized small group class run by an instructor, completely separate from regular lectures, and you need personal approval to get in. Falk is hyped about applying for Instructor Vargas, the magic swordsman. Ralph is planning to visit Instructor Maris, the wind specialist. Van casually notes that no seminar instructor is going to accept a student who cannot channel magic. But Ralph speaks up, there is one option. Professor Bartolome. He is a theory specialist who does not fixate on fancy magic styles, taking in lower nobles, commoners, and non-standard students alike. His teaching is legitimate, and some of his low mana students end up pulling off insane achievements under his guidance. Van considers it. He spent a full lifetime doing dark military strategy and theoretical research in his past life, so sitting in basic lectures is not a priority. He tells the guys it sounds interesting, but he has somewhere he needs to be today. He grabs his leather bag and heads for the door, promising to pay the professor a visit next time. A short while later, Van meets up with Arnulf at a quiet, sunlit courtyard garden by the water, greeting his senior politely. Arnulf takes a seat on the stone bench, ready to launch the operation. Van sits down and asks the obvious starting question, where do they begin? Arnulf just sits there. In total, complete silence. The silence stretches. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. A literal loading icon might as well be spinning over his head. Arnulf scratches his chin and goes, interviews, maybe? Van's soul almost leaves his body right then and there. He realizes that this absolute top-tier student warrior, the head of House Clavis, is a complete, unadulterated musclehead with zero detective skills. Arnulf freely admits he has no experience with investigative missions and asks Van to handle the brain work. Van looks at him in sheer disbelief. Even Amelia took weeks to trust his calls, but this guy just handed over operational command like it was nothing. Arnulf stares back through his dark glasses. Is that a problem? Van sighs, taking a breath to lay down the fundamentals. In any intelligence operation, there are 4 main pipelines you track: people, goods, money, and information. Arnulf leans in, actually listening like a student in class. Van points out that the purification cult timed their swamp attack perfectly during Legion training. They knew the exact moment the vanguard would enter the Lament wetlands, which means someone inside the military structure leaked that operational plan beforehand. So the very first thing they need to track is how that intelligence moved. Arnulf looks impressed, asking how a first year knows so much about counterintelligence. Van stammers, blaming it on books he read, because explaining that he spent his previous life running Shadow War operations for a living would sound slightly insane. Arnulf accepts it without second thoughts and asks who they should approach first. Van already knows the answer. Cut to Amelia Rodenwald's private quarters, where she greets them with a warm smile, offering them a place to sit. Though she cannot help but note that seeing the head of House Clavis paired up with Van is definitely an unexpected combination. Amelia pours them warm tea, explaining that it is a specialty blend from her frontier hometown, something her people drink to get through the brutal northern winters designed to warm the body fast. Van takes a polite sip and thanks her. Amelia sits down across from them and asks what brings them to her office. Arnulf opens his mouth and immediately starts blurting out, "To look for the inform," when Van straight up chokes on his tea and drives a brutal kick-elbow combo directly into Arnulf's ribs. Amelia gasps, jumping up as Van violently coughs into his hand. She looks genuinely worried, asking if the frontier tea was too hot for him. Van waves his hands in panic, trying to sound natural while wiping his mouth, swearing it was totally his fault and he just swallowed wrong. Meanwhile, under the coffee table, Van is stomping on Arnulf's boot with enough force to break stone, glaring at him like he wants to end his life right there. Van takes control of the room, smoothly covering by claiming he is organizing an official battle lessons report from the swamp training exercise, analyzing what went right and what went wrong during the battle so future deployments can learn from it. Amelia's eyes light up with admiration, praising Van for already preparing for the next battle like a true commander. Van brushes off the compliment, keeping his cover locked tight. He gets straight to the point, asking her as the advanced unit commander to share her side of how events unfolded. Amelia smiles softly and agrees to help in any way she can. Inside, Van feels a sharp sting in his chest. Using the trust of someone who respects him feels terrible, but exposing the cult mole comes before personal feelings. He asks her directly how the initial operational plan was finalized. Amelia reflects back on the strategic briefing map before the march into the wetlands. She explains that selecting a fast force reconnaissance unit made complete sense from a tactical standpoint, but Van presses deeper, asking if any specific event or conversation influenced her to push that aggressive choice at that exact moment. Amelia sets her teacup down, her expression darkening into solemn regret. She admits that while gathering intel was the main goal, she cannot deny that at the time, she was overly eager to earn military glory. Van watches her closely as she explains what triggered that reckless impulse. It happened during a routine rest break on the march, when she overheard a conversation between officers. One of the squad captains made a comment about the Wailing Swamp being insanely large, saying there was no way they could finish scouting before the main army arrived, so playing it safe and securing an entry route was the logical choice. But then he added a subtle remark. Though with the Rodevalt family's war cavalry here, talking about playing it safe feels like a waste. At that exact moment, Amelia felt something burn inside her chest. Her family has guarded the frontier for generations without backing down from an enemy, and hearing that her elite unit was taking the safe option provoked her noble pride. Looking back, she recognizes that while courage is a cavalryman's virtue, letting pride push her into a blind charge was reckless for a commander. She lowers her eyes, blaming herself for not keeping a cool head during the deployment. After leaving her office, Van and Arnulf walk down the grand hallway, confirming the officer's name, Squad Captain Elvin. Arnulf notes that Elvin belongs to the Bartholomew Seminar, the exact class Ralph mentioned earlier today. Van rubs his chin. On the surface, what Elvin said sounds like normal military talk, but if that line was calculated in advance to trigger Amelia's well-known family pride, then her aggressive push into the swamp was not an accident. Arnulf realizes what Van is driving at. Amelia's choices were being actively guided into the trap. Van nods. They need to meet Elvin immediately and hear what he has to say. They head straight for the Bartholomew Seminar, arriving at an ancient treehouse library built into a massive tree structure on campus. Van realizes this is the exact seminar his classmate mentioned earlier. He never thought he would be visiting it under these circumstances. Arnulf knocks on the wooden door. A smooth, composed voice from inside invites them in. They push open the heavy door and step inside. Sitting at the center desk of a massive multi-story library is Professor Bartolome, wearing round spectacles and a welcoming smile. He recognizes both Arnold of the Five Glories and Van Kruger, welcoming his unusual visitors. Van uses his cover story again, mentioning the Battle Report project. Bartolome commends Van, saying it is rare for a first-year student to take that level of tactical initiative. Van gets straight to the point, asking if Squad Captain Elvin Feltner is present today. Bartolome adjusts his glasses, explaining that Elvin is currently taking a leave of absence from the seminar. Recalling that Elvin was hit directly by the Magic Thunder insect's lightning during the swamp battle and is still recovering. Van bows politely, accepting the explanation and preparing to leave. Kruger. Van pauses as the professor turns toward him, admitting he has had his eye on Van for quite some time. Van turns back, caught off guard. Bartolome notes how a student with 0 magic matched swords with the Sword Princess of Luthier and played a crucial role in taking down a disaster-class monster, calling those achievements unimaginable in the history of the Royal Magic Academy. He smiles warmly, suggesting that someone like Van might be the key to opening a whole new era. Van plays it cool, scratching his head and laughing it off like a humble rookie. Bartolome explains that his seminar focuses on compensating for weak magic through physical skill, making Van's fighting style fundamentally aligned with his teaching. He invites them down to watch his students train for a while since they are already here. Van glances at Arnulf, who gives a silent nod of agreement. Van accepts the invitation. Since Elvin studies here, observing the students might drop some extra clues about his background. They walk down into the open training ground as the sound of wooden swords echoing through the hall fills the air. Bartolome explains that none of his students are elite nobles or magic prodigies. The children of prestigious families prefer more flashy, famous seminars. However, even if they were born with little magic, they can still become strong. Showing students grinding endlessly over magic diagrams and sword drills, striving to overcome their natural limits. Van looks at them and smiles slightly, admitting it seems like a genuinely good place for growing fighters. Bartolome's eyes narrow slightly behind his glasses, watching Van's reaction. Arnulf stays completely stoic, watching the courtyard. Then the professor turns to Van with a sudden favor, suggesting that a live combat demonstration between Van and Arnulf would be extremely educational for his low-mana students. Van blinks. A sparring match with Arnulf? Van hesitates internally. Standing out in public while running an undercover investigation goes against every assassin rule in the book. Let's do it. Arnulf steps up without a second thought. Van turns his head toward him like, "Are you out of your mind?" Arnulf points out that a defensive barrier is active around this training field, so there is no need to worry about structural damage or collateral, while Bartolome tells them not to hold back. The surrounding students stop their drills, murmuring in absolute shock as the two figures take the stage. Van sighs inside. Fine, if it secures cooperation for the investigation, he will play along with a light warm-up match. They walk to the center of the stone arena floor. The crowd of students starts buzzing. Arnold of the Five Glories against the famous Garuda freshman, recounting how Van defeated Karina and took down the raid boss, while pointing out that Arnulf sits at the absolute peak of martial power among upperclassmen. If a first year were to win, even in a sparring match, it would cause an unbelievable uproar across the academy. Bartolome stands on the sidelines with his arms folded, watching calmly. Van assumes his open palm martial stance, offering a polite, "I'll be relying on your experience, senpai," and then the entire atmosphere dies. Arnulf does not assume a relaxed sparring posture. A violent, suffocating pressure erupts from his body, cracking the stone floor and sending shockwaves that make every student in the courtyard drop to their knees in sheer terror. Blue lightning-like mana surges around Arnulf as he looks down at Van and states coldly, "I'm coming at you with the intent to kill." He tells Van that if he wants to survive this match, he better fight with that exact same lethal mindset. Van's polite mask shatters instantly, replaced by a razor-sharp, terrifying grin as his crimson eyes flash with pure bloodlust. Arnulf's mana explodes into the air like a localized hurricane, completely filling the training ground. The watching students step back in total panic, whispering about how Arnold is built different even among the Five Crowns, having never lost a spar even against active knights. Professor Bartolome stands safely behind the barrier with a pleasant smile, giving the signal to begin. Van does not wait around. He glides low across the stone floor, closing the distance in a fraction of a second. He drives a palm strike straight into Arnulf's chest, putting everything behind it. Arnulf does not even dodge. The impact hits his uniform and Van's hand bounces off like he just punched a solid block of titanium. Van reels back, eyes wide. A magic warrior. Here is the tactical breakdown on why these guys are a nightmare. Standard mages cast spells outward to blow things up. Magic swordsmen channel mana into their blades to cut through steel. Magic warriors compress every drop of mana inside their own bodies, using it entirely for physical enhancement, which means their internal defensive density is completely off the charts compared to any other build. Van fires off a rapid sequence of crushing strikes, trying to send shockwaves straight into his organs, but the wall of compressed magic inside Arnulf absorbs the force before it travels anywhere. He tries air palm to scramble his inner ear, but the shock cannot even penetrate his neck. Van's mind races. Standard anti-mage techniques are useless here, so he changes tactics mid-air, dropping low for a sweep. Arnulf reads the angle instantly and sidesteps, tapping Van's wrist to disrupt his balance. A heavy punch breezes past Van's face, the wind pressure alone cracking the floor tiles behind him. Van resets his footwork, backing off to recalculate. He considers using Crushing Strike, twin palms, but that requires trapping with both hands and has way too much windup. That was built for giant, slow monsters in his past life, not a supersonic martial artist. Arnulf steps forward, adjusting his glasses. My turn now. He closes the gap instantly. Van barely gets his guard up before a heavy strike slams into his forearm, the kinetic weight behind it numbing Van's arm down to the bone. Arnulf follows up with a sweeping kick that shatters the stone beneath them, forcing Van into a desperate backflip. Van lands on one knee, breathing heavily. If he takes one clean hit from this guy, the match is over instantly. He pushes off the ground anyway, refusing to stay on defense. He rushes inside Arnulf's guard, and Arnulf shifts his weight by half an inch, delivering a short-range counterstrike right to Van's chest that buries him into the dirt. Van coughs up air, mind reeling from the impact. That movement just now, a counter that strikes the exact starting point of an attack before it builds momentum, that was karma retribution. Arnulf follows up with a descending hammer fist. Van rolls out of the way, springing up with a counterpunch of his own, but Arnulf redirects Van's arm with a subtle wrist twist, flipping Van overhead using his own kinetic momentum. Van flips mid-air, recognizing the concept immediately, combined trajectory technique. He catches himself on the stone floor, brain working over time. These are Garuda martial arts, the secret anti-magic techniques invented by non-magical fighters to kill mages, and a noble from the magic race is using them. Arnulf looks down at him calmly. "What's wrong? Is that all?" Van grits his teeth. "Like hell it is!" Van goes on a furious offensive, throwing a high-speed barrage of strikes, but even while attacking, he is the one being slowly pushed back. In this 15-year-old body, his physical output has strict limits. He cannot generate enough raw force to crack Arnulf's internal magic armor. The only move strong enough is the internal shockwave of twin palms, but against a guy who reads every movement, setting up a two-handed grab is impossible. He is completely out of options. If he loses here without landing a single solid hit, the crowd will walk away thinking non-magical Galdas really do have absolute limits. Everything he built since the entrance exam, the respect, the momentum, could collapse right here. He has to break through that defense at least once. But how? Arnulf's fist grazes his cheek, the wind pressure alone cutting his skin as Van barely dodges. Van grunts, ducking under another heavy hook, and as he looks up, his mind suddenly drifts back to a memory from his past life. 10 years ago. A quiet forest clearing. A younger Van standing in front of a giant clay jar, trying to shatter it from the inside without breaking the outer shell. He slams both hands onto the jar, detonating an internal shockwave that cracks the core. Water explodes outward as the jar breaks cleanly. Past life Van turns around with a huge grin, shouting that he finally pulled it off. Sitting on a high branch above him is his master, Lise. Silver hair, crimson eyes, abs that could cut glass, looking down at him with a dry smirk. She tells him that mastering the principle is fine, but a move with that much telegraphed wind-up will only hit a complete idiot. Young Van yells back asking why she made him learn it then, and she reminds him that it was designed for thick-skinned beast demons. Then she drops down beside him, mentioning that the technique actually has a second stage. The secret is simply stacking two kinetic impacts, and you do not necessarily need two hands to do it. Van looks at her confused. How do you stack two impacts without using both hands? Lise smirks, turning her back on him. She tosses a single word over her shoulder. Time. She walks away waving her hand, telling him to figure the rest out himself while Van yells after her. Present Van snaps back to reality mid-fight, ducking under Arnulf's fist by a millimeter. Crap, he zoned out for a microsecond. The hint is time. Back in his past life, he never quite figured out what she meant by that, but right now, surrounded by a mountain of mana, the puzzle pieces click into place. It is all or nothing. Arnulf lowers his stance, noting that Van's spirit has not broken even in this spot. But it seems there is nothing more for me to see in your techniques. Dense blue mana coils around his right fist like a drill. As a sign of respect, I'll end this with the next attack. Van stays completely silent. He drops his center of gravity and extends his right hand forward, palm open. Arnulf charges, stepping through the stone floor with explosive speed. Van steps directly inside the attack vector, placing his open palm flat against Arnulf's chest, karma retribution combined with crushing strike. Arnulf feels the initial impact, thinking Van still had stamina left, but assumes his internal magic defense will absorb it like before. That won't work on me. Van's hand stays glued to his chest. Not yet! Van drives his hips forward, detonating a second force in the exact same microsecond. Arnulf's eyes widen in absolute shock as something inside his chest snaps. The second impact detonates inside Arnulf's chest, bypassing his magic defense completely. Arnulf is blown backward through the air, his eyes filled with disbelief. He gasps as his internal core shudders violently. He took two impacts from the exact same hand. Here is how Van solved Master Lyse's riddle. The first palm strike sent a kinetic shockwave traveling through Arnulf's chest toward his spine. That wave hit his dense skeletal structure and reflected backward like a sonar ping. Van read the exact timing of that returning reflected wave and struck a second palm strike on the exact same spot at the microsecond of return. The two kinetic waves overlapped inside his body, causing constructive resonance that amplified the force tenfold. If twin palms was a technique that stacked two impacts spatially using two hands, then this technique is crushing strike resonance, stacking two impacts temporally using one hand. Arnulf hits the ground on one knee, clutching his chest in pain. Van steps in fast, pulling his fist back to deliver the finishing blow. "That's enough!" Professor Bartolome's voice cuts through the arena as the barrier drops. The professor steps forward with a pleasant smile, noting that while it was getting interesting, this is still just a demonstration. Any further would harm both of you. Let's stop here. Van checks his strike, wiping sweat from his forehead. Bartolome chuckles softly, mentioning that in terms of total physical wear, Van took more hits, suggesting they call it a draw. Van agrees without argument, taking a breath to let his heart rate settle. Arnulf slowly stands up, looking at Van in silence. He places a hand over his chest, noting that the shockwave is still reverberating inside his core. It has been a long time since anyone landed a hit that clean on him. If we had continued, I probably had no way to withstand the next strike. He extends an open hand toward Van. It was a splendid strike. For sparring with me, I thank you, Van. Van shakes his hand, nodding politely while recovering his breath. Though inside, Van is staring at him with a huge question mark over his head. Why are you smiling like a proud older brother right now? You were trying to send me to the emergency room 3 seconds ago. The surrounding seminar students burst into wild applause, whispering in disbelief at how a non-magical student broke through Arnold's ironclad magic defense. Cheers echo across the open courtyard. Professor Bartolome claps along warmly with his students, but behind his round spectacles, his green eyes narrow into a cold, calculating glare. The faint glow of magic runes under his boots fades away. Van catches that subtle shift in the air, casting a sharp look back at the professor. Something about that man does not sit right with him. Cut to sunset. The golden sky stretches over the academy paths as Van and Arnulf walk back together. Van breaks the silence, complaining that going all out like that draws way too much attention for an undercover operation. Drawing eyes while running a spy investigation is basic rookie behavior. Arnulf adjusts his glasses, admitting that he simply wanted to cross fists with Van directly. He heard the rumors about Van's achievements, but evaluations seen through the eyes of others never tell the full story. I took advantage of the atmosphere back there, but what I said earlier was sincere. Van stares at him in silence. He sighs, muttering that Arnulf is a seriously strange guy. Arnulf says he gets that a lot. Van asks if all high nobles are this weird, briefly imagining Helene and Karina with their eccentric personalities, concluding that maybe high birth just makes people strange. Arnulf's footsteps slow down slightly on the cobblestone path. Van pauses, looking back to ask what is wrong. Arnulf looks away toward the sunset, brushing it off as nothing. Van keeps walking, but keeps an eye on him. As they walk side by side, Arnulf's mind drops into dark memory. As I thought, I can't go along with that scheme. Flashback to a dark, luxurious chamber heated by a roaring fireplace. First Prince Leonis sits casually in a massive armchair. Leonis notes that he heard Arnulf was assigned a royal undercover investigation. Arnulf asks where he heard that. Leonis smirks under his fur-trimmed coat, telling him not to make such an unpleasant face. There is no secret in the academy that doesn't reach my ears. Arnulf realizes Leonis used royal privilege to pull classified intelligence files. Leonis admits it without shame. It's dirty work, but someone has to do it. Leonis leans forward, his tone turning dark. He asks Arnulf to do one small extra task while running this investigation. While exposing the traitor, frame Van Kruger for the crime. Arnulf's face darkens instantly. That's unreasonable. Leonis smiles coldly, explaining that because Van is a Galda hated by the cult, framing him as a double agent would be effortless. Just fabricate evidence and plant it in his room. Arnulf stays silent, his fists clenching at his side. Leonis stands up, walking over until his face is inches from Arnulf's dark glasses. Have you forgotten? Reminding him of the day the previous head of House Clavis was killed fighting the Western barbarians. Points out that House Clavis should have been dissolved right then, leaving young Arnulf with nothing. The reason your inheritance of the family headship was approved before adulthood was the royal family's mercy. Leonis leans in, voice dripping with venom. To oppose me means House Clavis will once again be driven into ruin. Cut back to the present path. Arnulf looks at Van walking ahead of him. After crossing fists with Van in the arena, Arnulf understood clearly that those techniques were not learned overnight. Every muscle movement, every breath, every microsecond of timing was sharpened through unimaginable sweat in a body without magic shortcuts. He felt the weight of that discipline with his own fists. As a martial artist who respects that weight, he cannot bring himself to destroy this man through a cowardly political scheme. But if I disobey Leonis's orders, House Clavis will be destroyed. Van suddenly stops walking under the orange sky, turning around. So, about the investigation into the Purification faction, Arnulf snaps out of his thoughts, asking what he found. Van adjusts his tie, his crimson eyes narrowing sharply. I found the next lead. Not just the seminar, Instructor Bartolome himself. Let's investigate him thoroughly. Arnulf looks at him in complete shock. What? Meanwhile, deep underground in a hidden stone hideout, a high-level Purification sect executive stands inside a glowing blood-red magic circle. The puppet master reports that preparations are moving smoothly, and the next operational opportunity is near. He mentions he has an interesting story to share with his superior. Within the academy, there is someone who will help advance our plans, explaining that the person is not even aware of it, but in their blind eagerness for personal achievement, they will scatter sparks on their own. A very convenient pawn. The cult leader grins under his hood, telling him to let that pawn move freely for now. Soon, the academy will be struck by an unprecedented storm. The dark red magic circle flares with terrifying light as the cult prepares its final strike. Arnulf stops on the path, his face turning serious. Suspecting an academy instructor is not a small accusation. He looks down at Van and asks to hear his actual reasons. Van points a finger up, breaking it down step by step. First off, Elvin, the squad captain who manipulated Amelia into the swamp ambush, is a student in Bartolome's seminar. An instructor holds direct authority over his students' thinking. Arnulf listens quietly, telling him to keep going. Right after their sparring match ended, Bartolome looked down at the barrier magic circle on the floor for a single microsecond. That barrier was supposed to be a basic defensive spell to contain combat impact, so why was he inspecting it after the fight was already over? Van caught a very specific look in his eyes at that moment. Arnulf asks if there is anything else. Among the students watching in the crowd, a few of them stood out. They were not watching the spar to learn. Their eyes were cold, calculating, and measuring an enemy's combat strength. Arnulf blinks in surprise, asking if Van was really tracking the audience mid-fight. Van shrugs, of course he was. He was on an investigation. Though honestly, keeping tabs on surrounding threat levels is just an ingrained assassin habit at this point. Arnulf adjusts his glasses, noting that while all of that is sharp, it is still purely circumstantial evidence. Van agrees completely. That is exactly why they need to investigate and find hard proof. Then Van steps closer, dropping his tone into a quiet, serious deduction. Bartolome teaches anyone regardless of status. When he looked at Van, a non-magical Galda, he said, "You may be the key to a new era." In other words, he is progressive and reform-minded, which means he likely holds deep dissatisfaction toward the kingdom's status-driven system. Arnulf nods along. That tracks. However, Arnulf counters. The Purification cult's core doctrine is anti-Galda extremism, which seems completely incompatible with Bartolome's ideals. Van nods. Exactly. Which means Bartolome himself might not even realize he has become a pawn for the Purification sect. Van looks down, his tone quiet. Because I was the same. He remembers his previous life, how he wanted to change a country ruled by magic supremacy, walking a bloodstained path just to protect his family, only to end up becoming a violent weapon shaking the nation. Bartolome might be walking that exact same slippery slope right now. If the professor is innocent, Van wants to clear his name. But if he is caught up in something dark, it is better to act before it explodes. Arnulf pauses, pointing out that his official mandate from the palace only covers investigating students, not academy instructors. Van admits that is a legal boundary, but Arnulf pushes his glasses up with a smirk, admitting that this suspicion is far too heavy to ignore. Let me investigate it. Van looks at him with genuine thanks. Cut to a montage of gathering intel across campus. They question another instructor who praises Bartolome as a theory genius whose low family status keeps him barred from promotion. A senior scholar sighs behind his desk, calling it a waste of talent, saying in wartime a mind like his would have risen through frontline achievements long ago. Next, Van questions lower-ranked students. Female students gush about how great of a teacher he is, taking everyone seriously regardless of bloodline. Two guys at a lunch table share how students on the verge of expulsion became drastically stronger after joining his seminar, making him insanely popular among struggling students. Van listens closely, taking notes mentally. A dark-haired female student tells Van that Bartolome is one of the few instructors she truly respects, wishing there were more teachers who judged people by ability rather than birth status. Later that evening, Van and Arnulf debrief on the balcony. Everyone describes Bartolome as a conscientious, noble educator. However, Van chin strokes, everyone also repeatedly noted that his status is too low for him to ever advance. Arnulf nods. Multiple instructors said the exact same phrase. When a man has immense ability and achievements, yet gets systematically blocked because of his bloodline, dissatisfaction with the system is inevitable. And that frustration is not unique to Bartolome. The students gathered in his seminar share those exact same painful circumstances, forming an ironclad bond of solidarity. Arnulf agrees, deciding that investigating the seminar students falls squarely within his official mandate, promising to pull the full seminar roster. Several days later, Van and Arnulf walk through the grand marble hallway with the official seminar file in hand. They observe the students from a distance. There are a little over 10 students on the roster, and so far, none of their backgrounds flag any obvious red flags on paper. However, Van's eyes lock onto a quiet student named Lucas walking past. A high-born noble student intentionally bumps into Lucas's shoulder in the hallway. The noble turns around arrogantly, barking at Lucas for not even greeting his superiors. Lucas bows his head instantly, apologizing in a quiet, timid voice. Van watches from the pillars. As expected, most seminar members come from low-status families, and on a daily basis, they are made to feel like subhuman trash by high nobles. Lucas tries to walk away, but the noble grabs his shoulder forcefully, sneering down at him, claiming even the way Lucas bows is disrespectful. The bully smirks, enjoying the power trip. Arnulf asks if they should step in, but Van tells him to wait a second, because the bully noble suddenly snaps, shouting that the glare in Lucas's eyes really pisses him off, gathering flaming mana in his fist to strike him, and under his bangs, Lucas flashes a dark, sinister smirk. Van's eyes go wide. Something is very wrong with that kid. The bully noble swings his fire-infused fist straight at Lucas's face. Van watches closely as Lucas's timid expression vanishes into a cold, psychotic smile. Sudden, explosive wind magic. A violent hurricane whirls around Lucas without a single chant or magic circle. The pressure slams into both noble bullies, blowing them across the marble hallway. They crash onto the floor, gasping for air, as Lucas bows mockingly with a quiet. Lucas turns around and bolts down the hallway at full speed. As he sprints away, a small embroidered cloth drops from his pocket, fluttering onto the floor behind him. The two bullies sit up in utter shock, yelling in confusion over what just hit them. They scramble to their feet, shouting empty threats down the empty hallway before running away. Van and Arnulf step out from behind the pillars. Arnulf admits that impressive does not even begin to describe what just happened. Van looks up at him, asking what he means. Arnulf explains that Lucas's base mana signature is extremely low for a noble, yet without any preparation or verbal incantation, he cast a high-density wind blast on that scale, something Arnulf has never seen from a lower-class student. Van realizes Bartolome's teaching ability is legitimately terrifying. However, seeing how low-status students are treated daily explains why they hold so much hidden rage. They walk over to where Lucas was standing, and Van spots the dropped item on the floor. It is a hand-embroidered handkerchief. Van picks it up, deciding to return it personally. They follow Lucas's trail back to the treehouse library of the Bartholomew seminar. As they walk down the wooden hallway, Van catches voices coming from behind a closed door and signals Arnulf to pause. Inside, a senior student is scolding Lucas. "Lucas, why did you use that in public?" Lucas defends himself, saying he had no choice because they attacked first. The senior snaps back, yelling that he cares nothing for excuses. "That power must not be known by anyone yet! Careless actions put all of us in danger!" Another student places a hand on Lucas's shoulder, saying his anger is justified, but warns him not to pick the wrong target at the wrong time. Outside, Van's eyes go cold. A power that must not be known by anyone? What are they cultivating in here? Suddenly, a student inside perks up, sensing something. His eyes shift toward the hallway door. Van and Arnulf slip away smoothly before the door swings open. Out in the sunlit garden gazebo, Van explains that a student inside was running active detection magic outside. Without moving his eyes, that student was focusing sensory mana outside the room. They are extremely guarded. Arnulf nods, confirming he felt the faint magic fluctuation. Whatever they are hiding, it is massive. Van decides to approach Lucas directly one-on-one. Arnulf offers to tag along, but Van tells him no. Lucas clearly resents high nobles, so he will be far less wary talking to a non-magical Galda. Arnulf agrees instantly. All right, then I'll take care of something else. Van blinks. Something else? Arnulf turns away, saying it will not take long. He walks up the stone stairs, his back dark and resolute. Van waves him off, promising to catch up later. A short while later, Van approaches the gazebo where Lucas is sitting alone, apologizing for keeping him waiting. Lucas looks up as Van holds out the embroidered handkerchief. I wanted to return this. Lucas gasps, reaching out in utter disbelief, asking where Van found it. Van explains he saw him drop it during the hallway incident. Lucas clutches it tightly to his chest, sighing in relief, saying if he lost it, he could never face his mother again. Van points out the intricate gold stitching, asking if his mother made it by hand. Lucas smiles softly, sharing that she made it for him when he entered the academy. Lucas stammers, apologizing for rambling about his personal life, but Van reassures him with a gentle smile, glad he could return something important. Lucas looks at him with genuine warm gratitude. Thank you. Van notices that because they share lower status struggles, Lucas holds zero prejudice against him for being a Galda. Van uses the warm moment to drop his cover question. By the way, is it okay if I ask you something? Van casually mentions that he still has not chosen an elective seminar and was thinking about joining Bartolome's class. Lucas's face goes completely pale. You want to join our seminar? Van nods smoothly, saying he heard Bartolome teaches everyone regardless of status, so he thought maybe a Galda like him might stand a chance. Lucas stares at him in heavy silence. His expression darkens into a shadow. You should give up on it, he stammers out an excuse, claiming the instructor teaches so thoroughly that there is a strict limit on student numbers, so Van probably will not get accepted. Van's crimson eyes narrow cold. That is a complete lie. Cutaway to Arnulf. He pushes open the heavy doors of First Prince Leonis's private chamber. Leonis sits in his armchair with a dark smirk. You've come, Arnold, about framing Van Kruger. Are you ready? Arnulf stands tall in the center of the room, adjusting his glasses. About that, IAMOUT. Leonis's smirk vanishes instantly. Wait, did you just say? Arnulf looks him dead in the eye. Van Kruger is innocent. I cannot frame an innocent man. Leonis's face twists into fury, leaning forward. You don't care what happens to your family? Arnulf's voice rings out like iron. It is precisely because I am the head of House Clavis. I felt the path that man has walked through his fists. To stain that would be to stain my family's honor with my own hands. Leonis's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Arnulf bows politely. Excuse me. The heavy doors slam shut behind him as Arnulf walks out on the first prince of the kingdom. Absolute gigachad behavior. Leonis slumps back into his chair, trembling with rage. Fine, even if I can't use Arnold, I have plenty of other methods. His eyes flare with murderous intent. Van Kruger, the means to take your head are far from limited to this! Cut back to Van Lucas. Van nods casually, pretending to accept Lucas's excuse about student limits. Lucas bows his head, saying he will get going now, turning his back to walk away. Van stands still under the gazebo, his voice dropping ice cold. Why did you lie? Lucas freezes in his tracks, a cold sweat breaking out on his neck. Van steps up behind him. You're terrible at lying. Your eyes waver under the stress of deception. Van holds up his hand. Is it because you don't want a Galda joining your seminar? If that's the case, just say so. I'm used to being treated like... No! They teach not IT! Lucas spins around in pure panic, shouting at the top of his lungs. Van stares at him. Then why? Lucas gasps, his eyes bulging in sudden terror. That's... Sudden horrific reaction. Lucas violently grabs his chest as a dark, corrupted purple aura erupts from his body. Van recoils in shock. Lucas? Lucas falls to his knees, screaming in unimaginable agony as dark red veins burst across his skin. His jaw unhinges in a blood-curdling scream as dark magic consumes his body right in front of Van's eyes. What did Bartolome put inside these kids? Lucas's eyes bulge as dark red magic surges through his body, sending shockwaves across the stone garden floor. He lunges forward with uncontrollable speed, swinging a wild, blood-infused strike directly at Van's throat. Van dodges backward midair, his mind racing. This power... Lucas lands heavily, trembling as dark steam rises from his skin, groaning that he cannot control his own body. Van's eyes narrow as he analyzes the physical feedback. His muscle fibers are actively tearing, causing severe internal vascular bleeding beneath his skin. He is moving at speed beyond human limits, completely tearing his own body apart from the inside out. It is structurally identical to Van's forbidden technique Sarsen self-licensing, except Lucas has zero mental control over the override. At this rate, his muscles will disintegrate, and he will die right here. Lucas screams in agony, rushing in for another lethal swing. Van steps forward, centering his balance. "Don't hold this against me!" Van steps directly inside Lucas's attack vector, driving a precision palm strike flat against his sternum, crushing strike. A micro shockwave passes through his chest, causing a mild cardiac concussion that instantly shuts down his central nervous system. Lucas coughs up blood and collapses cold against the stone wall. Van drops to one knee, checking his pulse. "Hey! Stay with me!" Sudden footsteps. 4 heavily armored academy guards rush into the courtyard, swords drawn, staring at Van standing over an unconscious bloody student. "Yo, you! What are you doing there?" Van grits his teeth, realization hitting him like a truck. He just got framed. CUTO Arnulf walking through the sunlit academy hallway. He knows that defying First Prince Leonis means severe political retaliation is coming for House Clavis. But resorting to a dirty scheme would have ruined his family honor beyond repair. He has to find a way to protect both his family's survival and his dignity as a warrior. Suddenly, he overhears 2 students whispering near the pillars. To think someone was actually arrested inside the academy grounds. Honestly, this is what happens when they let a Garuda enroll. Arnulf stops cold, his eyes widening behind his glasses. He spins around, calling out to them forcefully. "Wait, you 2 over there! What were you just talking about?" The students jump in surprise, reporting that the Garuda freshman attacked another student in the garden and the guards just dragged him off to interrogation. Arnulf's face goes pale. Cut to the underground interrogation room. Van sits handcuffed to a heavy wooden table flanked by 2 guard statues. The interrogator slams a ledger onto the desk. "Van Kruger, you've caused quite a mess! The injured student is still unconscious!" Van stays completely calm. He was clearly in an abnormal state caused by some kind of external magic. I acted to protect myself and to save his life. The interrogator frowns. The effect of magic, According to the official healer's examination, there are 0 traces of any external spell on his body. Van's eyes go wide. What? That is physically impossible. After a dark mana rampage like that, Lucas's body should have shown massive internal spell residual traces. Van lifts his handcuffed wrist, brain working overtime. Did someone reach the medical room first and alter the evidence? Was this entire trap planned before he even stepped into the gazebo? The interrogator leans forward suspiciously. Also, you're the one who called the victim to that deserted gazebo, aren't you? Van explains he was just returning a dropped handkerchief. The interrogator glares at him. To return a handkerchief, was there really a need to call him out to a deserted gazebo? Van hesitates. Should I tell them about the undercover investigation mission with Arnold? No, I can't. The investigation is a top-secret royal assignment given to Arnold. Revealing it without proof could put Arnold in extreme political danger. Besides, Van has no idea if this interrogator is clean or working for the purification sect. If this is a pre-planned trap, the enemy's reach might go all the way up the chain. He takes a quiet breath. No need to panic, he just needs to trust Arnold here. He barely knows Arnold, and he knows Arnold is hiding his own secrets, but after crossing fists with him at full strength, Van knows one thing for sure. Arnold is a straightforward, honorable man. Van sets his posture. The interrogator slams the table again. Do you understand your situation? Remaining silent is the same as admitting guilt. Van looks him dead in the eye. I've already said everything I needed to say. I didn't do anything wrong. His crimson gaze stays sharp and unyielding. The interrogator scoffs, standing up. Fine. Then wait for your judgment. Take him down to the dungeon! Van stands up quietly as 2 armored guards take his arms. This is fine. I'll leave dealing with the guards to Arnold, and I'll do what I have to do. CUTOHE Academy buildings. News of Van's arrest spreads across campus like wildfire. Falk bursts into Helene Steinartz's private office, accidentally knocking an inkwell across her paperwork. Senpai! It's terrible! Van's been arrested! Next, Falk sprints to Karina Luthier's quarters, where Karina is sitting on her bed polishing her sword with her attendant beside her. Karina turns around, her purple eyes flashing with absolute terrifying rage. WHAT did you just say? Next, Amelia Rodenwald grabs Falk by his collar, dragging him down the hallway at supersonic speed. You can tell me on the way! Just come with me! Falk yells for his life as Amelia drags him along. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious high-floor chamber, Ninth Prince Heinz sits on a plush red sofa, receiving a quiet report from his attendant. Heinz looks out the high window at the full moon, looking as saintly and serene as ever. Cut to Professor Bartolome sitting in his dark multi-story library. Now then, the one who could have become an obstacle to the plan is gone. He looks down at a page covered in dark magic diagrams. His talent, personally, I do find it a bit of a waste. He slams a dark leather grimoire shut with his gloved hand. He was never someone who could coexist with us of the purification faction. It can't be helped. He stands up from his desk in the shadow. A sinister grin cuts across his face. Now then, the plan moves on to its next stage, just as scheduled. Karina Luthier stands in the courtyard, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword as she glares at Arnulf. Answer me, Arnold Clavis! What did you do to Van? Arnulf stands completely still, saying nothing. Karina's purple eyes flash dangerously. Should I make it easier for you to talk? Helene steps up beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Karina, calm down. Helene turns her sharp gaze toward Arnulf. I heard from Amelia that you were with Van. Don't tell me you don't know what happened to him. Arnulf stays silent under her pressure. Amelia steps forward, crossing her arms. Let's stop beating around the bush. Arnold, were you ordered by Prince Leonis to frame Van? Amelia admits it openly. I'll confess, I was also given an order by His Highness to humiliate Van during military training. But after fighting alongside him in the swamp, I realized that man is a warrior prouder than anyone. To frame a man like him for a crime he didn't commit, isn't that straying far too far from the right path? Arnulf adjusts his dark glasses, speaking softly. It's true. I did receive orders from Prince Leonis. Karina's eyes narrow instantly. I knew it, but, Arnulf cuts in, I decided I couldn't obey that order. I refused His Highness directly. This arrest happened immediately afterward. Karina blinks in surprise. Then, it wasn't Prince Leonis's doing? Arnulf explains that he suspected Leonis at first too, but everything moved far too quickly and systematically for a retaliatory royal order. It wasn't Prince Leonis, something else is at work. Karina demands to know what else could possibly be behind this. Helene chin strokes, her emerald eyes flashing with intelligence. Arnold, you don't have to answer that question. You and Van were investigating the purification faction, weren't you? Karina and Amelia gasp in shock. Helene lays out the puzzle pieces. I heard from Amelia that Van and Arnold questioned her about the swamp deployment. You were trying to find out who leaked the operation's intel to the cult. If that's the case, then the one who framed Van was the traitor working for the Purification faction. The Purification faction wanted to remove Van from the academy before carrying out something else. Arnulf's silence is a full confirmation. Karina and Amelia brace themselves. Helene just deduced the entire Shadow War in 30 seconds. Falk and Ralph freak out. That's a huge problem! Falk shouts that they need to report this to academy instructors immediately, but Helene stops him, pointing out that if infiltrators exist, they cannot act carelessly. Karina suggests using their high noble family influence to report directly to the royal palace, but Helene notes that sending formal letters to their fathers would take over a week. Arnulf speaks up, saying there is someone high-ranking he can trust to report this to, but to get them moving, we need solid evidence. Right now, everything they have is circumstantial speculation. Amelia nods. If we want official action, we need to strengthen our case first. Helene smiles sharply. Then let's gather evidence ourselves. Falk stammers that if the Five Crowns move openly, it risks drawing the cult's attention, but Helene scoffs. I don't care. If we don't act, then who will? Protecting the academy is our duty as the Five Glories. Karina smirks. I agree. Amelia grins. Well, looks like that's our only option. Arnulf steps up. Me too. I'll do what I need to do. Falk and Ralph raise their hands high. We'll help too. We owe Van a huge debt. Helene turns around, leadership locked in. Then it's settled. We'll each gather information through our own connections. If anyone finds something, share it immediately. The Five Crowns Alliance is officially formed. Cut Toti Medical Ward. Helene uses her Steinart's family authority to pull back the curtain, stepping into Lucas's private room. Lucas lies unconscious on the bed. Helene leans over him, her green eyes glowing with mana detection. There are almost no external injuries. Van knocked him unconscious with a mild cardiac concussion to subdue him safely. Then she channels deep diagnostic magic and gasps. A spell has been engraved deep inside his magic core. Helene turns to the attending nurse with absolute authority. In the name of the Steinart's family, I order you, until I give permission, do not let anyone approach him. Not even an instructor. The nurse bows frantically. Yes! Understood! Cut to the gazebo garden. Karina and Amelia step past the no-entry chain barrier at the crime scene. Both girls drop to their knees inspecting the stone tiles. Amelia traces the battle marks. Lucas struck Van. Van blocked and broke his fall, reconstructing the entire fight like a veteran military investigator. She points to a crushed footprint stamped deep into solid stone. Look at these footprints. He used some artificial method to push his physical output beyond human limits. Karina's eyes go sharp. The question is what method he used. Amelia reaches under a bench, pulling out a burnt scrap of spell paper. I can faintly sense traces of magic. I'll have someone I trust examine what kind of spell it is, while you question the witnesses. Karina grins softly at Amelia's thoroughness. How plain. Amelia looks back with a proud smile. It's the accumulation of small, ordinary work that changes the course of a battle. Cut to T Underground Academy Dungeon. Van sits cross-legged on the cold stone floor, handcuffed in dark isolation beneath a high iron grate. He opens his crimson eyes calmly. All right, it worked. A glowing green grid pattern spreads across the floor. Deep dive technique. A secret assassin art for cutting off external senses and diving deep into one's inner mindscape world. Originally used by Black Ops assassins to recover from extreme physical exhaustion or resist torture during imprisonment. 3 colossal spectral figures materialize on the grid in front of Van. Van looks up at them with zero fear. First, Housen of Lightning, the legendary archmage with yellow lightning surging around his staff. Execution Lord Mordon, the blindfolded executioner wreathed in pink demon aura. Eldon of Earth, the horned demon queen floating with blue cosmic mana. Van reaches his hand forward with a sharp, confident grin. Let's get started. You're going to help me train. Arnulf walks straight into the instructor's private office and drops a line that would make any school administrator consider early retirement. Instructor Ehrenfeld does not even turn around at first. He just sits there, listening, while Arnulf explains that the student council did his entire job for him and found the cult pipeline. Instead of discussing this in an open hallway like amateur side characters, they move the entire meeting to the central instructor's chamber. This room is wrapped in an ancient high-tier containment barrier. 0 sound gets in, 0 information gets out. Every major heavy hitter from the 5 Crowns is sitting at this table, ready to lay down the evidence. Helene takes the floor first, breaking down what she found when she scanned Lucas's body in the medical ward. Ehrenfeld repeats the words like he is trying to process a bad joke. She confirms it was an active mind control curse, forcibly overriding the kid's nervous system. Meaning Lucas did not go crazy on his own, he was being piloted like a drone, and Van literally saved his life by knocking him out before his heart exploded. Ehrenfeld notes that engraving a live human core takes high-tier dark magic. Then Karina steps up, throwing down a piece of burnt parchment wrapped in cloth. She explains that their analysis identified it as an inscribed talisman, a pre-packaged spell catalyst. To write high-level mind control onto a paper strip requires a very specific, absurdly rare academic specialty. Amelia jumps in next with the witness reports from the gazebo. Every single student statement confirms Van never attacked first, he only reacted after Lucas started throwing enchanted wind blades. Arnulf connects the dots for the room like a detective wrapping up a murder mystery. The culprit is someone who can craft elite spell talismans, plant them on low-status kids, and had a direct reason to sabotage their investigation. He looks Ehrenfeld right in the eyes and names the suspect, Professor Bartholomew. Ehrenfeld pinches the bridge of his nose because he knows the kid is right. Embedding complex magic into paper talismans is literally Bartholomew's exact published research field. Karina slams her hands on the table, ready to rally the troops and drag the professor out by his hair. She screams that they need to notify the royal guard and storm the faculty lounge immediately. Ehrenfeld shuts her down with a single look that freezes her in place. He sits back and explains the actual geopolitical nightmare they are looking at. Helene asks what could possibly be worse than a cult mole teaching high-tier theory. Ehrenfeld points to the sealing runes. The entire academy is protected by a massive, multi-layered defensive barrier that keeps dragon-level threats out and keeps royal kids safe. Helene's face goes completely pale as the math hits her brain. Bartholomew isn't just an instructor, he is one of only 3 staff members with master administrative access to that barrier. If he realizes he is burned and trips the security system, the entire academy turns into a slaughterhouse like the Wailing Swamp, meaning they cannot move until they have an airtight plan that locks him out of the main grid. Karina asks what they are supposed to do in the meantime. Ehrenfeld tells them to keep their mouths shut, act normal, and let the administration handle the covert sting operation. Helene nods, logic wins. Amelia and the student witnesses fall in line too. Karina bites her lip, thoroughly annoyed that bureaucracy is slowing down her rescue mission. Arnulf bows, thanking the senior instructor for taking the case off their hands. Cut straight to the dungeon corridors, where Karina is sprinting down the stone steps like speed laws are optional. Her assistant is running behind her, reminding her that they were explicitly ordered to stay away from the prisoner. Karina waves her off, lying through her teeth about getting clearance from the guard captain. In her head, she has this entire tragic anime scenario mapped out. She thinks Van is sitting in a cold, dark cell, crying over rat-infested bread, completely broken. She wears a smug grin, convincing herself that this is her ultimate heroine moment. She literally imagines Van falling to his knees, offering her a red rose, and swearing eternal loyalty to her as her personal knight. Then she hits the bottom of the stairs, and the air pressure in the hallway drops 50 degrees. A heavy, suffocating wave of pure, unfiltered bloodlust leaks straight through the iron bars. It hits her assistant so hard the poor girl almost passes out on the floor. Inside the cell, Van snaps out of his state and pulls the dark aura back into his core instantly. He looks up with the most innocent, unbothered expression on his face, like he was just caught taking a light nap. Karina grabs the bars, sweating, asking what in the world that terrifying pressure was. Our guy just smiles casually and tells her he was sharpening his mind. He explains he was doing some basic mental training to pass the time, completely glossing over the fact that his mental training involves fighting legendary archmages inside his inner mindscape. Karina stands there sweat dropping, realizing she spent the last hour feeling pity for a guy who treats maximum security prison like a wellness retreat. She clears her throat, dropping her tsundere act long enough to give him the real update. She tells him the evidence is collected, the faculty is moving, and his release is only a matter of time. Van smiles brightly, giving her a genuine thank you and telling her he trusts her to handle things outside. That hits her right in the pride. She gets instantly flustered, tells him he better be grateful when he gets out, and bolts up the stairs before her face turns any redder. Once her footsteps fade, the cell goes dead silent again. Van's smile disappears instantly. He knows how these political cults work. The second a plan stumbles, the mastermind accelerates the timeline. His red eyes narrow in the dark. Deep inside his core, the dormant power from his regression starts pulsing, warning him that the clock is running out. Meanwhile, in the private royal estate, a masked informant kneels before First Prince Leonis. The spy reports that the 5 Crowns and senior instructor Ehrenfeld have secretly identified Professor Bartholomew as their primary suspect. Leonis rests his chin on his hand, amused. He remembers Bartholomew as a pathetic, low-mana bookworm who teaches theory to commoners. He laughs out loud, seeing a golden political opportunity drop right into his lap. His guard asks what his orders are. Leonis stands up, ordering his personal Black Ops squad to gear up immediately. The guard hesitates, pointing out they have no official warrant or hard evidence to arrest a senior instructor. Leonis scoffs, saying they will extract the evidence through torture once they drag him to a dungeon. After all, Bartholomew is just a weak scholar with 0 combat stats. Taking him down will take 5 minutes. Leonis grins like a cartoon villain, planning to claim total credit for exposing the cult before his brothers or the headmaster can intervene. He imagines his father finally giving him the throne. Cut to the dead of night at the treehouse library. Leonis's battle mage steps forward and blasts the wooden doors off their hinges with a kinetic shockwave. Leonis steps over the broken wood, laughing hysterically into the empty dark hall. He yells for Bartholomew to come out and surrender like a side character, and sitting right at his desk under the moonlight, Professor Bartholomew turns around, pushes up his glasses, and gives him the calmest, most terrifying welcome greeting in human history. Bartholomew doesn't even stand up from his chair. He just sits there, smiling like a host greeting an invited guest. Leonis takes one step forward and stops, because every single square inch of the walls, ceiling, and bookshelves is glowing with red magic paper. Bartholomew snaps his gloved fingers, triggering his custom talisman array, Crimson Bee. Thousands of paper strips ignite simultaneously, converting into supersonic red energy darts. The swarm tears through Leonis's elite guards in about 2 seconds flat, armor, magic shields, and bodies getting shredded into red mist. Blood hits the carpet before anyone can even draw a blade. Prince Leonis drops to one knee, coughing up blood, his luxurious fur coat completely ruined. He stares up in sheer disbelief. A weak theory scholar is casually wiping out royal elite forces without moving an inch. Bartholomew walks over, acknowledging that royal bloodlines do come with impressive passive defensive mana. Leonis snaps, channeling high-tier royal lightning into his palm to blow the professor's head off, and Bartholomew triggers his next array before the chant even finishes, Binding Vine. Glowing purple razor strings whip around Leonis, wrapping his arms, neck, and biting deep into his mouth like a metallic gag. The first prince of the empire gets slammed face first onto the wooden floor like a wrapped package. Bartholomew adjusts his spectacles, explaining the basic error in royal logic. Leonis thrashes against the strings, but the more he moves, the tighter they cut into his flesh. The professor calmly talks about his past, how high-born nobles always treated low-mana scholars like background trash. He shows off the talismans in his gloved hand. He explains that while his natural mana pool is small, pre-charging high-tier spells into paper talismans over months gives him infinite firepower with zero cast time. Then he looks down at the bleeding prince and offers a polite thank you. Because hijacking the Academy's grand protective barrier required one final ingredient, a massive, concentrated surge of pure royal bloodline mana, Leonis's eyes go wide as he realizes what he just did. An archmage would never have been able to kidnap the first prince from his estate. But Leonis was so greedy for credit that he walked directly into the butcher shop on his own 2 feet. He didn't even need to be controlled. His own arrogance made him the ultimate useful idiot. Leonis chokes on his own blood, realizing he just handed the kingdom to the cult on a silver platter. Bartholomew gives him a reassuring smile, telling him he won't kill him just yet. If he dies, his mana flow stops, so he needs Leonis alive as a human battery for a little while longer. A massive purple extraction circle lights up under Leonis, violently siphoning every drop of his royal mana directly into the room's leyline node. The spilled magic flows up into the ceiling, feeding the corrupted barrier overhaul. Bartholomew turns his back on the broken prince and casually walks out the front door. Across the campus, in the central administration office, Instructor Ehrenfeld's pen stops mid-sentence. The atmosphere in the room changes instantly. The ambient mana drops to absolute zero. He realizes the magic flow in the air is reversing and shouts for the guards outside. The heavy door pushes open, and an armored guard stumbles in like he's been poisoned. The guard stammers that his head feels light, and his mana is rapidly draining into the floor. Ehrenfeld looks at his own hand. The ambient barrier is actively leeching magical power from every living mage on campus. He realizes Bartholomew didn't wait for them to act. The trap is already sprung. He snaps into military command mode, ordering the guard to sound the red alarm across all dormitories. The main protective barrier has been completely compromised from the inside. He tells every available instructor to mobilize for active combat. He bolts out the window, heading straight for the clock tower, the core foundation of the Academy's barrier network. Siren runes detonate across the sky, warning all students that the Academy is under Level 1 emergency lockdown. Amelia tightens her gauntlet straps, calling her squad to form a defensive line around the residential halls. Karina turns around mid-hallway, sprinting back toward the main courtyard despite her assistant begging her to fall back. Down in the underground dungeon, guards run past the cell blocks, screaming about the barrier falling. Inside the pitch-black cell, Van opens his crimson eyes, his face completely cold. So it's begun. High above the campus, a massive storm of dark, corrupted purple magic wraps around the clock tower, cutting off the sky. Inside the tower's grand stairwell, dozens of elite palace guards lie motionless, stacked in pools of their own blood. The ones still conscious are clutching their chests as the dark mana smoke suffocates their lungs. The massive reinforced iron doors to the clock mechanism are blown completely off their hinges, smoking from dark magic impact. Bartholomew stands in front of the massive gear array, looking down at a figure collapsed in the rubble. It is Senior Instructor Ehrenfeld, the exterminator himself, lying battered, bloody, and broken at the professor's feet. Bartholomew pushes up his round glasses with a gloved hand, speaking in that same polite, gentle tone. He confesses that fighting a legendary anti-cult warrior like Ehrenfeld was genuinely terrifying. He looks out over the burning clock mechanism, delivering his core manifesto that he spent his entire life wondering how those born with nothing can stand against elites who inherit everything. Ehrenfeld lies motionless in his own blood, unable to even lift his head to respond. Bartholomew turns toward the camera, a warm, terrifyingly peaceful smile spreading across his face under his blood-stained glasses. A massive beacon of corrupted red light blasts out from the top of the clock tower into the night sky, signaling that the Academy has officially fallen and the second act has just begun. Inside the clock tower, the grand gears turn over a churning sea of red magic. A colossal pillar of corrupted light blasts through the roof, pulling every drop of ambient mana across campus directly into the central core. Bartholomew stands over a group of mind-controlled students whose eyes are completely void of life. They stand in perfect formation, waiting for orders like mindless NPCs. He gives them one specific target: move down to the underground prison and kill Van Kruger in his cell. He actually smiles under his glasses, telling them that since the kid is strapped down in heavy iron restraints, even weak mind-controlled puppets should be able to end him easily. The controlled students turn in unison and march silently down the dark stone stairs. Bartholomew watches them go, adjusting his spectacles. He looks back at the glowing spell array on the floor, satisfied that everything is set to burn the royal capital to the ground once the core finishes charging. Meanwhile, over in the student dorm lounge, a couple of lower-year kids are sitting on sofas, complaining about their history homework. Out of nowhere, the air goes freezing cold, and one of them drops his juice glass onto the carpet. Their eyes go wide as their stomachs turn upside down. Their internal mana gets ripped right out of their cores, leaving them collapsing onto the couches like their batteries were just pulled out. Out in the main hallway, absolute chaos breaks out as dozens of students stumble against the walls, completely drained. An armored guard comes sprinting down the corridor, screaming for everyone to stay inside their rooms and wait for senior instructors. He doesn't even finish the sentence before a mind-controlled student ambushes him from a blind spot and slams him into the floor. A few upperclassmen scramble backward, realizing the entire building has been turned into a giant magic siphoning vacuum. One of the senior guys takes charge, shouting for anyone who can still walk to start dragging lower years to safety, completely missing the puppet student sneaking up right behind him. The controlled kid pulls out a hand full of dark inscribed paper talismans and flicks his wrist. The paper strips fly like razor blades, slicing straight through the upperclassmen before they can draw a weapon. The puppet student turns and slaps another glowing talisman directly onto the main glass window. The paper glows purple, cracking the glass structure. The entire wall shatters inward as swarms of massive armored demon spiders burst straight into the living quarters, sending students screaming in every direction. Before the lead spider can snap a kid in half, a flash of absolute zero freezes the entire beast solid. Helene Steinart steps into the hall, her hand glowing with diagnostic ice magic. She doesn't waste a single word. She orders the healthy students to form a tight defensive ring around the injured and fall back. Karina bolts past her, her twin tails flying as she slashes through 3 demon spiders in a single pink energy arc. She yells at the underclassmen to stop panicking and stand their ground against literal bugs. The younger students nod, drawing their sidearms with shaking hands. Karina lands on the stone floor, but her knees wobble for a second. She grips her sword hilt, sweating, realizing for the first time how terrifying it is to fight when a hidden barrier is leeching your stamina every second. A green wind spear charge comes crashing down from the upper balcony, piercing a giant spider straight through its skull. Amelia Rodenwald drops down in full plate armor, raising her cavalry lance to rally the floor. She grits her teeth, noticing that without her warhorse and with her mana draining fast, her heavy lance attacks are taking double the physical toll. A demon spider drops from the ceiling rafters right over her shoulder, and a heavy compressed fist shatters the monster's head into green paste before it can strike. Amelia turns around, caught off guard. Arnulf Clavius stands there in his dark oval sunglasses, white smoke rising from his bare knuckles. He casually explains that magic warriors keep 100% of their mana compressed deep inside their physical muscles, making them naturally resistant to external siphoning fields. He confirms he already dispatched the rest of the 5 crowns to lock down the outer dormitories and hold the choke points. Amelia gives him a sharp smile, admitting he just saved her skin. Arnulf adjusts his glasses, telling her no thanks are necessary, and asks if she can hold this sector alone. She tells him she's got it covered, but asks where he is running off to when his own mana reserves are slowly ticking down. Arnulf looks down the dark corridor toward the lower levels. He says he is going to go release the one person on this continent who can fix this disaster, and sprints full speed toward the underground dungeon. He hits the prison basement level, skidding to a halt, and his brain completely short-circuits. The massive, heavy-duty iron cell door is sitting wide open. The solid steel locking mechanism isn't picked, it is physically melted into a glowing lump of orange slag. Arnulf steps into the cell bay, calling out Van's name. Van is leaning over in the doorway, quietly dusting off his sleeves. Spread across the stone floor are 6 mind-controlled assassin students and 4 giant demon spiders, all stacked up unconscious and dead like a pile of dirty laundry. Van looks up with zero emotion on his face and asks if Senpai came down here to rescue him. Arnulf stares at the absolute carnage inside the cell, where a fully armed hit squad got wiped out in total darkness. He sweat drops behind his sunglasses, admitting that coming down here to save him was a complete waste of cardio. Our guy explains casually that he heard the campus emergency sirens going off outside, so he figured he should probably break his own chains and walk out. He asks what the situation looks like on the surface. Arnulf breaks down the tactical situation. Controlled students and summoned beasts are invading every hall, and the altered barrier is funneling all campus mana straight into the clock tower. Van's eyes narrow as he asks who is running the show. Arnulf names Professor Bartholomew as the Purification Sect's insider trader. He looks Van right in the eyes, stating bluntly that the student council needs his zero-mana martial arts to break the siege. Van's crimson eyes light up with that familiar, terrifying assassin focus. Got it. He cracks his knuckles and flexes his wrists, noting he just finished warming up his joints anyway. Arnulf turns and leads the charge back up the stairs, just as another giant demon spider leaps out from the ceiling shadows. Arnulf channels his internal mana and punches the monster clean through a stone wall, shouting that he'll clear the front path while Van runs right alongside him with a razor-sharp grin.